when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. How can you always control someone else's wife? Seeking monthly ticket support. I declare that your body is undermined. Some lines of middle school. If it were 10 years ago, Bin would have been very happy to read it. But now, he was ashamed to let anyone, except Elia, hear it. Because to Elia, these lines are very serious magic terms. As long as she doesn't find it strange, then he won't be surprised. And as the evil of this world drawn from the Holy Grail combined with his magic power, it really began to gradually extend with his command seal, and then took shape in the formation. Little did I know that Elia's face was getting more and more strange. Obviously, it was a very serious term. Why did it feel a bit bad when Bin summoned her mother? But soon, she had no other thoughts. Watching the magic circle begin to show a dazzling light, a light and shadow that could not see the real face slowly emerged. Although the body was completely occupied by the burning white light, the real face could not be seen. But just looking at the curvy figure, you can know that there must be a graceful beauty inside. As the other party's figure appeared, Bin clearly felt that there was an extra channel between him and the other party. The true energy in his body was continuously infused into her body all the time, just like a juicer. However, for him, the consumption of true energy was nothing at all. His strong recovery ability allowed him to easily withstand her absorption. Even so, Bin still held his palm empty and had communicated with the Zuanian sword in the transformation capsule. You know, even Alice is divided into several versions. If the Blackened Alice is summoned, he may have to spend some time to explain it to Elia. This is also the reason why he took the initiative to propose to bring Alice under his control. As the summoning was completed, the light gradually dissipated. What Niwarang expected did not happen. Alice was not naked. She was wearing a gorgeous heavenly dress with complicated patterns and beautiful tassels. Together, they formed a set of sacred clothes that seemed to be used for a memorial service. Although the clothes were slightly revealing, there was no sense of lewdness. The exposed skin only made people feel that the demeanor was demure and elegant, but inexplicably, it gave people a feeling of sacrifice. Mom. Elia's eyes suddenly turned red. If she hadn't been concerned about the flow of magic power in the summoning formation, she would have thrown herself into her arms and acted like a spoiled child. It was only a few days since they last saw each other, but being separated by a world made her feel as if the mother and daughter had been separated for 10 years again. Iris Veal slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear, without any of the violence and madness of the Blackened Iris. She looked down at herself. Then, she looked at Iris Veal. She said happily, Iris Veal, I'm finally here with you, Mom. Iris Veal threw herself into Iris Veal's arms and burst into tears. Bin looked at Iris Veal with a burning gaze. He did not feel crazy and polluted by the evil of this world. Instead, he was infinitely close to the virtual image created by the Blackened Iris. But even if it was an illusion, it was truly Elia's mother. Bin finally felt relieved and smiled. Congratulations, Elia, this time, you and your daughter are reunited. Elia hummed heavily, came out of Iris Veal's arms, turned back to look at Bin, and her eyes fell on his wrist. The previously hidden command seal has emerged. In other words, Iris Veal's existence has occupied his position as a heroic spirit. She said gratefully, thank you, Abin. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to be with my mother forever. Iris Veal tilted her head in confusion and asked, didn't you summon me? Why should I thank Mr. Abin? This question is very complicated. Mother, I will explain it to you later. Elia glanced at the gorgeous heavenly clothes on Iris Veal and said, let's talk about it. After changing into a set of clothes. I'll let Fian find a set of clothes for Madam to change into first. Bin got up and left. 10 minutes later, she changed into a modern outfit, jeans, long boots, a tight cotton vest, and an extra cotton and linen cardigan. It was obviously a very ordinary outfit. Yan Fei didn't like extravagance, so she bought very cheap clothes. After all, no matter how cheap the clothes were, they would immediately look high-end and classy on her body, like a goddess descending to the earth, or inspiring and inviolable. This was also the reason why Linben often didn't let her take off her clothes. But now wearing it on Alice, it felt different. It was like a princess going out incognito. Although it didn't match, it gave people a more beautiful feeling. I couldn't help but look forward to how moving she would be if she wore a formal dress. In the living room, everyone was sitting at the table, looking at Alice with curious eyes, who was 9 points similar to Ella, but several sizes larger. This magical formation that suddenly summoned a flesh and blood person made them all quite curious. Alice was looking at Linben curiously. "So from today on, Mr. Abin, you are my master?" Elia explained. "This is also for the sake of being together forever." "Yeah, I know what you mean, Elia. I'm really happy that you can be the master. If you really give up the chance for us to be together forever because of, then I will blame you severely." A haze flashed across Alice's eyes, and she said seriously, "After all, Elia is the most important thing to me. It's enough to be with Elia. Other things don't matter." Elia was surprised and said, "Mom, why do I feel that you are a little different from before? Because I can forgive everything, but no matter who it is, I can never hurt you. Otherwise, even if it's the most important person to me, I won't forgive him." Alice held Elia in her arms lovingly. "Mom." Linben watched the whole process. At this time, he had already come to some conclusions in his heart. This Alice is not the blackened Alice. A person who has no life experience at all can't make such a perfect disguise. But compared to the lady he had met before, she seemed to have more memories. "It should be the orthodox plot of the Fourth War," he said. "Things have all passed. Although I'm your nominal master, I will not use the command spell to order you to do something you don't want to do, so you don't have to worry about your autonomy. Just pretend that I, your master, don't exist." "Thank you, Abin. I will take my mother to buy some clothes later. Sister Fian, give this dress of yours to my mother. I will return you a new set of clothes when the time comes." Yan Fei hesitated for a moment, but smiled and said, "No, as long as your mother likes it." It's not that she is stingy, it's just that this pair of jeans is too tight, so Abin likes it very much. Especially when it is pulled down to the knee, the legs are close together, and the tight feeling makes Abin love it. But after all, it's just a pair of pants, so I'll buy similar ones later. Linzu looked at Linben and said, "Abin, come with me to the furniture store later." Linben asked curiously, "What are we going there for? There are more and more people at home. Shouldn't we change the dining table to a bigger one? You don't want to sit crowded in the future, do you?" Linzu looked natural, but she was a little worried. She felt Linben seemed to have learned bad things. At this age, it is normal to be curious about girls and like beautiful girls. But there are so many beautiful girls out there. Whether it's Shifiksun, Shikingsun, or even the one who is not suitable to be a wife in her opinion, because it is not easy to control. They are all pretty love objects. But now there are 2 more mother-daughter pairs in the family. What's more terrible is that he now has an unspeakable relationship with one of the mothers, and the other mother even calls him master. This terrible habit, he needs to be talked to properly. Can't he have some normal aesthetic hobbies and find a normal girl? How can he always be someone's stepfather? Okay. Linben naturally nodded in agreement. After a while, they each went their own way. Yan Fei had just finished decorating the house, and she had the phone numbers of the decorating companies. She was responsible for contacting them to connect the rooms. One day was enough to do the work, including the demolition and repair. Linben and Linzu went to buy a new and larger dining table. That was because their home was a large flat, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Elia took Alice to buy some clothes to change. Unlike Yan Fei, who was born with a sense of luxury, Alice was like a delicate porcelain doll. She had to wear luxurious and expensive clothes to match her. It seemed that it was blasphemy to wear slightly cheaper clothes on her. Elia cried silently for her wallet. But she could bleed and cry, and she would never accept her mother being wronged. And in the process, she also made some attempts. For example, she called a special car and took Alice out. Then, when she was more than 100 miles away from Linben, Alice's presence became inexplicably thin. Sure enough, there are some restrictions to becoming Abin's heroic spirit. The range is 100 miles. Beyond this range, the transmission of true essence will reach its limit, unless you get a lot of magic power from him in advance. It seems that, if he enters the secret realm for training, I must get some body fluids from him in advance for you, Mom, to take. Elia sighed a little distressedly. I was a little lucky, but now it seems that it is really appropriate to let Sister Zyaksu decorate the room in advance. Sorry, Mom, the place we live in now is indeed a little small. I will buy a separate house nearby in the future. A little girl who looks only 7 or 8 years old, but with a face full of distress about the problem of buying a house to support the family, looks particularly cute. Irisville touched Elia's little head lovingly. It doesn't matter, as long as I'm with you. Elia, what does it matter, if we don't live in a castle? And although it's small, it's also very lively. That little girl named Gaoyu is so cute. Elia, you have never had a playmate of the same age, right? Elia opened her mouth. I thought that I would buy a house of about 100 square meters at most, and you think too highly of me, Mom, for a castle or something. And strictly speaking, my peer should be Abin. Jua's peer should be you. But a moment later, the mother and daughter entered the mall. With silver hair and red eyes, she looked gorgeous and noble, just like a noble lady on a secret visit. The mother and daughter instantly attracted the attention of everyone around them. And watching Irisville excitedly looking around the mall, almost not knowing where to put her eyes, Elia breathed a sigh of relief, and a somewhat relieved expression appeared on her face. Becoming Abin's heroic spirit does have many problems, but these harmless problems are not a problem at all compared to the separation of mother and daughter in the past. As for Linbin, the brother and sister were finally able to be alone. Hearing Lenzu's concerns, Linbin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Explained, sister, you think too much. Irisville and I are not in the relationship you think. She has a husband. Linzu was surprised. Then, for you, isn't it more exciting? Linbin asked, who did you hear these messed up theories from? It's not Irisville. Could it be that Elia? Linzu was shocked. No wonder I feel that Jua's eyes are not right when she looks at you. Abin, you are committing a crime. Sister, you think too much. I don't have the heart for love now. All love is just a change for me. My main purpose is to focus on the secret realm. Linbin was telling the truth. He was very satisfied with his current situation. Although there were many confidants, they were all in a relationship similar to that of fuck buddies. Yan Fei was closer, but both parties never asked for a name for each other. Compared with those empty things, survival and strength are the most important priorities. Linzu looked at Linbin with worry in her eyes and said, no intention of love between men and women. Isn't that more serious? Linbin. He didn't know what to say, and felt that, no matter what he said, it would be wrong. It was easy for the brother and sister to choose furniture. Just compare the previous styles, and buy a larger size. This is their habit for many years. If you look back at their photos of the past, you will find that the 13-year-old Linbin and the 18-year-old Linbin have always had the same clothes. They just changed to a larger size. Back home, in just a few hours, the wall between the two houses has disappeared, and the workers are painting. Seeing them coming back, Yan Fei, who was wearing a mask on her face, only revealed a pair of clear eyes, but could not hide her charming style, came forward and smiled. The progress is quite fast. The paint is applied today. It will be fine after 2 days of drying in the shade. Let Elia and the others stay at my place for 2 days. Thank you for your hard work, Fian. It's all Fian's job. Yan Fei instructed, don't open your door at night, to prevent formaldehyde from entering your room. She winked at Linbin. The meaning is very clear. Elia and the others are staying at her place these days. Don't knock on my door quietly. In just a few months, Dongjin Yan Fei is now no different from a normal modern person. If she didn't say it, I'm afraid no one would have thought that this tall and charming beauty was actually an alien. Don't worry, I'm not someone who doesn't know the limits. Soon, Elia and Aliceville also came back. A new car was brought back with it. Before, Elia's legs were too short, and she looked too young, so she was not qualified to drive. Now that Alice is with her, it is natural that a means of transportation is more appropriate. Her driving skills are already very good. However, Compared to the luxurious high-end cars before, the cars that cost only a few $100,000 now are really not suitable for the style of the mother and daughter. And Elia was very embarrassed to ask Lin Bin for a somewhat excessive request. Help your mother buy a driver's license? This, I will ask a friend to help you ask. Lin Bin also knew Alice's driving skills quite well, and understood that it would be too time consuming for her to reverse into the garage, so he naturally patted his chest and agreed. That night, the whole family gathered together for dinner. Then Elia took Alice to temporarily clean up their temporary residence. Lin Bin returned to his room. First, he took out Xiaoqing and Xiaobei from the luxurious villa, and played with them. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to practice the eternal life secret. Up to now, only 30% of the progress is left to complete the eternal life secret. For ordinary people, it may take 10 years or even longer to achieve the goal, but for him, it is no longer far away. A few hours later, Lin Bin slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the night was gradually getting darker. With his keen hearing, Lin Bin could clearly hear the low voices of Elia and her daughter in the room more than 10 meters away. Finally getting rid of endless suffering, the mother and daughter naturally had endless topics to talk about. He suddenly felt moved and looked down at his phone. Then, the phone suddenly beeped. Does spiritual perception have the ability to predict the future? He was quite surprised. You know, there is no prelude to an incoming call, but he just vaguely sensed that there might be a call. It seems that his spiritual perception has now evolved to the same level as Altria's A-level intuition, which is close to the effect of predicting the future. The secret of immortality is indeed magical. Lin Bin sighed. The Heshibi became an S-level item, the evil emperor's relic became a sub-holy cup, and the secret of immortality was the foundation of his cultivation. He really arranged all the treasures in the Tang dynasty world. Even the evil king Shizixuan was working for him. Look, the phone call came again. Looking at Shizixuan's phone call, Lin Bin couldn't help but sigh. This old guy never came to the temple for no reason. He called, either to seek justice for his daughter, or there was a new development in the kingdom of God. Anyway, it was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 302 I should be under the car, not in the car. Shizixuan's voice was as gentle and magnetic as ever, just like a teacher who patiently instructs people, making them want to listen to his words unconsciously. He praised, well done. Even I'm still only at the peak of the sainthood level, and have not been able to successfully enter the nation level, but you have already made a name for yourself among the nation level. Thinking back to the time when you and I first met, you still needed to confuse my mind with words, to avoid a direct conflict with me. Now think about it, doesn't this prove that you are more suitable for survival in the secret realm than me? Abin, you are better than me in the secret realm. You are too kind, evil king. Lin Bin said modestly, I'm actually only at the sainthood level. This time I just followed to broaden my horizons. Although I completed the task by chance, I did not enter the nation level. The rating of the Reincarnation Space Association is just an external standard. Don't you know whether you have specific strength or not? Shizixuan's tone suddenly became a little more sinister, and he sighed. With your current strength, even if I want to assassinate you, I'm afraid it won't be as smooth as I imagined. Lin Bin. He laughed dryly. Did the evil king call you just to praise my strength? No. I'm just reminding you to be careful. Be careful of the evil king's assassination methods. I didn't bully your daughter, did I? You don't really think that this secret realm is over? Lin Bin asked. What else? Of course, the secret realm is over, but the impact caused by the secret realm is still ongoing. During this period of time, everyone in the Free Federation is in danger. With the death of a large number of high-end reincarnations, their control over the secret realm has plummeted. During this period of time, secret realms are still continuing to appear, and many have even begun to affect the Federation. You should also know that the overall difficulty of the secret realm is increasing in a curve. The number of reincarnationists on their side is not enough to deal with the high difficulty secret realms that appear one after another. They can only send those relatively inexperienced reincarnationists to forcibly delay time, but this is just drinking poison to quench thirst. Doing so will only cut off their roots. They obviously know this, but there is no other way to choose at present. And misfortunes never come alone. Some members of the cult have jumped out, to advocate the theory of annihilation. Ordinary people in the Free Federation have begun to smash, loot and set fire on the streets. The police can't stop this group of lunatics. Even many reincarnationists have joined the security team to maintain public order. Do you understand what this means? Linben certainly understood what this meant. Reincarnationists are external, and the security team is internal. In theory, reincarnationists are not allowed to interfere in any decision making in the real world, because the strength of reincarnationists is too strong. This is not only to allow reincarnationists to concentrate on conquering secret realms, but also to protect the order of the real world from being infiltrated by reincarnationists who have mastered the power of other worlds. But now, it is obviously a mess. Shizixan said, this means that this world has gone out of control. The contest between the real world and the secret realm has gone from being able to remain stable before to gradually falling into a disadvantage, and even, there are signs of collapse. The method of the reincarnationists drawing power from the secret realm and then using this power to fight against the secret realm is no longer feasible. Linben, Shizixan said, in fact, this is a matter of sooner or later. After all, no matter what kind of cultivation system it is, the initial progress is rapid, and the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. This collapse will happen sooner or later, but the emergence of this evil in this world has undoubtedly pushed the time of this collapse forward by 10 years. What about the situation in China? The situation in China is much better. Because of your existence, there are not so many casualties among the reincarnationists, and bystanders see things more clearly. Seeing the chaos in the Free Federation now, they will naturally be careful not to follow in its footsteps. But again, this is just the difference between 10 years and 5 years. China has also suffered a lot of damage, but it is not as brutal as the Free Federation. It just fell face first. Shizixan sighed. Right now, the entire Yuanxing is just struggling to survive. To put it bluntly, if we don't find out the truth about the invasion of Yuanxing, and then stop the invasion at the source, the demise of Yuanxing is only a matter of time. Linben was puzzled and said, why is the evil king so sentimental all of a sudden? Shizixan said, I'm just saying. I thought I had found a place to enjoy my family, but I didn't expect that I was just jumping from one hell to another. Alas. I'm off topic, but this time I came to you, because it is indeed related to this matter. What's the matter? After several twists and turns, the kingdom of God suffered a lot. The first apostle had already ordered that it would not stir up trouble in the near future to prevent official sniping. Although the kingdom of God is strong, it obviously does not have the power to compete with the official. Shizixan sighed, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Who would have thought that the official would suddenly suffer a heavy blow? Therefore, during this period of time, the kingdom of God has been ready to move again. Linben asked, then what? Their target is a world-class item that was lost many years ago. Based on the time and place when this world-class item was lost, as well as your age and some of your past experiences, I think this matter should be related to you. Linben frowned and sighed. So many apostles have been defeated, and they haven't given up yet? You don't think that the strength of the kingdom of God is limited to this? Or, you don't think that, because you have won several victories, and have shown your potential among the national level reincarnations this time, you don't take the kingdom of God seriously? Shizixan, you said before that you were only at the saint level, not at the national level. Why are you suddenly so proud? No, I haven't. You don't say it, but you actually have it. Shizixan said, you only killed the apostles who were ranked lower. From the 6th apostle onwards, they are all above the national level. Unlike ordinary apostles, they have a circle that belongs to them alone. Only those who are not at the national level can join. That is the real core of the kingdom of God. No matter how the apostles are rotated later, it's just a minor issue and can't hurt the root. He sighed. I even suspect that the first apostle may have surpassed the national level and reached a higher level. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to enter that circle, so I can only rely on some clues to speculate, but it is not a bad thing to think of the enemy as powerful as possible. Do you mean that the national level will take action this time? I don't know what your relationship is with this world-class item, but remember to be careful. I will continue to gather intelligence on my side. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Kingsley. It doesn't matter. They are all family. Be nicer to Fixon and Kingson in the future. Try not to be partial to one over the other. Just treat them equally. This. The other party hung up the phone without hesitation. The fatigue that Lin Bin had felt after practicing had completely disappeared with this phone call. Yuan Xing is already terminally ill. The invasion of the secret realm is an inevitable trend and cannot be stopped. So what will it become in the end? Shi Zixuan said in a tone that coming here from the Tang dynasty was just entering from one hell to another. The Tang dynasty is a purgatory on earth. But from what he said, Yuan Xing might not be much better by then. It's a pity that I'm insignificant and my strength is low. Even if I'm stronger, how strong can I be? Can I really save the world alone like the protagonist of the Japanese anime? Lin Bin thought to himself that what I can do is to improve my strength as much as possible so that when the chaos really comes, I can protect the people around me. Without accumulating small steps, there is no way to reach 1,000 miles. Keep practicing hard. By the way, early the next morning, sister, invite Kingson and Fixon to come to our house for a simple meal tonight. Lin Zhu was stunned when she heard that and asked curiously, why? Their father helped me a lot. The only request was that I take good care of the two sisters. It is reasonable for me to pay attention to their daily lives, right? Besides, the table and the room at home are big now. It's not that we can't accommodate them. Forget it. I'll go and invite them in person. Lin Bin thought that it was time to persuade Shi Fixun, the little girl, to become my man. And he didn't know whether Zhu Yuan and Shan Mixon were there during this period of time because Dong Jin Yanfei was by his side and he was busy with training. He really hadn't been to Shan Mixon's boudoir for a drink for a while. Well, I'll go and tell her first, ask her to prepare a few side dishes, and then quietly go over to have a few drinks in the evening. By then, I must let her and Yuan accompany me in person to relax. Mixon is still inexperienced and needs more guidance from Zhu Yuan. He drove to the Datan town. The Datan town today has changed a lot from before. The territory has expanded a lot. During this period of time, a large number of excellent reincarnations have emerged in the small Datan town. Not only Zhu Yuan, Qian Qian, Shi Fixuan and others, but also many reincarnations who have just entered the extraordinary. After all, they all have a lot of martial arts experience, but they lack guidance on the skills. And the thing that is most lacking in the reincarnation space is the technique. Once the two are combined, the progress will be rapid. After proving their strength, they will naturally be more valued by China, especially during this period of time. The difficulty of the secret realm has increased dramatically, and the reincarnations in Datan town are even more important. So, the official waved his hand, directly approved a large piece of land for them, which can be regarded as a successful expansion of Datan town. The car drove in the ancient town. On both sides, there were the quaint two-story wooden shops. The commercial flags hanging outside danced in the wind, making Lin Bin feel like he was driving through ancient times. First, he went to Shan Mixon's residence. At this time, Shan Mixon was instructing Shan Wanjing to practice sword in the yard. Both mother and daughter were wearing white silk skirts, holding 3-foot green swords, and their postures were as graceful as fairies exiled to the mortal world. Lin Bin looked sideways. Soon, the attention of the mother and daughter was attracted by the car outside. Seeing that it was Lin Bin, Shan Wanjing's pretty face darkened, and she turned around and left angrily. She was not stupid, or rather, she had lived in a complex environment since she was a child, and her ability to read people's expressions might be even better than Shan Mixon. She knew what the relationship was between this man of similar age and her mother. She must have been warned by Shan Mixon, so she didn't dare to get angry. After all, she knew her limits, and knew that Lin Bin was someone she couldn't afford to offend. The little girl could only express her dissatisfaction in this way. Shan Mixon took a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat on her forehead, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, the child is immature." Lin Bin smiled and said, "It's okay, a little girl who has never experienced anything. How can I care about her?" After saying that, he noticed that Shan Mixon's expression was a little strange. He realized that he seemed to have used the wrong words and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, my Chinese grades are not very good. I meant that a little girl who has never experienced anything has no experience and doesn't understand the friendship between adults. How can I care about her?" "Oh, is that so?" Shan Mixon lowered her head uncomfortably and tried to look at her feet, but was blocked and couldn't see anything. She said vaguely, "Sir, are you here to see Mixon? If so, let Mixon take a shower and change clothes. It's okay, no rush. Prepare some side dishes in the evening. I'll come for a drink and chat with you too." Shan Mixon, Linbin asked, "Did your mother go out for training?" Oh. Shan Mixon shook her head and said, "Mom went out for training and hasn't come back yet." "Okay, you can do it yourself. Remember to prepare more wine from your place. It tastes quite good." Of course, the main reason is that the alcohol content is low, so there is no need to force the wine with true energy. He likes this feeling of being slightly drunk and sober. Mixon understands. Shan Mixon breathed a sigh of relief. Linbin chatted with her for a few more sentences until Shan Wanjing impatiently made a lot of trouble in the room. Linbin smiled and said, "I'll come again in the evening." After that, he drove to the end of the town. He came to the residence of Shi Qingxuan and her sister, picked up the two sisters, and walked home together. Knowing that they were going to Linbin's house for a simple meal, Shi Qingxuan's first thought was to go to the surrounding shops to buy some gifts such as milk. Linbin stopped her. He directly forced the two sisters into the car and said with a smile, "You are not outsiders. There is no need to be so polite. If you really feel embarrassed, just help me play the flute when you are free. After you played it once last time, I liked it very much. As long as you don't misunderstand that you are singing for me, I really appreciate it." "Brother Bin, I'm glad that you don't mind." On the way back, Linbin and Shi Qingxuan were talking and laughing with a casual and closed demeanor. Ever since Linbin taught Shi Qingxuan how to get along with Shi Fixuan, the two of them have established a deep friendship. After all, Shi Qingxuan had no experience in getting along with sisters, and it was all thanks to Linbin who taught her. Shi Fixuan, on the contrary, she has been silent since getting in the car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, but she kept tilting her head to look outside. "What's wrong, Fixuan? Why don't you speak?" Shi Qingxuan was observant. She looked at Shi Fixuan in surprise and said, "Aren't you always Brother Bin? Brother Bin? Why don't you speak when you see her in person?" No, actually not." Shi Fixuan bit her lip lightly. The feeling in her heart is really not something that can be told to outsiders. Not long ago, she was with the person in front of her. The two slept in the same bed and were very intimate. But afterwards, with the return of the real owner, she had to retreat to the second line. This made her couldn't help but have an illusion in her heart that she was actually just a substitute. Although she knew that as the real owner, she had a good relationship with Brother Bin. But looking at the other party's polite appearance, she still felt inexplicably lost in her heart, even though he was so abrupt not long ago. "Maybe you don't know how to face me." Linbin held the steering wheel with one hand, and his other hand had already slapped Shi Fixuan's leg. Shi Fixuan's eyes suddenly widened. The weather was getting hotter, and she was not wearing trousers today, but a white dress that went below the knees. Her hair was casually tied into a low ponytail behind her head, making her look particularly graceful and elegant. Although the skirt was not transparent, it was light and thin after all. As the big hand pressed down, it was almost in close contact with her skin in an instant. She was surprised and said, "Brother Bin, car, drive." "Yes, I'm driving." Fixuan said, "To drive with both hands." "Yes, I'm driving with both hands." Linbin rubbed it slowly, and the hem of the skirt, which was originally longer than the knee, was rubbed up little by little, and most of his palms were directly in contact with the delicate and fair skin. Behind him, Shi Qingxuan was stunned at first, with a strange look on her face, and said, "Brother Bin, you take advantage of my sister in front of me like this. It's not good. This shouldn't be called taking advantage, right?" I thought Fixuan had already gotten used to it. Linbin showed no signs of avoiding, but went in a little more presumptuously. He smiled and said, "Didn't Fixuan disappear for a few days last time? Qingxuan, you specially sent me a message to complain." In fact, I should apologize to you, because Fixon didn't go anywhere else, nor did she make friends with those questionable people. She was with me at the time. Well, my sister had to leave for a while, because of some things, so she entrusted her to take care of me on her behalf. He smiled mischievously at Fixon, and said, Fixon took care of me deeply and thoughtfully at that time. Fixon's body froze there. She was at a loss what to do. She looked at Lin Bin with her eyes widened unconsciously, and said in surprise, Brother Bin, you knew it a long time ago. Lin Bin nodded and said, yeah. Then what you did to me before, you touched me at that time. Lin Bin nodded and said, it was purely to take advantage of you. Fixon. At this moment, Fixon only hated that she was in the car, not under the car. Otherwise, she would have to awkwardly dig out a 3-bedroom 2-living room with her feet. Chapter 303, Rebellion. Fixon's breathing became rapid, her face flushed, almost like it was filled with blood. She asked, you knew it a long time ago. What else? It's just a change of face. You are still you. You are not naive to think that your disguise can deceive me. It makes me get to know you just because of your same face. Fixon, you underestimate me too much. Lin Bin smiled very gently. In fact, it was really concealed. Lin Bin never thought about it at all. Even if he found something slightly wrong, out of trust in Lin Zhu and the others, he would automatically help them find a good reason. What if it might be inconvenient these days and the performance is not the same, or the strategy of a secret realm is not going well, etc. etc. It's really a self-strategy. Of course, Lin Bin would never say such words to others. It's more appropriate to highlight that he pays more attention to the inner aspects. Sure enough, I heard Lin Bin's words. Fixon's face immediately showed a touching expression. This kind of word seemed to be saying that I know your inner self very well, so even if you change your face, I can quickly find you. How is this different from confessing? Thinking of this, her mood suddenly became complicated. She didn't even know what emotion she was feeling, but the anxiety and uneasiness before were completely gone. She even forgot about Lin Bin's unbridled big hand. Fixon stared at him with her eyes wide open. Fixon said softly, I'm sorry. Fixon really didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that Miss Lin Zhu helped Fixon a lot. The reason why Fixon was able to rescue her sister and others was thanks to Miss Lin Zhu's guidance. In other words, since then, you have actually been working for her? Rescue Fixon? How long ago was this? At this time, Lin Bin deeply understood what it meant, that the more beautiful a girl is, the more likely she is to lie. Fixon looked so honest. Who would have thought that she could hide a secret for so long without anyone discovering it? Well, but Fixon can guarantee that she has never done anything bad to Brother Bin. In fact, when she found out that Miss Lin Zhu was actually Brother Bin's sister, Fixon was shocked. Of course I believe you on this point, Fixon. Then Brother Bin, can you move your hand away? Obviously, the other party just put it there casually, and she could take it away, as long as she stretched out her hand. But at this time, Fixon was timid, like a cowardly child who had no autonomy at all. If the adults didn't speak, she didn't dare to move. Her face flushed, and she turned back with the corner of her eyes to signal, and whispered, Sister, is still here. Fixon hurriedly said, you can pretend that I don't exist. Fixon decided to be thick-skinned, and no one could drive her out of the car today. Lin Bin smiled slightly, and took back the hand that still had a lingering fragrance. Fixon hurriedly lowered her head to tidy up, stared at this unreliable sister with hatred, and suggested, it seems that the sister is more interested in this matter, so Fixon can also pretend that she does not exist. Ah, what does this have to do with me? It is obviously you, Fixon, who did something unkind. You are just a younger sister, but you secretly went to be someone's sister. Even I call Brother Bin, and you let him call you sister. What, do you want to ride on Brother Bin's head? After the voice fell, Fixon seemed to think of something. He smiled softly and said, although it's okay. Ah, Fixon was a little angry. Don't worry, neither of you can run away. Lin Bin laughed. He started the car again and said, "Your father has betrothed both of you to me a long time ago. Feeksun, you can't run away, and Kinksun, don't have any fluke mentality. Sooner or later you will be mine." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two sisters showed panic. But looking at Lin Bin's relaxed expression, it seemed that he was just talking about something very simple and normal. But in fact, declaring sovereignty to the two of them was quite overbearing. She Kinksun blushed and thought secretly, and suddenly felt that the slight bitterness before was too unnecessary. How could that weird old guy agree to such a ridiculous thing? For a moment, the two sisters were silent and dared not say anything more. After Lin Bin finished laying the groundwork, he said, "Okay, let's talk business first. I actually knew from the beginning that you, Feeksun, secretly pretended to be my sister, but my sister didn't want me to worry, so I pretended not to know and cooperated with your performance and turned a blind eye." She Feeksun nodded and said, "Yeah, Feeksun is actually not sure. I think my role is really clumsy, so naturally it can't be hidden from Brother Bin's sharp eyes. But right now, I have a very necessary reason to expose you." Lin Bin sighed. "Just 2 days ago, our father told me a very shocking news. The kingdom of God, where he is lurking, has begun to plan to take action against my sister." Hearing this, the two sisters immediately became cautious. Although the word "our father" made them feel quite uncomfortable, thinking of the guy's declaration just now, the word "our father" is really very appropriate. "Should I tell Miss Lin Zhu?" "You can, but not now. You can choose a suitable opportunity in the future and tell her this information." Lin Bin said, "But the most important thing right now is that I must keep track of my sister's movements at all times. Whether she enters a secret realm or leaves home to go somewhere, I need someone to tell me about it when I want to know her whereabouts. This is why I want to confront you, Feeksun." She Feeksun nodded without hesitation and said, "Since you already know it, Feeksun will naturally not hide it anymore. After all, we are all family. I don't understand why Miss Zhu would hide it from you, but after all, you are also thinking about his safety. Feeksun can still distinguish the importance of things. It's good to have you say this, Feeksun." Lin Bin reached out and held Shi Feeksun's soft hand. Shi Feeksun hummed lightly, held Lin Bin's hand in reverse, and pulled Shi Kinksun over with her other hand. Pulling her hand over, clamping it in the palms of both of them. In her stunned eyes, the three of them held hands. Shi Feeksun smiled at Shi Kinksun and said, "This is fair." When she pretended to be Lin Zhu, she was very close to Lin Bin. In her mind, she would either stay single for life or become Brother Bin's confidant. There was no third way. Because of this, after Lin Bin declared his sovereignty, she looked shy, but in fact, she did not resist at all. Instead, she began to consider Shi Kinksun's feelings and did not want her to feel neglected. Sure enough, Shi Kinksun struggled slightly, and when she saw that she could not get away, she obediently let Lin Bin hold her. I thought to myself, I just let you hold it like this. If you dare to touch me like you just did to Feeksun, I will definitely not agree. Oh, I'm wearing jeans. No matter how excessive he is, he has to be separated by a layer of cloth. Don't be afraid. Half an hour later, the car drove back to Taoyuan community. The three of them lingered in the car for a long time before finally getting on the elevator from the underground garage. Shi Kinksun glared at Lin Bin in disapproval, complaining along the way, "Brother Bin, you are too much. You messed up the light makeup I put on specially before." Even she herself could not have imagined that one day, she would be flirted with by another man in front of her own sister. However, Lin Bin's matter-of-fact expression and tone made the two of them inexplicably feel that this was actually a very normal thing. "Who made you fall so far behind, Feeksun?" Lin Bin took her hand and said with a smile, "Next time, let's go shopping in the mall, just the two of us, so that we can catch up quickly." Indeed, I haven't been to the mall for a long time. Feeksun is too busy, and I really don't dare to go alone. Shi Kinksun hesitated and found an excuse for herself, vaguely saying, "Indeed, it's time to buy clothes for the changing seasons. After all, it's the first summer, and I have to buy a lot. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you from inside to outside. I have a good eye." Lin Bin shook her hand vigorously. With his other hand, he took Feeksun, and the three of them returned to their home hand in hand. As the door opened, Feeksun, Kingsun, you come. Linzu heard the sound of the door and went out to greet them as soon as possible, and then saw the three people holding each other's hands. She wiped her hands with the apron on her chest in confusion and said in surprise, what are you doing? Feeksun hurriedly broke free from Lin Bin's hand. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Zhu. I came in a hurry this time and didn't have time to bring any gifts. I came empty-handed. Feeksun, really? It's okay. Just come. It would be too polite. Linzu glared at Feeksun with a bit of anger, but smiled gently. It's enough if you are willing to come. It's like your own home. Don't be too polite. The meal will be ready soon. It's just a home-cooked meal. Excuse me. Feeksun's attitude was as if she was really facing a friend's sister. Her attitude was close, but also distant and respectful. If Lin Bin hadn't known her background, he probably wouldn't have seen any clues. Sure enough, the more honest the child is, the better he is at deceiving people. No wonder in the plot, Kyan Kian couldn't beat Feeksun. They are. Iris Veal was now wearing a loose home outfit and cute bunny slippers on her feet. Although it was a casual outfit, it could not hide her noble and elegant temperament. Her wine-red eyes stared at the two new guests curiously, and she whispered to her daughter, are they sisters? Or sisters? Maybe they are Abin's friends. They are definitely sisters. You are so stupid. What kind of sisters are you asking about? Real sisters or the masters? That kind of sisters. Although she was a man-made person, Iris Veal obviously had a strong gossip talent. I'm not sure either. Elia blinked in confusion. She had met these two people before, but it was only a one-time encounter. She had seen them when she was dealing with the seventh apostle, but at that time, their relationship was obviously quite distant. Why did the three of them suddenly hold hands? And it seemed that it would not be strange for them to fly together at any time. Is it that Abin's strategy is too fast, or that the three of them have already hooked up and are waiting to fool her? Elia suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of sending her mother into a tiger's mouth. She wanted to remind her, but seeing her mother's interest, she couldn't help but sigh secretly. She thought to herself that it seemed that I had to be more careful. After all, my mother was just a child. In addition to her physical maturity, her mind was probably much weaker than hers, so she didn't have the slightest sense of defense. Soon the meal was ready. There was the braised eggplant that Lin Bin loved, the stir-fried winter squash that Feeksun liked, the braised seasonal vegetables that Kingsun loved the most, and then paired with braised chicken nuggets, twice cooked pork, etc. The presentation of the dish was not very good looking, but it had a more homely taste. Delicious. Alice fiddled with the chopsticks clumsily. I just tasted a bite of the eggplant that Lin Bin loved. He couldn't help, but his eyes lit up and exclaimed, it smells so good. It's much better than the sausage, potato and meat pasta I had before. Miss Ellie, eat more if you like it. I'm worried that you can't get used to this taste. Lin Bin smiled. Strictly speaking, you are my familiar, and I have the obligation to take care of you, so don't be polite to me. Just tell me if you have any needs. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Ellie pursed her lips and smiled, and said, Master, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what politeness is. Master, please rest assured, although I don't master a lot of offensive magic like Ella, I'm still very good at healing magic. It's not the kind of showpiece that is placed at home. If you are injured in the future, you don't have to go to the hospital. I will try my best not to let every drop of magic that enters my body be wasted. Healing. Oh, by the way, Miss Ellie, you are also good at healing magic. Master, just call me Ellie. Kingsun looked at Alice with curiosity and asked Dang Junyanfei in a low voice where this exotic beauty came from. After learning about her origin, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Summon? A familiar? She really couldn't connect the fierce and powerful monster she imagined with the charming young woman in front of her. After a dinner that was enjoyable for both the host and the guests, Yanfei went to help Linzu clean up the kitchen. Lin Bin chatted with Feeksun and Kingsun. Although there was no radical behavior between the three of them, as Lin Bin spoke very frankly, There seemed to be a little more affection between the three of them that others could not notice, but had already begun to ferment slowly. The most straightforward expression was probably that they suddenly found that they had endless topics to talk about with Brother Bin. Even if they just sat together, there was a sense of satisfaction from body to soul. As for Alice, Elia pulled her aside to give her a science lesson. She warned her that the master was dangerous and she should stay away from him. But the master looks very nice, not like a bad guy, and he's my master. How far can I stay from him? Alice was surprised and puzzled. You have to let him feel your resistance. In this way, he shouldn't bully the weak. Elia explained for a long time, but looking at Alice, who looked confused and indifferent, she suddenly felt helpless and exhausted from body to mind. This scene was all female, so it was not convenient to drink. But there were 2 more scenes to come. Shan Meekson must have prepared fine wine and soft and fragrant jade, waiting for him to enjoy. Lin Bin stepped on the accelerator and turned to another direction of Datang Town. Sure enough, the lights were turned off indoors, but the warm candle light was burning long, and it looked charming and moving from the outside. Lin Bin parked the car and walked over. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Rebellion. I didn't apply for the previous block, so I'll just block it and repost a chapter. Shifixan's breathing became rapid, her face flushed, almost like it was filled with blood. She asked, "You knew it a long time ago. What else?" "It's just a change of face. You are still you. You are not naive to think that your disguise can deceive me. It makes me get to know you just because of your same face. Fixan, you underestimate me too much." Lin Bin smiled very gently. In fact, it was really concealed. Lin Bin never thought about it at all. Even if he found something slightly wrong, out of trust in Lin Zhu and the others, he would automatically help them find a good reason. What if it might be inconvenient these days and the performance is not the same, or the strategy of the secret realm is not going well, etc. etc. It's really a self-strategy. Of course, Lin Bin would never say such words to others. It's more appropriate to highlight that he pays more attention to the inner aspects. Sure enough, I heard Lin Bin's words. Shifixan's face immediately showed a touching expression. This kind of word seemed to be saying that I know your inner self very well, so even if you change your face, I can quickly find you. How is this different from confessing? Thinking of this, her mood suddenly became complicated. She didn't even know what emotion she was feeling, but the anxiety and uneasiness before were completely gone. She even forgot about Lin Bin's unbridled big hand. She Shifixan stared at him with her eyes wide open. Shifixan said softly, "I'm sorry, Fixan really didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that Miss Lin Zhu helped Fixan a lot. The reason why Fixan was able to rescue her sister and others was thanks to Miss Lin Zhu's guidance. In other words, since then, you have actually been working for her? Rescue Shifixan? How long ago was this?" At this time, Lin Bin deeply understood what it meant, that the more beautiful a girl is, the more likely she is to lie. Shifixan looked so honest, who would have thought that she could hide a secret for so long without anyone discovering it? Well, but Fixan can guarantee that she has never done anything bad to Brother Bin. In fact, when she found out that Miss Lin Zhu was actually Brother Bin's sister, Fixan was shocked. "Of course I believe you on this point, Fixan." Then Brother Bin, can you move your hand away? Obviously, the other party just put it there casually, and she could take it away as long as she stretched out her hand. But at this time, Shifixan was timid, like a cowardly child who had no autonomy at all. If the adults didn't speak, she didn't dare to move. Her face flushed, and she turned back with the corner of her eyes to signal, and whispered, "Sister is still here." Shifixan hurriedly said, "You can pretend that I don't exist." Shifixan decided to be thick-skinned, and no one could drive her out of the car today. Lin Bin smiled slightly, and took back the hand that still had a lingering fragrance. Shifixan hurriedly lowered her head to tidy up, stared at this unreliable sister with hatred, and suggested, it seems that the sister is more interested in this matter, so Fixun can also pretend that she does not exist. Ah, what does this have to do with me? It is obviously you, Fixun, who did something unkind. You are just a younger sister, but you secretly went to be someone's sister. Even I call Brother Bin, and you let him call you sister. What, do you want to ride on Brother Bin's head? After the voice fell, Shikingsun seemed to think of something. He smiled softly and said, although it's okay. Ah. Shikingsun. Shifixun was a little angry. Don't worry, neither of you can run away. Linbin laughed. He started the car again and said, your father has betrothed both of you to me a long time ago. Fixun, you can't run away, and Kingsun, don't have any fluke mentality. Sooner or later you will be mine. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two sisters showed panic. But looking at Linbin's relaxed expression, it seemed that he was just talking about something very simple and normal. But in fact, declaring sovereignty to the two of them was quite overbearing. Shikingsun blushed and thought secretly, and suddenly felt that the slight bitterness before was too unnecessary. How could that weird old guy agree to such a ridiculous thing? For a moment, the two sisters were silent and dared not say anything more. After Linbin finished laying the groundwork, he said, okay, let's talk business first. I actually knew from the beginning that you, Fixun, secretly pretended to be my sister, but my sister didn't want me to worry, so I pretended not to know and cooperated with your performance and turned a blind eye. Fixun nodded and said, yeah, Fixun is actually not sure. I think my role is really clumsy, so naturally it can't be hidden from Brother Bin's sharp eyes. But right now, I have a very necessary reason to expose you. Linbin sighed. Just 2 days ago, our father told me a very shocking news. The kingdom of God, where he is lurking, has begun to plan to take action against my sister. Hearing this, the two sisters immediately became cautious. Although the word our father made them feel quite uncomfortable, thinking of the guy's declaration just now, the word our father is really very appropriate. Should I tell Miss Linzu? You can, but not now. You can choose a suitable opportunity in the future and tell her this information. Linbin said, but the most important thing right now is that I must keep track of my sister's movements at all times. Whether she enters a secret realm or leaves home to go somewhere, I need someone to tell me about it when I want to know her whereabouts. This is why I want to confront you, Fixun. Fixun nodded without hesitation and said, since you already know it, Fixun will naturally not hide it anymore. After all, we are all family. I don't understand why Miss Zhu would hide it from you, but after all, you are also thinking about his safety. Fixun can still distinguish the importance of things. It's good to have you say this, Fixun. Linbin reached out and held Fixun's soft hand. Fixun hummed lightly, held Linbin's hand in reverse, and pulled Fixun over with her other hand. Pulling her hand over, clamping it in the palms of both of them. In her stunned eyes, the three of them held hands. Fixun smiled at Fixun and said, this is fair. When she pretended to be Linzu, she was very close to Linbin. In her mind, she would either stay single for life or become Brother Bin's confidant. There was no third way. Because of this, after Linbin declared his sovereignty, she looked shy, but in fact, she did not resist at all. Instead, she began to consider Shikingsun's feelings and did not want her to feel neglected. Sure enough, Shikingsun struggled slightly, and when she saw that she could not get away, she obediently let Linbin hold her. I thought to myself, I just let you hold it like this. If you dare to touch me like you just did to Fixun, I will definitely not agree. Oh, I'm wearing jeans. No matter how excessive he is, he has to be separated by a layer of cloth. Don't be afraid. Half an hour later, the car drove back to Taoyuan community. The three of them lingered in the car for a long time before finally getting on the elevator from the underground garage. Shikingsun glared at Linbin in disapproval, complaining along the way, Brother Bin, you are too much. You messed up the light makeup I put on specially before. Even she herself could not have imagined that one day, she would be flirted with by another man in front of her own sister. However, Lin Bin's matter-of-fact expression and tone made the two of them inexplicably feel that this was actually a very normal thing. Who made you fall so far behind, Feeksun? Lin Bin took her hand and said with a smile, next time, let's go shopping in the mall, just the two of us, so that we can catch up quickly. Indeed, I haven't been to the mall for a long time. Feeksun is too busy, and I really don't dare to go alone. Feeksun hesitated and found an excuse for herself, vaguely saying, indeed, it's time to buy clothes for the changing seasons. After all, it's the first summer, and I have to buy a lot. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you from inside to outside. I have a good eye. Lin Bin shook her hand vigorously. With his other hand, he took Feeksun, and the three of them returned to their home hand in hand. As the door opened, Feeksun, Kingsun, you come. Lin Zhu heard the sound of the door and went out to greet them as soon as possible, and then saw the three people holding each other's hands. She wiped her hands with the apron on her chest in confusion and said in surprise, what are you doing? Feeksun hurriedly broke free from Lin Bin's hand. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Zhu. I came in a hurry this time and didn't have time to bring any gifts. I came empty-handed. Feeksun, really? It's okay. Just come. It would be too polite. Lin Zhu glared at Feeksun with a bit of anger, but smiled gently. It's enough if you are willing to come. It's like your own home. Don't be too polite. The meal will be ready soon. It's just a home-cooked meal. Excuse me. Feeksun's attitude was as if she was really facing a friend's sister. Her attitude was close, but also distant and respectful. If Lin Bin hadn't known her background, he probably wouldn't have seen any clues. Sure enough, the more honest the child is, the better he is at deceiving people. No wonder in the plot, Kyan Kian couldn't beat Feeksun. They are. Iris Veal was now wearing a loose home outfit and cute bunny slippers on her feet. Although it was a casual outfit, it could not hide her noble and elegant temperament. Her wine-red eyes stared at the two new guests curiously, and she whispered to her daughter, are they sisters? Or sisters? Maybe they are Abin's friends. They are definitely sisters. You are so stupid. What kind of sisters are you asking about? Real sisters or the masters? That kind of sisters. Although she was a man-made person, Iris Veal obviously had a strong gossip talent. I'm not sure either. Elia blinked in confusion. She had met these two people before, but it was only a one-time encounter. She had seen them when she was dealing with the seventh apostle, but at that time, their relationship was obviously quite distant. Why did the three of them suddenly hold hands? And it seemed that it would not be strange for them to fly together at any time. Is it that Abin's strategy is too fast, or that the three of them have already hooked up and are waiting to fool her? Elia suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of sending her mother into a tiger's mouth. She wanted to remind her, but seeing her mother's interest, she couldn't help but sigh secretly. She thought to herself that it seemed that I had to be more careful. After all, my mother was just a child. In addition to her physical maturity, her mind was probably much weaker than hers, so she didn't have the slightest sense of defense. Soon the meal was ready. There was the braised eggplant that Lin Bin loved, the stir-fried winter squash that Feeksun liked, the braised seasonal vegetables that Feeksun loved the most, and then paired with braised chicken nuggets, twice cooked pork, etc. The presentation of the dish was not very good looking, but it had a more homely taste. Delicious. Alice fiddled with the chopsticks clumsily. I just tasted a bite of the eggplant that Lin Bin loved. He couldn't help, but his eyes lit up and exclaimed, it smells so good. It's much better than the sausage, potato and meat pasta I had before. Miss Ellie, eat more if you like it. I'm worried that you can't get used to this taste. Lin Bin smiled. Strictly speaking, you are my familiar, and I have the obligation to take care of you, so don't be polite to me. Just tell me if you have any needs. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Ellie pursed her lips and smiled, and said, Master, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what politeness is. Master, please rest assured, although I don't master a lot of offensive magic like Ella, I'm still very good at healing magic. It's not the kind of showpiece that is placed at home. If you are injured in the future, you don't have to go to the hospital. I will try my best not to let every drop of magic that enters my body be wasted. Healing. Oh, by the way, Miss Ellie, you are also good at healing magic. Master, just call me Ellie. She kinks and looked at Alice with curiosity and asked Dang Junyanfei in a low voice where this exotic beauty came from. After learning about her origin, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Summon? A familiar? She really couldn't connect the fierce and powerful monster she imagined with the charming young woman in front of her. After a dinner that was enjoyable for both the host and the guests, Yanfei went to help Linzu clean up the kitchen. Linbin chatted with Shifixun and Shikingsun. Although there was no radical behavior between the three of them, as Linbin spoke very frankly, there seemed to be a little more affection between the three of them that others could not notice, but had already begun to ferment slowly. The most straightforward expression was probably that they suddenly found that they had endless topics to talk about with Brother Bin. Even if they just sat together, there was a sense of satisfaction from body to soul. As for Alice, Elia pulled her aside to give her some scientific advice. She warned her that the master was dangerous and she should stay away from him. But the master looks very nice, not like a bad guy, and he's my master. How far can I stay from him? Alice was surprised and puzzled. You have to let him feel your resistance. In this way, he shouldn't bully the weak. Elia explained for a long time, but looking at Alice, who looked confused and indifferent, she suddenly felt helpless and exhausted from body to mind. That night, it was past 9 o'clock in the evening before Linbin drove the two of them home. This time, there were only women, so it was not convenient to drink, and driving after drinking was absolutely impossible. But there were 2 more games to come. Shan Mixon must have prepared fine wine and soft and fragrant jade, waiting for him to enjoy. Linbin stepped on the accelerator and turned to another direction of Datang Town. Sure enough, indoors, the lights were turned off. But the warm candle light was burning for a long time, and it looked charming and moving from the outside. Linbin parked the car and walked over. Chapter 305, The Immortal Cultivation Secret Realm arrives. That night, Linbin could not sleep. He vented all his anger on Shan Mixon. Fortunately, Zhu Yuan was not there, otherwise, she would not be able to escape Linbin's clutches. Until the next morning, when it was bright, Shan Mixon still hadn't woken up. Linbin was suddenly awakened by a phone call. Hello. A second later, his casual expression suddenly became solemn, and there was an indescribable surprise in his eyes. He said, I'll be there soon. After that, he picked up the clothes next to him and started to put them on. Shan Mixon's misty eyes slowly recovered and asked, Master, I'm sorry, Mixon, I suddenly have something urgent to deal with. I'll come over next time when your mother is here. Seeing some hesitation on Shan Mixon's face, Linbin said, if you really think it's not possible, forget it. It's the same if you call Wanjing. Shan Mixon immediately changed her words and said, I will persuade my mother. Well, that's good. Linbin gently touched her face, thinking that what Lu Xun said was true. Most Chinese people pay attention to the doctrine of the mean. For example, if you want to open a window in the room, everyone will definitely disagree. But if you say you want to make a hole in the roof, they will immediately retreat and say that we might as well open a window on the wall. Let Shan Mixon help him put on his clothes. They were intimate for a while in the process. Linbin said goodbye to Shan Mixon and drove home. After these few days, the reincarnation space finally prepared a world-class reward for him and invited him to open a blind box. Linbin was naturally impatient and didn't even care about the beauty. An hour later, he returned home. Then, he noticed Linzu sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Next to him, Dang Junyanfei had a strange look on her face and seemed to be a little jealous. Even when Linbin came back, she didn't stop mopping the floor. Even the movement was a little bigger. Alice looked at Linbin with amazement and admiration. She seemed to admire that he could do it for the first time. It was really amazing. What did I do last night? Linbin didn't react until he heard Linzu's question. That's right. He sent Shifixun and Shikingsun home, and then he didn't come back for a night. Everyone would misunderstand. Especially Linzu valued Shifixun very much and treated her as his own sister-in-law. Pan is beautiful and has an honest personality. She was really worried that Lin Bin would bully her because she was honest. Especially since she was a little girl who knew nothing. You bullied her sister and her at the same time. Sister, you misunderstood. Lin Bin paused for a moment and suddenly realized that what he did last night was actually even more difficult to tell others. He laughed and said, I was in a good mood last night, so I went to drink with my good friend. You should have seen that sister, who is very close to the security guard of our community, Leodang. Isn't this because Ailey asked me to help her get a driver's license? I must find someone who has this kind of relationship. Hearing this, Yanfei's face looked a little better. Although she knew that she had no right to be jealous, this kind of behavior of running out to eat before the family was fed was really worthy of condemnation. Is it for me? Alice said apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Abin, I misunderstood you. Lin Bin laughed and said, it's okay. But Lenzu's face became darker. Before, my younger brother might have bullied other girls, but now he was taken out by another man, and he might have learned bad things. No, it must be that bastard's fault. I was about to scold Lin Bin and tell him not to associate with those questionable people. The doorbell of the room rang. Lin Bin laughed and said, my reward from the Samsara Space Association has arrived. He ran to open the door. Opposite, the face that looked honest and simple, but had a pair of particularly wretched eyes, which lowered his score a lot. Otherwise, he would have been considered a handsome guy. Ha 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 ha. Dear brother Abin, you didn't expect that I would be the one to deliver the treasure to you this time, right? This is a lucrative job. I knew it was a gift for you, my brother, so I took the job right away. Across the door, Li Lei was holding a large metal box that was almost half his height, and said with a smile, I'm here to deliver an S-level item to you. Lin Bin. This meant that the box was likely to contain an S-level item, otherwise, he would definitely kick this guy away. He didn't dare to look back at the expressions of Lin Zhu and the others behind him. On the contrary, Li Lei laughed and said, Ms. Lin Zhu, I'm here to visit your brother again. Is there a new member in the family? Or a top-notch mother and daughter? Damn, a foreign girl. Abin, why are you so anxious? I know what you want to tell me. You want to say it's a misunderstanding, right? You want to say that you have no relationship at all. You are just ordinary friends or something. Don't worry, I understand. I understand too much. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you laugh? Lin Bin asked directly. Brother Lei, is this my S-level prop? Yes, S-level prop. I'm afraid Abin, you have been itching for a long time, right? Ha 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 ha. In order to fulfill your requirements, it's not easy. It must have defensive capabilities, it must be in the shape of a sword, and it must have healing capabilities. Lin Bin, he thought to himself, weren't the 3 demands I wrote multiple choice questions? They actually took them as response questions? Wait, response questions are better. It has the best of all 3. Your requirements are too high. Of course, considering your achievements, this level is nothing. So we will try our best to achieve your goal. But you know, whether it is weapons or props, the simpler the function, the stronger the effect. So if you have so many requirements, the props as a whole may not be that powerful. Lin Bin laughed and said, with such a complete range of functions, it is acceptable if it is a little weaker. After that, he reached out to take the box. Behind him, Lin Zhu stood up with a smile on her face, to porty for Li Lei, and by the way, she held down the somewhat dissatisfied Elia. Elia had been dissatisfied for a long time. Why is this guy so foul-mouthed? She was just worried about her mother, but this guy, with a click of his lips, directly included her. But now is obviously not the time to settle accounts. You still have to save some face for the younger brother in front of others. Li Lei entered the door. For a moment, it felt like entering a country of women. Ying, Yang Iron, Kiki, and Hong Hong are all in harmony. Beauties of various styles made him couldn't help but admire. Abin, I finally understand why you disagreed every time I asked you to accompany me to the auto parts city. With such a huge harem, I wouldn't go to eat fast food. Brother Lei, you came at the right time. Can you give me an answer today about what I told you before? Lin Bin was opening the treasure chest. Without giving Li Lei time to reply, he said bluntly, I'm talking about this Miss Aliceville. You can see that she is from foreign. Well, She is actually an alien. And my other two friends are also aliens. They want to get a driver's license. Do you have any connections? They want to get a driver's license? Of course I have connections. Let me put it this way. Your brother, met a lot of good brothers while washing cars and washing hair. Lei laughed and said, as long as their own driving skills are good enough, you can give them some popular science training about the assessment process in our world. When you have taught them almost enough, you can be the guarantor and directly issue them a driver's license. Alice Phil was surprised to hear this and said, so that's the case. Thank you, sir. You are not as wretched as you look. You are actually a very good person. Lei blinked, feeling as if he was insulted. But facing Iris Veal's innocent eyes, he still sighed. You're welcome. If Abin doesn't understand anything, just ask him to call me for advice. This should make you happier. Elia always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. She turned her head and looked at Linbin angrily. She wanted to ask him why your friend was so weird. Obviously, every word he said was very normal, but for some reason, every word made her want to summon Berserker to kill him. But she found that Linbin had not spoken since the beginning. At this time, he was staring at the open treasure box on the table. His expression was extremely solemn. What's wrong, brother? Are you not satisfied? Lei came over. His eyes swept over the dark blue weapon inside. Nanming Lihuo sword. S level. Use the real gold from the west, extract the essence of the southern Lihuo, and refine it from substance to no substance, and from no substance to substance again for 19 times. It contains the most wonderful method of mutual generation and mutual restraint between the innate and the acquired. It is the supreme weapon for slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits. Note, the nemesis of demons and evil spirits, all demons retreat, and it can destroy all kinds of evil things. The sword is dark blue, with a clear and translucent meaning, like a work of art more than a weapon. It is indeed in the shape of a sword, but according to the reincarnation who handed over the weapon at that time, he saw with his own eyes that the previous owner of the Nanming Lihuo sword was burned to charcoal, but he was completely restored under the treatment of the Nanming Lihuo sword. Moreover, this sword has thousands of sword energy. It can resist any attack from the enemy when it is placed across the chest. The best offense is defense. Lei came over, patted Linbin on the shoulder and smiled. The Reincarnation Space Association also takes your affairs very seriously. Otherwise such a powerful weapon would not be given to you. To be honest, I can't help but be moved when I see it. What's your expression? Linbin looked extremely solemn. He picked up the Nanming Lihuo sword. As soon as his true essence was stimulated, the blade immediately shone with light, and countless beautiful sword ki were automatically stimulated, surrounding him. Its shape and posture were like a sword prison cage, trapping him tightly inside, but in a sense, this sword ki was also protecting him. The Nanming Lihuo sword then slowly floated in front of his chest. Lei's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in surprise, "You can actually use it?" Linbin asked in surprise. "Why do you ask that?" Lei asked. "This sword is very powerful, and as a world-class weapon, why do you think it was handed over by the reincarnation who obtained it?" "Why? Because it can't be used." Lei sighed. According to him, the power of this sword is terrible. It is an S-level item that is purely for killing. You can imagine how terrible its power is. But useless things are just decorations. In addition to being left in your hands and getting moldy, they have no value. But the reincarnation space has verified your attack method and thinks it is very similar to this weapon. You may be able to control it, so you chose this weapon. I didn't expect you to control it so easily. I didn't expect that you would actually give me this. A completely ownerless thing. Linbin integrated it with the endless vitality of the immortal true essence. In a short moment, he already felt that he had established an extremely mysterious and unpredictable connection with this sword. But his face was extremely solemn. Is this a sword? At least not for Linbin. This is a signal. The secret realm of cultivating immortals began to appear. It's just that he didn't get the first share. This is not surprising. Before entering, no one knows what this new secret realm is. Although he has been waiting for a long time, it is clear that someone has already dug up the first pot of gold from the world of immortal heroes. Although this pot of gold finally fell into his hands, Lin Bin asked, can I know who handed in this weapon? As far as he knows, the Nanming Lihuo sword has several sources. Its text description seems to be in the orthodox swordsman legend, but its expression is infinitely close to the Shushan legend. Since he has missed the first pot of gold, it seems that he has to catch up later. Li Lei frowned and said, this is not in line with the rules. You should know that the Samsara Space Association protects the privacy of reincarnators very well. At least, I'm afraid that it is not possible with my level. Okay. Lin Bin sighed regretfully, thinking that this road is blocked. Li Lei sighed with regret and said speechlessly, my friend, when did you become so honest? I said that it was difficult for me to do it. Don't you know to ask someone who is higher than me? You are so stubborn. Thank you, Brother Lei, I understand. Lin Bin's eyes lit up. He laughed and said, Brother Lei, don't leave later. We just had a good time drinking last night. Let's drink again today. Ah. When did we? And call Leodang. You two must have more common language. No problem. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. Brother, you have a higher vision than us. We are just small fry in front of you. If you call him, we can exchange experiences. How great. Lin Bin and Li Lei laughed and went out with their arms around each other, leaving a word behind. Sister, I won't eat at home today. In any case, the Nanming Lihuo sword is extremely powerful. Especially Lin Bin has a lot of S-level props in his hands, but the Bible of the Dead is too limited and needs to be stored in advance. The Heshibi is more of an auxiliary prop, not to mention the Time Stone and the Sub-Holy Grail. The appearance of the Nanming Lihuo sword has undoubtedly greatly improved his output capacity. It's a good thing. And Lin Bin is even more motivated. The secret realm that he has been waiting for several years has finally appeared. Chapter 306 Secret Realm Intelligence. That night, I accompanied Li Lei and Leodang to a night market and had a good drink. In the end, the drinking party ended with a fight and a crowd disturbance. The reason was simple. The girlfriend of the guy with spotted tattoo sitting next to me felt offended. Then the two sides started fighting. Lin Bin was absent in the middle of the conversation. It was not that he was disloyal, but that he really could not bear the charge of sexual harassment. When Li Lei and Leodang got together, what chemical reaction would happen? You can imagine it with your brain. From this point of view, the reaction of the girl who felt insulted was not excessive. Of course, Li Lei and Leodang did not blame Lin Bin for being disloyal. Instead, they praised him for his agility. Just like when driving, you must leave a clean person to rescue them. The same effect applies to fighting. One of them is a reincarnation in service and the other is a retired reincarnation. They will not suffer any loss in a fight. But if they wait until the Reincarnation Space Association comes to rescue them, then they will lose face. Thank you, Abin. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the people from the association would have come to rescue us. The next morning, in front of a breakfast shop, Li Lei ate a bun one bite at a time, and he was still frightened. He sighed, if the Samsara Space Association comes to rescue us, then everyone will know about this matter. I'm afraid I really won't be able to stay in the association. It's really too much. I was just speaking freely with the boss. Who did I offend? What's wrong with the little fairies nowadays? Why are they so fragile? Will she fight back against me if I didn't offend her? And the police are the same. I said I didn't sexually harass her, so why do they believe everything that little fairy says? I think her fight back is quite cultured. Lin Bin, actually, there is not much difference between me coming to rescue you and the people from the association coming to rescue you. You also know that I don't know any big names, so in order to rescue you from the police station, I really can't find any connections to rely on, so I can only call President Fu. Li Lei. He stared at Lin Bin in disbelief and said in shock, Fu Xian. President Fu. Lin Bin nodded. Brother, are you crazy? Li Lei screamed, it's over, I'm going to be punished later, my broken mouth. Why do I say everything I should and shouldn't say? I clearly know that there are outsiders around, how can I speak freely? The old boss who had been silent next to him was also scared and began to shake the sieve. Lin Bin shook his head and sighed, now you know that you have gone too far, right? Don't worry, I didn't find President Fu, I found my big brother Gu, he still has some connections. Oh, brother, you scared me to death. The two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After that, this time, the boss wanted to invite Lin Bin, but was directly rejected by Li Lei. We can't envy him in 8 lifetimes. If you ask him to park in the public parking space that charges for parking, people will not be interested in it. Lin Bin. However, Lin Bin really didn't have time to accompany the two of them back home. First, he quietly comforted Dong Jun Yangfei, but Alice's mother and daughter lived next door, which was not very convenient. Therefore, this time he did not take the sleeping Gaoyu away, but took Yanfei, who was still awake, back to his room. The next day, Lin Zhu gave him a face-to-face instruction again, and promised that in the future, apart from official business, he would never have any extra contact with Li Lei. This matter just passed. As for Alice, she still didn't understand what Li Lei meant by what he said to her. Lin Bin planned to bring the sisters Shi Qingxuan and Shi Fixuan with him, and take them to get the certificate directly after teaching them. 1 is teaching, and 3 are teaching. How nice it would be for everyone to be lively together. Anyway, it can fit in a car. Even Lin Bin himself didn't know where he practiced, and when he became so eloquent that he could coax everyone into a stable state. Wait until he returned to his room. It was exactly 8 or 9 in the morning. The night's chill had not yet dissipated, but the sun had begun to rise slowly. Through the windowsill, you can see that the streets outside have become lively. The workers have started their busy day. Lin Bin finally got some free time and returned to his room. He took Xiao King and Xiao Bei out, wrapped them around his wrists, and kneaded them slowly. The other hand was not idle either, and he directly dialed Fu Xian's number. After 3 rings, the other side answered. A voice with a hint of laughter sounded, saying, "How is it, Mr. Abin? This S-level item should meet your requirements, right?" "Yes, it does meet my needs." Lin Bin thought to himself, "I thought my grades were bad, but I didn't expect you to be worse than me, turning a multiple choice question into an answer question. But it's really thanks to your misunderstanding, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't get this weapon. It can be regarded as making up for the biggest shortcoming. Mr. Abin, I'm glad you are satisfied. Then you called me. Is there any need for the previous S-level evaluation? If so, you can ask. Let's seek common ground while reserving differences. In that case, I won't be polite." Lin Bin said bluntly, "I want to meet this reincarnation who has obtained the Nanming Lihuo sword. Is that okay?" You can hear that the other party was stunned for a moment. Fu Xian sighed, "Mr. Abin, it's not against the rules for you to do this. If you think the fish is delicious, why bother about where it was caught? I want to ask him something else. But you should also know that the Samsara Space Association cannot disclose privacy, especially since this reincarnationist handed in an S-level item. He can be regarded as a great contributor. If I turn around and sell his information, the credibility of the Samsara Space Association will probably plummet to the bottom." Fu Xian sighed, "Please understand me, Mr. Abin. Credibility is something that is gone and can never be made up for. You should know how terrible it is to lose credibility, right?" Lin Bin was silent for a moment and said, "But you don't let me find him. Can you let him come to me?" "What? You also said that my S-level rating can get extra rewards. I can use my S-level rating in exchange for a detailed talk with him. We can communicate on the phone. I won't ask about the other person's name. How about it? How about exchanging my S-level rating for an S-level item? Theoretically, the S-level rating itself is X2. Even if it's a little off, I can just make up the difference. Anyway, S-level items, the more the merrier for me. Let me arrange it for you." Fu Xian changed his tone quickly and said, "But let me be frank first. You are not allowed to ask about the other party's identity. You are only allowed to ask what you want to ask." "Thank you, President Fu." Fu Xian sighed deeply and said, "Wait for news." After that, he hung up the phone. It didn't take too long. Just over an hour. A call came in from an unfamiliar number. Lin Bin answered. A deep voice on the other end asked, "I heard from President Fu that you have questions for me about the Nanming Lihuo sword." The other party did not ask for the name. Lin Bin did not know who the other party was, nor did he know whether the other party knew who he was. but there were some questions that he really wanted to ask clearly. Although he knew that the person on the other end of the phone could not see it, he still nodded and said, yes. In fact, I have left some information about that world in the database of the Reincarnation Association. If you want to know, I can tell you the number of the secret realm and you can go and check it out. Linben said, but I can't save myself from asking you, so it's better to communicate directly. Maybe some of the things I want to ask are not recorded in the database? I still want to get the clues I want directly from you. I can only say that that world is a very dangerous world. Before Linben could speak, the person on the other end sighed. I have never seen such a dangerous world, which suppresses the entire world with its own strength. I told you before that the information of that world is stored in the database, but in fact it's useless for you to go and see it, because that world has been destroyed. He seemed to have a strong desire to talk, or perhaps he was frightened and had a psychological trauma. He chatted with Linben about his experience this time. As a result, Linben knew a lot of inside information he wanted to know without even asking. For example, he encountered a monster called Yauk, an old monster. The strength of this monster was extremely terrifying. He almost destroyed the entire world by himself. The human army was so fragile in front of him that it was not even as strong as ants. At least a lot of ants could kill an elephant, but the human army faced Yaoquen as if they wanted to use snow to extinguish the crater of a volcano. The righteous monks were also very strong, but they were obviously not enough to compete with Yaoquen. Even if they finally got the support of weapons from a higher dimensional world. Linben was surprised and said, so you failed? This was a little beyond his expectations, but it didn't seem so strange. You know, if they really defeated Yaoquen, the Nanming Lihua sword would not have become an S-level item. Well, we failed. Our mission is to destroy Yaoquen, and we have made all the preparations we can, especially since this world is a brand new world without the weird things that other reincarnations have done. Theoretically, we can't fail, but we failed. Linben was not surprised. It can only be said that when watching a movie, there must be a halo. But in fact, a group of rookies, even if they get powerful weapons, so what? Their opponents have weapons that are not inferior to theirs, and their strength and physique are much stronger than them. Without the protagonist's halo, they are lucky to win once in 100 battles. Especially when the reincarnations intervene, the protagonist's halo is not so useful. So, the mission failed. Yes. How did you destroy that world? I had a hydrogen bomb in my hand. After releasing it, I immediately chose to give up the mission and return to the real world. The person on the other side sighed, but when I left that world, Yaoquen was obviously not dead yet, so my mission failed. But I inherited the Nanming Lihua sword of the Zuanshan sect. Unfortunately, I can't control this sword, and the penalty for failing a nightmare level mission is very severe. I must use this sword to exchange for a large number of reincarnation points and merits to ensure that my reincarnation points and merits do not become negative. So that's how it is. Linben was also silent after hearing this. Although the other party did not say it, he had already guessed the other party's identity. He should be affiliated with the World Bureau like him. Therefore, as the first batch of reincarnations to enter this secret realm, they actually had the best time, place, and people, but unfortunately they met an old demon who had lived for 1,000 years, and they were also 1,000 years old, and the Black Mountain old demon met Yaoquen. I'm afraid he is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. This guy must have been scared and had a psychological trauma. Thank you very much. After talking to you, I feel much better. To be honest, I actually wanted to see a psychologist a long time ago, but I didn't dare, because the failure of this mission almost cost me all my savings. I must enter the secret realm as soon as possible to earn merit and reincarnation points. Once they know that I have psychological problems, they will order me to forcibly stop training, and then I will be really finished. The voice on the other end was full of sighs and even a heavy sense of decadence, which was totally unlike a national level reincarnationist. It seemed as if all his energy and spirit had been completely destroyed by the secret realm. Well, I also got a lot of useful information. The first time I entered was 3 months ago. I don't know if this is the first secret realm for cultivating immortals, but there is no doubt that, after being plowed by Big Ivan, there is probably nothing left in this world. Otherwise, the Nanming Lihuo sword would not have been transformed into an S-level item. So this secret realm really has no value to him. Lin Bin really wanted to persuade him that, if he went to the secret realm, to train with such a panicked mentality, something might go wrong. But think about it, if it wasn't necessary, who would want to risk their life? There is no fool who can become a national level reincarnationist. How could he not know the crisis? He made such a choice because there is no other way out. Exhorting and saying some nice words is just to satisfy his own saintly mentality. By the way, you should know why I'm selling this Nanming Lihuo sword. It is said that you can't use it. Yes, this kind of weapon seems to need a unique energy source to drive it, just like the Zuanshan sect. It's just that I'm on the path of supernatural powers and can no longer practice this kind of mental method. So even if I have magic weapon in my hand, I can't control it. Otherwise, I would never be able to get rid of such a powerful weapon. I would rather take out a loan. Unfortunately, I went to a mountain of treasures, but came back empty-handed. He asked, but it seems that you are very interested in this type of weapon, or you can control this type of weapon, right? Lin Bin nodded and said, yes. The other side said, if that's the case, I suggest you go to the exchange area and the reincarnation trading area to have a look. Maybe there are people like me who have obtained this type of weapon, but because they can't exert its power, they take it out to sell it in exchange for reincarnation points or merits. I paid attention to this aspect later, and I have indeed seen many similar weapons. It was because others sold them that I came up with the idea of selling these things. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Bin's eyes lit up. He suddenly figured out something in his mind. Any magic weapon must require magic power to drive it. Or it can be called spiritual power or true essence. Anyway, they all mean the same thing. Otherwise, even if a superpower obtains a magic weapon, he will not be able to drive it. This is a window period. No matter how precious the treasure is, if it cannot be used, it is better to sell it in exchange for props that you can use to improve your strength. The other party is so dedicated. Lin Bin thought for a while and said, I don't know your name, but you are willing to tell me this information. It is considered that I owe you a favor. My name is Abin. Abin from the World 20th Bureau. Are you also from the World Debris Early Warning Alarm Detection Bureau? The voice on the other side suddenly became excited. Abin? Are you Abin? In addition to Zardao, there is actually someone who can call out the name of our unit in full. Lin Bin was secretly shocked and said, I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me. I will not refuse within my ability. Thank you very much. I feel relieved when you say that. Goodbye. Lin Bin hung up the phone. He took a look at his personal data. Reincarnator, Abin, level, sainthood, qualifications, nightmare level secret realm clearance experience x1, S, killing level secret realm clearance experience x4, rating, SX3, x1, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x4, rating, SX4. The first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merit, B level merit x6. C level merit x3, reincarnation points. 25,100 reincarnation points. He nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that he was right not to spend much during this period of time. According to him, there are many immortal treasures that were put up for auction because the reincarnators could not use them. And with his current wealth, maybe he can even exchange for an S-level item. Chapter 307, Divine Weapon Shyanaya. The reward for the S-level evaluation this time was quite worth it. This unknown man should be the first person to enter the secret realm of immortal cultivation, although the world of Shushan legend is said to have been destroyed. But some of the information and intelligence he found were of great help to Lin Bin, who was previously in the dark. You know, there are many secret realms, especially the new secret realms. If you don't enter them to explore, it is impossible to know their true foundation. But if you enter them one by one, how can you have such a good chance to just encounter what you want? Fortunately, the previous preparations are still useful. These props cannot be used by ordinary people, but as a pseudo-immortal cultivator who has successfully cultivated true essence through martial arts, he obviously has this ability. Therefore, even if the unknown man did not propose it, Lin Bin would definitely not let go of the exchange area. You must know that, although the punishment for the crisis of the reincarnation space here is far less than that of the reincarnation space he knew before, as the difficulty of the secret realm increases, the casualty rate is also gradually increasing. In this case, how could those who were already extremely reluctant to reincarnate keep something that they knew was precious, but they could not use? It would be better to exchange it for some more powerful props that were suitable for them to improve their survival rate. After all, if they didn't have it now, how could they talk about the future? Lin Bin didn't choose to exchange it immediately, after chatting with that old man for a long time. Now, it was time to meet Alice. The door was knocked gently. Outside the door, Alice's very light and gentle voice whispered, "Master, are you awake? You said before that you would go with me to practice driving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If everything goes well, you can get your driver's license in 2 days. I'll be there." Lin Bin stood up suddenly. It was impossible to teach Alice to drive because her driving skills were better than his. She was almost as good at driving him, but Lin Bin naturally had his own little thoughts. It was just right to let her teach Shi Qingxuan and Shi Fixuan to drive in the name of supervising Alice. As aliens, the two sisters can receive a considerable subsidy from the state every month. In addition, as a reincarnation, Shi Fixuan's income is much higher than the subsidy, although the two sisters live a simple life. But that's because Shi Fixuan is really simple. Shi Qingxuan is a social phobic. She doesn't even dare to go out without someone to accompany her. Otherwise, why would she agree to go to the mall, even though she knew that Lin Bin had bad intentions? Both of them are rich, but have nowhere to spend it. Since she is a girl from my family, I naturally have to take care of her. It just happened to be done at one time. So, Lin Bin drove Eli's mother and daughter's car, first picked up Shi Qingxuan and Shi Fixuan, and then came to a secluded and spacious place with no people. Alice very happily sat in Lin Bin's seat. Then he started to drive quickly in this remote place, and explained the knowledge of driver's license to Shi Qingxuan and Shi Fixuan, who were sitting in the back seat from time to time. It's all practice, no theory. That is to say, the two sisters are both clever and skillful, otherwise, they would not be able to learn Iris Veil's wild teaching method. Seeing that the three of them cooperated with each other and gradually got into the groove, they had gradually begun to have a tacit understanding. Lin Bin got out of the car directly, squatted on the curb, and began to open the exchange area of the reincarnation space and slowly searched. This kind of thing cannot be done overnight. There are too many reincarnations, and the items are gradually becoming more abundant. After not opening the exchange area for a few months, he suddenly found that the current exchange area really has a bit of the feeling of the reincarnation space in his impression. After a while, Elia couldn't stand her mother's driving style. She got off the car honestly and gave the space to the three of them completely. This is not something that her child's body can handle. Seeing Lin Bin's concentration, she curiously came over and watched Lin Bin constantly flipping through the exchange area. This is actually a taboo for other reincarnations, and Elia obviously understood this very well. But somehow, she always felt that she didn't need to care about these trivial matters with Lin Bin. After all, the man in front of her had become her mother's master, and they could barely be considered a family. In addition, when she came over, Lin Bin didn't avoid her, so she naturally took advantage of him. It was just a little strange to see that Lin Bin actually started to search from the lowest level D-level props. After looking for a while, Elia asked, "Do you want to exchange props?" Lin Bin couldn't explain it, so he could only hum casually and said, "Well, it just so happens that I have accumulated a lot of merits during this period of time, so it's just right to exchange them." "Is it because you lost the 7-layer ring of blazing sky?" Elia squatted beside Lin Bin. I couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Although the three of them said nice things, such as Avalon was much more useful than the 7-layer ring of blazing sky, but in fact, after getting the treasure, they realized how magical this prop was. The reason why it was A level was just because there was an upper limit to its defense ability. But in fact, its practicality is definitely not inferior to any S level props. It's not entirely because of this. If it was someone else, Linbin would have taken the opportunity to brush up his favorability. But in Elia's situation, it's not the favorability that is brushed, but the guilt. The two of them squatted on the side of the road at this time. Elia was still half a head shorter than him. It was natural to reach out and touch it. He touched her and smiled. In fact, when you asked me for it for the first time, I had the urge to give it to you. It was the object of Shiraimiya's will. I think he wanted to protect his sister and family more. It's just that I was too weak at that time, so I could only keep it for the time being. So you don't have to feel embarrassed about me. Didn't you give me Avalon too? But don't worry, attack is the most indestructible defense. Losing the 7 layering of blazing sky cover does have an impact on me, but it's not as big as you think. Linbin comforted her a few words. Then he squatted and continued to browse. Elia squatted beside him obediently, tilting her head to look at him from time to time. Compared with her usual pouty expression, she was much more quiet and lovely. During this process, Linbin's eyes lit up several times. He really found a lot of props related to immortal cultivators. Demon subduing pestle, sea level prop. It gathers the power of the great Buddhist Dharma and has a strong restraint on evil demons and heretics. Exchange requires sea level merit x2 and reincarnation points x 2500 points. Note, I will stab you to death. Exquisite jade pendant, B level prop. It can calm your mind and keep away all evil after wearing it, which can greatly reduce the chance of going astray. Exchange requires B level merit x1 and reincarnation points x 3000 points. Note, you always think too much and do too little. There is no doubt that these props are all from the secret realm of immortal cultivation. It's just a pity that their level is too low and their attributes are useless to Linbin. And I don't know if it's an illusion. The price of this kind of prop is slightly higher than the same level of props and the consumption of reincarnation points. It is probably because they feel that this is obtained from that kind of high level secret realm, and it is obviously a loss to list it too low. Even if it is to recover blood, they want to make as much money as possible. Linbin is not in a hurry. There are too many reincarnations, and the number of secret realms has been extremely large. Therefore, he flipped through the list of the exchange area page after page, but still couldn't see the bottom. He just flipped through the pages. In the process, he saw several different types of props one after another. Even Elia saw it. She muttered, so you want this kind of extreme props, either restrained against demons and monsters, or simply in cahoots with demons and monsters. That's about the same. Linbin thought that Taoist magic weapons are naturally quite restrained against monsters, while magic weapons obviously contain boundless death energy. Then I'll help you find it too. Elia squatted beside Linbin boredly, took out the exquisite mobile phone, and began to look through it carefully. From time to time, she muttered, HMM. What is this 1000-soul banner? It uses living people to create souls. It's so evil. You definitely can't have it. Hey, there's another one. She knew what Linbin wanted. Her nimble fingers moved faster than Linbin's, and she felt a bit like shopping in a mall. So, 2 people, one big and one small, squatted side by side, each holding a mobile phone in their hands, looking quite harmonious. After a moment, the white and tender little hand stretched out in front of Linbin. She said, find a suitable one. Don't you like to use swords the most? This one is the most suitable for you, and it's so beautiful, but it's a little too expensive. Linbin took the phone after hearing this. After a quick glance, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was surprised and said, Cheyenne, isn't it? The item selected by Elia on her phone was gorgeous and elegant in appearance, with a dark blue body and aura brewing inside. At a glance, you can tell that it is not an ordinary item. This was the first time he saw a weapon, but if it was introduced, he was really familiar with it. Cheyenne's sword, A+ grade weapon. The 9 Heavens iron was banished to the mortal world, and it was a magic weapon forged by a peerless master with his heart and blood. It can cleanse all evil demons in the world. Redemption requires A level merit x1, B level merit x2, and reincarnation points x 7000 points. Note, the magic weapon is spiritual and chooses its master. Linbin. He was a little stunned. How could he not recognize the Cheyenne sword? In the Zeuxan secret realm, Luzuki used it to slay demons and monsters, and it was the life and death enemy of the blood-sucking pearl. Now it has been auctioned in the reincarnation space by the reincarnationists. This sword is so expensive. Elia stuck out her tongue. A bitter look appeared on her cute little face, and she said bitterly, alas, I didn't think money was valuable before. If I had known earlier, I would have sold all our Reincarnation's property. Now I'm so poor that I can't even afford a house or even a sword. It's really a bit expensive. Linbin thought to himself that the A+ level props were one level higher than the Zuanian sword brought out from the secret realm of a Chinese ghost story. Xiana's magic weapon, to be honest, is not expensive at this price. After all, the power of this sword is still higher than the protagonist's bloodthirsty pearl. In the end, even after the bloodthirsty pearl and the soul-snatching blood refining, it still failed to gain a real upper hand against Xianaya. If he didn't already have the Nanming Lihuo sword, he might have seen this magic weapon and had to take a picture of it as soon as he saw it. But even if he had the Nanming Lihuo sword, Linbin stared at the weapon introduction and the time hanging on it. Obviously, more than 20 reincarnations have asked about this weapon, but it has not been sold yet. Obviously there are still details that he doesn't know. Could it be that he can't control it? Linbin clicked on the person's page and sent a message. Magical girl, is Xianaya still there? Crazy husky, yes, magical girl, I want to buy Xianaya. Can it be cheaper? Crazy husky, no, Elia whispered beside him. This man is so arrogant. It feels like he's talking as if he wants money, but this weapon is worth it. Speaking of Xianaya's sword, Linbin didn't think of cutting iron like mud, slaying demons and exorcising monsters, but the Zeuxan plane, King Gaianman, Teijizu and King Dao, and the long-renowned divine sword Yuloi Zenju. It is said that the stronger the divine weapon, the more powerful the sword tactic is. If the S-level Nanming Lihuo sword performs the divine sword Yuloi Zenju, the power, I'm afraid that he, Linbin, will also have the strength to blast through the 7 layering of Fu in one fell swoop. By then, he will definitely step into the first level of Zhenguo. Magical girl, huh? Linbin realized something was wrong. This was not his phone at all. He glanced at Elia. Elia blushed and took the phone back, saying, how would I know that once a reincarnationist's pseudonym is chosen, it can never be changed? I now seriously suspect that this husky may have only used pseudonyms to communicate on the reincarnation forum. In order for him to obtain this weapon, his strength must be at least at the national level, but he ended up using such a shameful name. I guess if it wasn't for selling this sword, he might not even show his face. Linbin, send me his ID. Okay. So, after a moment, Abin, hello, the identity of my sister's reincarnationist just now was used. I'm the magical girl just now. I'm very interested in this sword, but can I have a face-to-face meeting with you? Crazy husky, if you want it, just buy it, but let me make it clear first. This sword is very spiritual. Most people can't control it or use it, but I have no obligation to let you try it, so no returns or exchanges are allowed after the item is sold. Think it over carefully. Elia muttered beside him. I don't think he really wants to sell this sword. Forget it. Maybe it's just like you said, this name is too embarrassing, right? I originally wanted to try to use Abin's account to apply for a price reduction. I didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn, but it seems that this is another national level reincarnation who has entered the secret realm for training and has not been saved by him. Abin, I have only one purpose. Tell me which secret realm you got this weapon from. As long as you tell me, I will buy it immediately. Crazy husky, A234 secret realm. Do you have any other questions? Abin, no problem. Ship it as soon as possible. After replying, Linbin immediately chose to buy it. Reincarnator, Abin, level, sainthood, qualifications, nightmare level secret realm clearance experience x1, S, killing level secret realm clearance experience x4, evaluation, SX3, x1, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x4, evaluation, SX4. The first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merit, B level merit x1. C level merit x3. Reincarnation points. 18,100 reincarnation points. The merits were directly reduced by half. In a simple and plain courtyard, an old man in his 50s, who was sitting in a rocking chair and basking in the sun, leisurely saw the opposite side and chose to take a picture directly. The rocking action stopped immediately. He was surprised and said, "So clean and neat. This Abin." He felt that the name was familiar. He checked the information, then sighed and said regretfully, "It's a pity that my name is too shameful, otherwise I have to explain the details to him clearly. Alas, I made a mistake when I was young. I'm old now, and it's time to pay back the debt." He sighed deeply. At this time, Elia looked at Linbin's clean and neat move in shock. Said, "Such an expensive price, you bought it right away." Because no matter how much I hesitated or entangled, I would have bought it. In this case, I must prevent others from snatching it away. But don't you already have an S-level sword? This sword is definitely not as good as that Nanming Lehuo sword, right? Do you think this is a sword? Linbin smiled and said, "In my opinion, this is not a sword. It's a key." "What do you mean?" "Nothing, just determined the location of my next secret realm." Elia heard it and asked, "Do you want to enter this secret realm?" Linbin nodded. "Then, can I ask you for a favor?" Elia suddenly became hesitant. Linbin asked, "What is it?" It's about, before you enter the secret realm, can you leave some body fluids for me?" Elia said a little embarrassedly, "My mother can't leave you too far away, otherwise she won't be able to replenish her magic power. So I thought, although it's very presumptuous, I still ask you to leave a little bit of body fluids, so that my mother can take it to replenish her magic power." Linbin was stunned when he heard this, and his face became strange when he saw the cute and lovely Elia's shy look. He said vaguely, "This kind of topic should be discussed by you and me. Let mom discuss it. You are not a child anymore, but it is not appropriate for you to say so. Because I plan to come and get it myself." Linbin said in surprise, Myself? Don't worry, I won't do it too hard. Just a little blood will be enough." "Well, although you are indeed a big girl, you look so young after all. To be honest, I feel a little burdened." "Huh? Wait, a little blood what? Blood, what else?" Elia's kind eyes turned dangerous. "Ahaha, blood, I thought it was essence and blood. That thing is very depleted." I was shocked. Linbin laughed. Chapter 308 Revocation. It was just a short day. With the help of Alice, Shifixuan and Shikingsuan had successfully mastered various driving skills. And then, as Lilei said before, with Linbin's identity as a reincarnation as a guarantee, the three women all got their own driver's licenses. After all, they were aliens who had just come to a brand new world. Just surviving had already exhausted all their energy. How could they take care of the driver's license honestly? It was still necessary to give proper care. So, Alice happily drove her car and took her daughter for a ride. Finally, she could drive openly without fear of being stopped by the traffic police. Looking at the back of the car going away, Linbin scratched his head, always feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something very important. But he was in a good mood. After buying the Shianaya sword, he naturally had his reasons for not riding in Alice's car. One in the left hand, and one in the right hand. While teaching the two sisters how to drive, he led them to the direction of the 4S car shop. Along the way, Shifixuan was still suggesting that she actually knew some ways. There were some small car shops that sold cars that were actually no different from the cars sold in 4S stores, but the prices were much cheaper. They could buy cars there, and they could save a lot of money. Although her wallet was bulging, Shifixuan still maintained her frugal habits. She liked to join some messy Xianayu groups the most, and she would buy some things that were very cost effective all day long, but she might never use them in her life, and then she felt that she had made a lot of money. This kind of car trading company can't buy ready-made cars. What they call cheap is to see where the car preferential policies are good all over the country, and they can save a few thousand yuan. They go there to buy cars directly, and then drive the cars back. Linbin gave them a popular science explanation. So cars can indeed be cheap, but it takes time to wait, and for us, using time to save money is probably the most wasteful behavior. As he said, a slightly strange look appeared on his face. I never thought that one day, he would still be able to speak in the tone of a rich man. So that's how it is. I was actually worried about buying fakes. It's good if they are real. Shifixuan's attention was elsewhere. She smiled innocently and said, in fact, Fixuan likes to buy some cheap things the most. Although many things are useless and of poor quality, if she occasionally finds a good thing, Fixuan will be in a very good mood for several days. It feels like she is not using money to buy time, but using money to buy happiness. Fixuan is afraid of being poor. According to my experience, it should be, because life in Seongjing's is too hard. Shifixuan held Linbin's hand, her eyes wandering. It was okay in the suburbs. But when the three of them walked into Baishu City, there began to be an endless stream of pedestrians passing by, and then they were attracted by the three people holding hands. The social phobia she had developed over the years made her want to escape. Even if she followed behind the two of them, being a maid would be better than being publicly executed like this, right? Unfortunately, Linbin's hands were too strong. It was so tight that she couldn't get away. She could only let it go. Linbin was still explaining to her, don't think this is ridiculous. As far as I know, some rich people even use the method of managing a football team to manage their mistresses. Those who perform better will get year-end bonuses and red envelopes. He laughed and said, so when you two do this, they won't be surprised. They will just think, ah, this person must be very rich. Some people have to pretend to be rich, but I didn't pay anything, but just pretended to be rich for nothing. You two have helped me a lot. Brother Bin, you are joking again. What we admire is you, Brother Bin. Shifixuan's words were as honest as ever. But Shifixuan was concerned about another issue. She was a little puzzled and said, using the method of managing a football team, to manage a team of mistresses, how chaotic would the team of mistresses be? Eating sea cucumbers and a balloon every day, aren't you afraid of losing your figure? Ha 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 ha. Kingsen's complaints are good. Linbin laughed. The three of them walked side by side and came to the 4S store. Mr. Lin, you are here again. The sales girl who greeted Linbin was still the same one as before. Obviously, she had a deep impression of Linbin. After all, Mr. Lin was the first one to come up and directly check whether the space after the rear seats were folded down was large enough for two people to lie down. And this time, her thoughts were further confirmed. This time, it was not the lively and hot girl before. She was replaced by two girls who looked very pure and honest, but they were really beautiful. This man couldn't even afford a luxury car, but he was surprisingly good at making women happy. And a moment later, after choosing a very ordinary car worth just over 100,000 yuan, the one who went to check out was actually the girl who looked honest and easy to bully. Two sisters working together, but they were still gigolos. At this moment, the sales girl was most grateful that, although her appearance was not bad, it was several levels lower than this man's hunting range. She really couldn't imagine herself foolishly using all her money to support a man who was flirting with her, flirting with other women, and could kick her aside at any time. So, she had the urge to save the two poor girls. He took the girl's card, but didn't swipe it. Instead, he just stared at Linbin with burning eyes. The hint was obvious. You don't have to look at me. This girl is stubborn. It doesn't matter if I help her pay for it, but if I really pay for it, she will go back and pay me back. Then she feels that she owes me a huge favor, and she will compensate me in this way or that. Do you believe it? Linbin said helplessly. Sorry. The sales girl, whose thoughts were seen through, hurriedly lowered her head and swiped the card honestly. A moment later, Linbin and Shifixuan sat in the back driver's seat, watching Shifixuan drive the car slowly out of the 4S store with half curiosity and half nervousness. Shifixuan stared at the road ahead without looking away, and took the initiative to suggest, this car is actually not very useful for Fixuan and my sister. How about, let you drive it? Hearing this, Linbin waved his hand and said, me? No need. But isn't your car being modified? You used to drive Mrs. Ailey's car, but now Mrs. Ailey has got a driver's license, and it's not convenient to borrow her car. Anyway, if the two of us want to go somewhere on weekdays, you will definitely take us with you, right? Shifixuan was very considerate. Or maybe she was the type who would put herself in a difficult position to think about others. No need. As for Ailey, Ailey, Lin Bin suddenly remembered what he had forgotten to tell Aliceville. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and waved his hand, saying, "Why, if I have something to do, Feekson, don't you want to be my exclusive driver? Just drive honestly, just practice, I'll play over here later. You're almost done playing over there, you and your sister can switch, and let her drive. Okay, where do you want to go, Brother Bin?" "The Samsara Space Association. I'm going to look up some information, and then the three of us will go shopping in the mall, and buy some summer clothes for Kingston. Well, I have the best taste, and I can definitely match you perfectly from the inside out." After Lin Bin finished speaking, he was about to call Alice. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Alice calling. Lin Bin suddenly had a very ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, a moment later. "Master, please come over. I was stopped and accused of speeding, and more than 70 points were deducted from me in one breath." Aliceville's tone was half aggrieved and half angry. "It's too much. They clearly knew that my total score was only 12 points, but they still deducted so many points from me. They didn't consider at all what to do if my score was not enough. It's so inhumane." "Lin Bin, what was your speed?" "It should be 600. Yes, 260. You're breaking the record." Lin Bin sighed. "I told you a long time ago that the car can't be driven too fast, whether for yourself or for the children." At this time, a serious voice sounded from the other end of the phone, asking, "Are you the child's biological father?" Lin Bin instinctively answered, "No, no. Nonsense. I heard this lady calling you master. The young man is having a lot of fun. Come over quickly. There's a problem with your slave girl. She is driving more than 70% over the speed limit. We plan to revoke her driver's license." Screams were heard from the other side. "No, no, I just took the test. No, I didn't take the test. I just got my driver's license." "What? Didn't I take the test for my driver's license?" The voice on the other side became more severe. "Police comrade, we will be there soon. Please tell us your current location." After Lin Bin said that, he turned to look at Feekson and said, "Feekson, change your location first. Don't go to the association. Go to the outer ring. AI Lee has been caught." After that, he hurriedly called Li Lei. "Brother Lei, help me." Half an hour later, in a valley in the outer ring, after Li Lei's serious negotiation. "Well, we have learned the specific situation. Because you are an alien, there is no problem with the source of your driver's license. The deducted items can be cancelled, but you still have to accept the punishment for speeding. Your driver's license will be temporarily revoked, and you will wait for the final punishment. But I can tell you in advance what the result is. The driver's license will be revoked, and you will not be allowed to retake the test within 5 years. However, considering that aliens do not understand the policies of our country, it may be appropriately reduced, but you should not drive for the time being." The policeman said seriously, "This is also for the safety of others. Even if you are an alien, you are not qualified to take other people's lives seriously. By the way, are you from some secret place of racing?" At the end, he couldn't help but become curious. "It's just that your temper is wild. Ahaha. It's okay, my brother is being tamed, and he will be obedient soon." Li Lei put his arm around the traffic policeman's shoulder very familiarly and laughed. "Thank you, brother. Wait, I will treat you to milk tea, especially delicious milk tea." Milk tea is still not necessary. I thought it was drinking, but it turned out to be milk tea. However, the traffic police instinctively told him that it was better not to agree. He coughed and said, "The ticket has been issued. It's best for you to drive the car back. Also, this Mr. Abin, right? She is an alien and doesn't understand. Don't you understand either? Even if the child is not your own, even if the stepfather is still the father, what you did this time is really unkind. You should fulfill your responsibilities as a father, manage your woman, and take good care of your daughter. You actually dared to let her run around with her." Sorry. The other party's tone was too righteous, and Lin Bin couldn't help but give in and apologized repeatedly. Seeing that the other party was not rude because of his identity as a reincarnation, but kept apologizing, the traffic police was embarrassed to care too much. He shook his head and said, "If the speed limit is not that high, even 50%, I can reduce it for you." You can drive to 290 on a highway with a speed limit of 120. Alice was about to cry in grievance. The driver's license she just got was gone before she even had time to warm it up. Her 2 apprentices had legal driving rights, but she didn't. Hearing this, she choked with red eyes and said, "Nonsense, it's only 260. That's the upper limit of 260. If you keep stepping on the accelerator, the limit will be 260. The traffic police was also very angry and turned away helplessly. "Let's go." Lilei also sighed, looking at Linbin with eyes full of admiration. He could even take down such a wild single mother. "My brother looks honest, but those who can open a harem are not simple," Alice said timidly. "What if I want to drive in the future?" Ahem. Drive the car back first. If you want to go somewhere in the future, tell me and I'll take you there. If I'm not here, you two can take a taxi." Linbin coughed helplessly and said, "I'll think of a way for you when the time comes." He glared at Alice, but seeing her aggrieved look, especially seeing that Aliyah was originally poor, she had bought a car to please her mother with her limited savings in order to make her happy. But in the end, he had to drive the car. It was really pitiful to think about it. Let the mother and daughter get in the car first. The 2 sisters said goodbye. Although Linbin tried to keep them, they were still very determined to leave. The original plan to go shopping together was obviously ruined. But looking at Alice's depressed look, obviously, this was the real reason for their departure. Especially, although Irisveal didn't say anything, she had secretly grabbed Linbin's collar with her hands. She looked aggrieved, obviously seeking comfort. It's understandable if you think about it. Before, she lived in a super luxurious castle, and even the cheapest clothes were so expensive that ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch them. But now she moved to another place and broke up with Imiyaka Ritsugu peacefully. It was as if she was kicked out of the house with nothing. She didn't have a penny left and had to live under someone else's roof and rely on her daughter for support. It wasn't easy for her daughter to give her a car, but she didn't even have the qualifications to drive it. It's really pitiful to think about it. In order not to let her daughter worry, she had to pretend to be carefree in front of her daughter. But in fact, if she really remembered the memory of Imiyaka Ritsugu shooting her daughter and strangling her to death, how could there be no shadow in her heart? In a sense, he is her master. Although Aliyah repeatedly warned her mother to stay away from him. In fact, during this period of time, Linbin often dreamed about some of Irisveal's life experiences in his sleep. Similarly, I think Irisveal should be able to see some of his memories. Fuck, so, isn't my identity as a time traveler exposed? Or maybe she can have the same feeling when from a male perspective? Linbin didn't know what Irisveal saw, but she couldn't hide her deep dependence on his eyes. This is probably some side effect between the master and the heroic spirit. With the transmission of magic power, memories will be communicated, and feelings will be shared. So when she was lost and lonely, the first person she thought of was not her daughter, but him. "Let's go. Take you two to go shopping. All the expenses today will be paid by Boss Lin." Linbin thought to himself, "I'm with Aliyah, can't I coax you?" His face became strange, thinking that it was right for his sister not to let him associate with Lilei. It was a normal word. Why did he suddenly feel so evil? "Lilei, you deserve to die." Chapter 309, Unexpected Entry into the Secret Realm. Chapter 305, Preparation. I made a mistake. I can't seem to modify the title. So, I went shopping in the mall as originally agreed with Shikingsun and Shifiksun. In the end, the sisters became mother and daughter. But it attracted more envious eyes. After all, compared with local sisters, foreign girls are more admired by local men. How dare they do this? After a day of playing in the mall, they spent a total of 312 yuan. Although Alice Fair has no common sense of life, she is not stupid. During this period of time, after Elia's popular science, she also understood that money is very important to survive in this world. Her daughter is actually quite good at making money, but she was also quite good at spending money before. Now there is suddenly one more person in the family. Although she finally has the concept of saving money, the money she spent like water before will not come back. So during this period of time, she lived a very simple life, even shabby compared to before. Because of this, she finally understood the importance of money during this period of time. But because of understanding, even though Lin Bin was her master, she didn't ask for more money from her. In the mall, they only bought some snacks and water, and then Lin Bin took the initiative to treat the mother and daughter to a lunch. Originally, he wanted to order a few dishes, but under their strong suggestion, the mother and daughter just had a rice bowl. It was very hard, but watching the mother and daughter feeding each other and being intimate made Lin Bin feel a sense of warmth inexplicably. Inexplicably, he recalled the days when he and Lin Zhu occasionally went shopping in the mall. Although life is better now, but thinking back to the days when they supported each other in the past, he still couldn't help but miss it. He took them for a long walk in the mall and saw that the aggrieved look on Alice's face had recovered a lot compared to before. Until Lin Bin received a call from the Reincarnation Space Association. Lin Bin then drove them home. Not long after returning home, a female staff member wearing a uniform and black stockings, with a sweet and beautiful face, came to the door, holding a long sandalwood box in her hand. The wooden box was simple and engraved with various complex and mysterious marks and runes. It looked like a seal, although I wanted to pretend to be professional and dignified. However, even this ancient box full of runes could not suppress the breath of the things in the box. A thin layer of ice had already condensed on the sleeves of this woman. Obviously, the things inside were so cold that even this sealed box could not completely seal its breath. Ah, Mr. Abin, the items you exchanged. Her lips trembled, and her face was dark blue. It looked like she was naked in the coldest days of winter. That is, she was responsible for not leaving the exchanged items with her. Otherwise, once they were lost, even if she was sold thousands or tens of thousands of times, she would not be able to make up for the loss. But after seeing Lin Bin, she seemed to have seen a savior. She could not wait to force the things into Lin Bin's hands, and said with trembling lips, "Mr. Abin, I received the things. The signature is here. My hands are stiff, and I can't get it. Please take it yourself." Lin Bin glanced at it and asked, "Which one?" "Left side." "Okay." Lin Bin found the signature, signed his name, and clicked the signature on the reincarnation table. The staff member was relieved immediately. This important task was completed at this point, and even if there was any accident, it had nothing to do with him. He hesitated for a moment. I wanted to take advantage of the cold effect and ask Abin if I could take the liberty of taking a bath in her house. Then I could borrow his shirt on the grounds that I had no change of clothes. At that time, I would only have one shirt on my body, and it would be better if I forgot to button a few buttons. It's no wonder that the staff member was so proactive. If it were ordinary reincarnations, they would also follow the rules and procedures. But since they were in the Samsara Space Association, they naturally knew some information that ordinary people didn't know. For example, although Abin was not a National Guardian, he had saved the lives of almost all the National Guardian level reincarnationists. And at such a young age, he seemed to have been designated as the youngest National Guardian level reincarnationist in the future. This kind of reincarnationist took the initiative, and if you miss it, there will be no next one in this life. But just as the voice fell, Yan Fei, who was wearing an apron on her chest and a pair of light pink cotton slippers on her feet, came out. The tall figure stared at her thoughtfully. Lin Bin asked, "What did you say just now?" "No, nothing. If you have any questions, you can consult our Samsara Association. My mission has been completed. Goodbye." The staff member suddenly felt guilty and turned around and ran away in a hurry. "Brother Bin, are you exchanging things again?" "Yes, a sword." Lin Bin put the box on the table, and in a short moment, a thick layer of frost had condensed on the table. It was different from the murderer Sora of the Nanming Lihuo sword. The coldness of the Shianaya sword was exposed. As the box was opened, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. In the open door, the two snakes, Xiao King and Xiao Bei, who were sleeping with their necks entangled, seemed to feel the coldness coming. They entangled more tightly, and there were signs of hibernation. What a cold sword. Yan Fei was also a reincarnation. She came over and touched it lightly and saw the attributes of Shianaya. Her delicate eyebrows frowned and said, "The sword is a good sword, worthy of the nine heavens divine weapon, but no matter how strong it is not as strong as Brother Bin's Nanming Lihuo sword." Ophian forgot that the young master never sticks to one sword when fighting against the enemy. The main feature is a variety of tricks to make the enemy defenseless, but such a weapon is probably very expensive. Is this a sword? To me, this is not a sword. Linbin laughed. He held up Cheyenne. The coldness penetrated deep into the bone marrow. He smiled and said, "For me, this is a key and a stepping stone." Is it expensive? If it is handled properly, this sword may earn us more than 10 times the profit. Fei Yan is puzzled. You just need to know that the secret realm, where we will practice next time, is likely to be the home of this sword. Is this why the young master is willing to spend a lot of money to exchange for this sword? That's right. At the very least, it's great to use it yourself. Linbin held the sword horizontally and gently stroked the blade. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Cheyenne is indeed a magical weapon. Although it is a bit delicate, most sword weapons, except for weapons such as the Zuanti heavy sword, are delicate and beautiful. Although this Cheyenne looks good, it is not as gorgeous as the Nanming Lihuo sword. Even if he keeps it for his own use, he won't lose much this time. He has the bottom line, so he won't exchange it if he doesn't. He smiled and said, "Let's go, Fian. Go somewhere with me." Yan Fei asked, "Where to?" "The Samsara Space Association. Anyway, there's nothing to do at home. I haven't taken you out to see this world properly." Dungeon Yan Fei smiled immediately. After so long, she had already figured out many rules of this world. But Brother Bin was suddenly so excited, and the two of them were going together, just like a date. Naturally, she would not refuse. Said, "Then let Fian change clothes." It only took 10 minutes. Dungeon Yan Fei changed into a light pink cheongsam with a pure white shawl on the outside. Her curvy figure was fully displayed. The white shiny high heels on her feet made her legs look particularly graceful and slender. In her hand was a small shell bag about the size of a palm. It was not a very expensive thing. It seemed that Jua saw it on a street stall when she was shopping at night. She thought it was beautiful, so she bought it and gave it to her. Yan Fei's temperament does not need those expensive items to set off. With a small shell bag in her hand, she looks like a noble lady attending a ball. With a little makeup, she looks more charming, making people want to smudge her lipstick. When she saw Linbin noticed her, she couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Yan Fei smiled with satisfaction. Women dress up to please themselves. Both mother and daughter live frugally, but she is always willing to spend a lot of money on cosmetics. Even if she rarely uses them on weekdays, when she knows that Linbin is looking for her, she will secretly put on some light makeup for herself. There is no other reason, just to give Linbin a better experience. The two went out and went straight to the Samsara Space Association. At this time, there are many reincarnations in the database of the association. Even so, when Linbin came holding Yan Fei's hand, he still attracted many dissatisfied eyes. They come here to check the information and prepare for their future reincarnation experience. Why bring a beautiful girl here? Could it be that they wanted to imitate the movies of the extinct Dangian country and do something shameful in this solemn and dignified library? The reincarnationists were dissatisfied and then unconsciously sat a little closer. There was no other intention, just to listen to any strange noises and then condemn them harshly. But when they really got closer, they found the reincarnation watch on Yan Fei's wrist. Then it suddenly dawned on them. These should be two extremely studious reincarnationists who came to this database for a date. Especially after discovering that they did take the information of a secret realm, sat next to each other, and read it very seriously. A234 Secret Realm. A level. The evaluation of the Zooks and Secret Realm is only killing level. But think about it, it doesn't seem strange. You have to know that no matter how strong Deoxuan is, he may not be stronger than Thanos holding 6 gems. But if he holds the Zeuxan sword, the military power comparison of the two worlds is different. If they really fight, it may be a collision of the rules of the two worlds. Who can know this secret realm? Fian always feels that the potential seems to be far more than the killing level. Dungeon Yan Fei looked at the information seriously and suddenly said, Well, although it is only the killing level, in fact, this secret realm should be equivalent to the secret realm I broke into last time. It is also a killing level secret realm, but it has the foundation of transformation to the nightmare level. Linben said, after all, what level is given by us humans? As long as it is set by ourselves, there will inevitably be subjective factors in it. Maybe the reincarnation who obtained the Shionaya sword has never touched the deep power of this world? Then, did Fian? Dong Jinyanfei lowered her head hesitantly, with a sense of shame in her eyes. I didn't bring her last time. He didn't bring her along last time. Although they were teammates, she couldn't keep up with him. If she was really a killing level person, she could barely keep up with him with her saint level strength, but he would have to go to a higher secret realm sooner or later, and in this secret realm, he didn't need anyone's help. Apart from his body, she couldn't help him in any way. This time is different from before. This time, let's go together. Linben said, if the last 2 times I went to the world of the chaos and evil camp, then this time I'm going to the neutral and good camp. The safety of this secret realm is much higher than other secret realms, and if I need it, I may need your help. What, help? Let's talk about it later. Linben looked at the information left by the reincarnation named Husky in detail. His mission was simple. Help a fox escape. Could it be Vulpix? If so, this mission didn't seem very difficult. And he did complete it very well, and received an A-level review. It can only be said that in the World Bureau, those who either die young or survive to the national level are definitely not simple people. But he did not elaborate on how he obtained the Shionaya sword. Obviously, this is his personal trophy. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't say it. Anyway, it's no wonder that he killed people for treasures, cheated and deceived. Shionaya is the treasure of King Gaon sect. According to the plot, it is impossible to lose it. Now that it is lost, it must be done by the reincarnation. I just don't know whether Luzuki is alive or dead now. Anyway, even the sword is lost, and it is estimated that the end will not be too good. Alas, the sadness of losing the protagonist's luck. In this case, Fei Yan, tell me, if someone gets the fantasy sound box, the treasure that your yin yang family has lost for many years, and then returns the box, how would you usually plan to thank them? He suddenly asked. Well, Yan Fei was stunned for a moment after hearing that, and said hesitantly, a generous reward. Linben asked, then if that person wants to take the opportunity to join the yin yang family, will you accept him? This. Yan Fei thought about it, and said hesitantly, if he has outstanding qualifications, he should be accepted, right? And he may be given certain preferential treatment, but how much he will be given may depend on what Deng Huantai thinks at the time. She looked at Lin Bin curiously and asked, Brother Bin, do you want to? I really want the King Gaon sex exercises. Lin Bin sighed, and noticed Yan Fei's curious look. He smiled and said, oh, the King Gaon sect I'm talking about is actually the original sect of this Shionaya sword. This sword is actually very important to them. Now it was snatched back by this husky. I was thinking at the time, if I return Shionaya, I wonder if I can have a good relationship with them? Well, if it's really a famous and upright sect, and we can clarify our relationship with that husky, there should be no problem. Yan Fei looked at the file in her hand, which was exactly the same as Lin Bin's. Curiously, she had also read it through. She didn't see any mention of the Shionaya sword coming from the King Gaon sect. Where did Brother Bin get the information? But he didn't mean to explain, so Yan Fei was naturally very tactful, and didn't ask any more questions. After all, Brother Bin was magical. What made her even happier was the meaning behind Lin Bin's words. This time in the secret realm, she might be useful. For the first time in her life, she felt such a happy thing, to be used by others. After all, she was once the second soul of the Yin Yang family, so how could she be content to be just a bed partner? Dongjin Yanfei, naturally, also had her own ambitions. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Bin. Even, on top. Let's go. The information is a bit scarce. It seems that Husky took the safe route and returned immediately after completing the mission. He did not dig too deep into this secret realm. It's just right. I will contact Director Lei later and try to get this opportunity. So soon. Yan Fei was shocked. Brother Bin, didn't you just return from the secret realm a few days ago? They entered the secret realm to complete the mission and meet the target. I entered the secret realm to strengthen myself, and opportunities don't wait. Lin Bin shook his head and said, and I went into the secret realm several times before, but you and Xia Dao didn't go in. Your experience limit should be reached soon, right? Indeed. Let me ask Xia Dao. Lin Bin did what he said and dialed Xia Dao's phone. In a moment, the energetic voice on the other side rang. Boss, do you need me for something? I want to enter a secret realm, a killing level. Are you interested? Yes, of course. When? Tentatively 7 days later. I have to make some other preparations. This time, I want to fight a prepared battle. Xia Dao on the opposite side was immediately overjoyed, thinking that even without preparation, the fight ended up like that. Wouldn't it be great if I was prepared? She hurriedly said, of course there is time, and I can give you a surprise in 7 days. Okay, I have a surprise here too. Forget it, let me make it clear to you in advance. This secret realm is not the same as the normal one. It may take a longer time to enter. I mean, in the secret realm, you'd better be mentally prepared. What mental preparation? Well, for example, maybe you are still a young girl when you go in, and you become a mature woman when you come out. Mature woman. Xia Dao looked down at her tall chest and thought to herself, what does it mean to become bigger? Is this hinting at a hidden rule for me? Chapter 310 Ilaruping Burn. Chapter 310 Ilaruping Burn. It is indeed necessary to make some preparations in advance. After all, this time, Lin Bin is facing more than just a mission. He wants to use the Shianaya sword as a fulcrum to gain more benefits for himself, but as for how to do it, he still has only a rough framework in his mind and needs to fill in the details carefully. That's why he set the time to 7 days later. In this process, there are still some things that need to be dealt with. Lin Bin first went to the World 20th Bureau to find Director Lei. Do you want to enter the secret realm of A234? Raymond looked at Lin Bin with a unique sense of relief and worry in his eyes, and was relieved that the growth of his subordinate was really amazing. Worry is, could it be that you have real world life disorder, stress disorder? He asked. I found that during this period of time, you have been entering one secret realm after another, and you have hardly stopped to rest. Could it be that life in the real world can no longer make you feel at peace, and you must enter the secret realm to have a little comfort? If so, I suggest that you go to the Samsara Space Association to see a psychologist, and don't be afraid to see a doctor. No, this is not a matter of things. Lin Bin paused and said seriously, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. That's right, you can now stand on your own. Raymond's tone was cold and sarcastic, but Lin Bin understood that his leader was like this. He could even praise people in a way that was detrimental. Lin Bin sighed, and to be honest, the more my strength improves, the greater the sense of crisis in my heart. I want to improve my strength as quickly as possible to deal with the crisis that may come at any time. Raymond knew the meaning of the song and asked, Apostle? Yes. Lin Bin nodded. He did not mention the existence of Shizixun, but it was also a fact that the top reincarnationists of the Chinese Reincarnation Space Association suffered heavy casualties in a secret realm. Being able to sit in this position, Raymond could understand the impact behind this matter without any explanation. Raymond nodded and said, then you have to coordinate between reality and the secret realm. As far as I know, many reincarnations finally fell into chaos because they could not distinguish the difference between reality and the secret realm, and thus made some. Director Lei, this kind of thing will not happen to me, you can rest assured. Well, that's true. I haven't seen you encounter any difficulties in the secret realm. Okay, leave this matter to me. Raymond paused, flipped through the information in his hand for a while, and said, you have entered the killing level secret realm many times now. You can consider becoming a national level reincarnation. Understood. Please help me set the next secret realm at A234. After this secret realm, I will go to the Reincarnation Space Association to apply for an upgrade. In theory, the secret realm of reincarnation cannot be chosen at will. Of course, everything is flexible. If there is a relationship, isn't it a matter of course to do internal operations? It's an old tradition. Just agree. When you become a national guardian, you will understand many things. You will also have a vote on some major decisions. Becoming a national guardian also means that a reincarnation has truly stepped out of the novice village. Raymond sighed. It takes at least a dozen years or even 20 or 30 years for a normal person to complete this process. You have completed this process in nearly 1/10 of their time. How long have you joined the World Bureau? As a result, you have successfully become a chess player from a chess piece. Look at what you said. I haven't even started this secret realm yet, let alone the next secret realm. It's just the difference between S and A. Raymond said, since you took the initiative to choose this secret realm, I think you have your reasons. All I can do is support you. Don't worry, your next secret realm will be A234. Thank you, Director Lei. It has to be mentioned that it's easier to get things done with someone behind you. Not long after Lin Bin left the World 20th Bureau, he received a reminder from the reincarnation table. He was reminded that he must enter the A234 secret realm within 7 days. If there is any delay, the consequences will be at his own risk. 7 days is enough for me to make some preparations in advance. Lin Bin returned home and opened the reincarnation table app again. He first exchanged a set of signal base stations. Macro signal base station, Class B. It can serve as a temporary signal receiving and transmitting transfer station. With this base station, electronic devices can be used for remote communication. Exchange requires Class B merit X1, reincarnation points X 2000 points. A very expensive little thing. It seems to have no use, but with this thing, the reincarnationists can use their mobile phones to communicate remotely in the secret realm. Although Lin Bin had a team before, but more often, he was fighting alone, so he never thought of exchanging such a convenient item. Now, although both Dang Jin Yanfei and Zidao are already saint level reincarnationists and have enough qualifications to enter the killing level secret realm, their personal strength is actually inferior to Lin Bin. Especially Lin Bin seems to complete the task neatly, but that is completely relying on foresight or the understanding of the personality of the secret realm characters. In fact, it can be called extremely rough and direct, and the danger level is naturally greatly increased. Therefore, even for their safety, this thing must be exchanged. Wait until dinner. Lin Bin told the news that he would enter the secret realm in 7 days. So soon. Lin Zhu looked at Lin Bin with a look of worry in her eyes and asked, "Are you suffering from real-world life disorder, stress disorder?" She actually asked the same question as Raymond. Lin Bin thought to himself, "My stupid sister, you have exposed your identity as an old reincarnationist." No, I took the initiative to ask. There is no need to be as polite with family members as with Director Lei. Lin Bin said with a smile, because this secret realm has what I need, and for now, this secret realm is still clean and has not been messed up by the reincarnations. I want to go in while it is still clean. After that, even if more reincarnations enter and mess up the place, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, the expressions of the girls were a little strange. It doesn't feel like a secret realm. Or is it that for Lin Bin, the secret realm is really like a girl lying there who can do whatever he wants? If so, this statement is really a scumbag. Mother. Gaoyu worriedly held Yan Fei's hand and then turned to look at Lin Bin. Don't worry, Jua, this secret realm is very different from the last time. Lin Bin took out the S-level item time gem and said with a smile, look, come and take a look at the properties of this thing. Do you really think that my training for so long was all in vain? Don't say dirty words. Lin Zhu gently hit Lin Bin's hand, but her eyes were already attracted by the time gem. Time gem, S-level item, pay reincarnation points to divide the time flow between different worlds, based on the number of reincarnation points paid. Note, who said that money can't buy time? Adjust the time ratio. Gaoyu was still a little confused. Lin Zhu and others had already understood the meaning of this item. It seemed simple, but it could adjust time. This item alone was considered an extremely powerful item even among S-level items. Because we are all our own people, we can use the S-level treasures to make adjustments after entering the secret realm. It shouldn't take too long, and we can probably come back smoothly. Lin Bin laughed and said, and this way, we will have enough time to plan and arrange in the secret realm, and we don't have to worry about being in the secret realm for too long and making mistakes. What a magical item. Elia looked at Lin Bin and asked, Abin, can I borrow your S-level item when I enter the secret realm? Of course, I can pay you, and with Berserker here, you don't have to worry about me dying in the secret realm and the item being lost in the secret realm. Obviously, at this moment, she thought of her mother. As the difficulty of the tasks in the secret realm increases, the time required to enter the secret realm is also increasing. It can be imagined that as their strength reaches the national defense level, the time limit for the task will be greatly reduced, and it is not impossible for a task to take a year or two. Although Elia looks young, she has been struggling in this world for several years. Her small body contains rich social experience. On the contrary, Irisveal looks mature, noble and beautiful, but in fact she is more naive and easier to deceive than a child. Of course, she can't help but worry. Remuneration? Lin Bin glanced at Elia and said, it's okay to pay the reward. If you really plan to use it, I don't mind giving it to you, but the question is, do you have enough reincarnation points to activate it? Elia blinked, silently covered her chest and ate. No money. Not even qualified to use good things. If it burns, it will not be enough for 1 or 2,000 reincarnations. Even if Lin Bin gave it to her for free, she would have to consider whether it is worthwhile to burn reincarnation points. Lin Zhu next to her looked thoughtful. Finally, she concluded, in short, it is better to be careful. Don't be arrogant and forget yourself just because you have obtained an S-level item. You should know that the more careless you are, the more likely you are to suffer a great loss. Yes, sister taught me a lesson. It's not a lesson, it's a reminder. Be careful, you only have one life. Do you know? Yes, sister reminded me. After obtaining the consent of his family, Lin Bin did not go out for the next few days, but kept thinking about how to seek the Teikaizu and King Dao of King Gaian sect. In fact, even if he didn't have the Shianaya sword, he had a role card that allowed him to easily substitute himself into a disciple of King Gaian sect. It was just the note on this prop card that made him dare not use it rashly. Role card, A-level secret realm item. Using this role card, you can choose an alien to replace when entering the secret realm, replacing that person's identity and status. Note, be careful not to expose yourself, otherwise you will die at the hands of the person closest to you, and don't let yourself not be exposed, otherwise you will die at the hands of your most trusted teammate. Although it is not obvious in the plot, but in fact, the speed of time in King Gaian sect is really in units of hundreds of years. Just like Piheo, who seems young and handsome, he actually participated in the 7 sects martial competition held every 60 years twice. In particular, he achieved excellent results in the first time. It can be seen that he was at least 60 years old when he participated in the first time. After so many years of getting along, it goes without saying how familiar the disciples are with each other. In addition, there is the mutual killing between the righteous and the evil. He suddenly replaced the inner body of a certain disciple, which seemed easy. But in fact, it is not realistic to deceive those old goblins who have lived for hundreds of years by losing their memory. It is probably more reasonable to think that he was killed by a demon from the evil way and disguised to occupy his identity. Especially after he pretended to be, he had to find a way to seek the skills. Therefore, entering with the Shianaya sword as a fulcrum seems to be more difficult. In fact, the operability is on the roll card. So, using the character card as a backup, and the Shianaya sword as a stepping stone, we will still have to act according to circumstances, and the best way is to complement each other, and cooperate with each other. This way, the cost is relatively large, but the income is definitely far beyond imagination. That day, Lin Bin specially gathered Xia Dao and Yan Fei together, and held a secret meeting in his bedroom very seriously. What he talked about was naturally his plan for this secret realm. Xia Dao and Anjin Yan Fei couldn't help but be shocked when they heard his idea. They looked at Lin Bin with horror in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect him to come up with such a crazy idea. In short, since that crazy husky can give this secret realm a level of only killing, it can be seen that its conventional combat power is indeed not very high, but Shionaya can actually be an A+ level magic weapon, which shows that there are probably weapons stronger than A+ in this world, so the high-end combat power of this world is definitely higher than the killing level. With our strength, there is no need to worry, but we must be cautious. It's just that the cycle is relatively long, so it's better to be well prepared. After talking about his plan, Lin Bin immediately talked about the precautions for this secret realm. Yeah, I will prepare enough artillery. Knowing that Lin Bin planned to use the S-level item time gem, Xiaodao immediately understood the meaning of the music and said that he understood. Nodding and smiling, he said, and I have another surprise. Your H9 has been modified and is about to be completed. When we drive in the real world, we don't have to worry about flat tires, engine starters, brakes, and other problems. That's good. Get ready. We'll set off in 2 days. Yes. Xiaodao raised her hand and saluted with full energy, then lowered her head and looked at her small chest expectantly. She thought to herself that I'm just young, so I'm small. This time when I enter the secret realm, maybe I can grow up 1 or 2 years older. When I come out, won't I scare the boss? Well, wait until I get in. I must massage every day to enhance the effect. The meeting ended. Xiaodao immediately went to pack up the props with great ambition. I heard that it is a place where everyone can fly with a sword and everyone has a magic weapon for self-defense. So weapons and ammunition such as anti-aircraft guns should be fully prepared. In case the ammunition inventory isn't sufficient, wouldn't it be embarrassing? While Xiaodao went back to prepare, Yan Fei also went to help Bua with her homework. After finishing her homework, she took her to the playground to play and bought clothes to comfort her daughter. Elia sneaked in quietly. The little girl was dressed quite casually at home. A purple dress with a short white pleated skirt, pink and cute, with a pair of white bare slippers on her feet, looking like a doll from an animation. Although it was true, she asked a little embarrassedly, "Hey, Abin. Are you going to experience again?" "Yeah." Lin Bin smiled and said, "Why, are you here to draw my blood?" "It's just blood, no sperm." But even I didn't expect you to have such a magical prop. It seems that you don't need to draw a lot, a little bit is enough." Elia seemed a little embarrassed that she had been causing trouble for Lin Bin since she came to this world. She was a little embarrassed to show her little finger, indicating just a little bit. "Come on. I don't have to do this myself, right? I've got them already." Elia took out a set of blood drawing tools and saw Lin Bin lying on the bed. She said seriously, "I don't have much experience, so I'll try to get through with 1 shot. If you feel exhausted after too many shots, you can try again later. Come on." Lin Bin raised his hand and cooperated perfectly throughout the whole process. Elia carefully disinfected it and then pushed the needle into the blood vessel. Watching the blood in the test tube being gradually sucked out, she bit her lip lightly and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It does." "What's wrong? Do you want me to help you stop the pain?" Lin Bin didn't take the little pain seriously, but after hearing what Elia said, he nodded and said, "Can this stop the pain?" "Then come on." Elia took a deep breath, and then another breath. Her body, which was kneeling on the edge of the bed, suddenly straightened up. The small face, which was only the size of a palm, got closer and closer in Lin Bin's eyelids until it completely covered his entire field of vision. There was a warm feeling on the lips. Lin Bin suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the fair cheeks, so close to him, especially her eyelashes, which fluttered. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous. It seemed that she was a little embarrassed to look at Lin Bin. She shyly covered her eyelids slowly, hiding her pair of shy eyes as clear as rubies. Lin Bin couldn't help but have a strange thought in his mind. "Where are you from, Elia Ruping Eamsburn?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Entering an Accident, True 307. Chapter 311 Entering an Accident, True 307. The blood draw lasted for quite a while. Even at the end, the control knob had been pressed to the bottom and the blood draw was over. But the needle was still in Lin Bin's body. After a long time, Elia pursed her lips and slowly slid down, lowered her head, and didn't look at Lin Bin, and began to carefully pull out the needle. She had already prepared a band-aid to help him put it on. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find the wound. It's healed. I recover very quickly. Lin Bin reached out and touched Elia's little head. Elia puffed her lips, looking a little unhappy, and said, I actually hate this action of yours. Why? Are you uncomfortable? Of course it's comfortable, but I would only do this to a child. You can treat me as a child in your actions, but you must understand in your heart that my actual age may not be much younger than yours, maybe even a little older. Elia frowned, and the baby voice in her voice disappeared, becoming a bit magnetic, probably from a lully voice to a mature sister voice. She knelt beside the bed, grabbed Lin Bin's hand, and said seriously, I hope you don't misunderstand that I'm only giving you pain relief for my mother, and not because of gratitude or any other emotions. Yeah, I understand. Lin Bin held her hand back and said, when the blazing sky 7-layer ring was in my hand, you didn't think of using this method to exchange it back. It shows that you are a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private. Drawing blood is a public matter, and pain relief is a private matter, right? More or less. Seeing that Lin Bin did not misunderstand that she was the kind of person who would use her body to trade with others, Elia was obviously relieved. Even she didn't expect that the action just now was so natural. Even now, she can't figure out when she had a good impression of him. But thinking back to the many tracks of their past interactions, it seems that no matter when, she was actually the one who was taken care of by him. Even in such a terrible secret realm as a destiny plane, she can even completely let go of everything and do her own things, and she also got his support. She felt that this person was really good. Anyway, I've already drawn the blood. During the time you were away from the secret realm, my mother's magic power has finally been restored. Thank you for your cooperation. She stood up straight and smiled sweetly at Lin Bin. Thank you, big brother. It doesn't matter. If you have such a good thing in the future, feel free to contact me. I have a strong hematopoietic function, and I guess the blood I lost has been replenished by now. You wish. Elia glared at Lin Bin with disdain and said contemptuously, she's just a little girl. Just now you asked me not to treat you as a child. Lin Bin laughed. But watching Elia jumping away, Lin Bin's mood suddenly improved. For him, this was just a small episode in his daily life. She didn't ask him for any promises, and he didn't say anything. Anyway, Iris Vila's here, and they still have a long time to spend together in the future, so why rush? Lin Bin is no longer at the age where he would immediately give his heart to her after expressing his affection to her. Elia's focus is also on her mother, so it is impossible for her to devote all her thoughts to him. Just let it go. He stood up and continued to think about his plan. This time, he took the initiative to enter. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he would definitely not follow the routine. Even if he had the time gem, they would not have enough time in the secret realm of the Zeuxan plane where hundreds of years were often taken as units. Not to mention that he not only wanted to achieve his goal, but also to complete the task this time. He didn't know what the task was yet, so he had to reserve enough space for himself. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone this time. In the blink of an eye, time had come to 3 days later. On this day, Lin Bin and Yan Fei had already prepared everything early. Even Xiao Bei and Xiao King were brought with them. His reason was very direct. In the future, the difficulty of the secret realm will become higher and higher. Although it is possible to fight alone, it takes 3 to make a hero. We need more helpers. Compared with the reincarnationists, don't you think Xiao King and Xiao Bei are more suitable to be brought along? They don't occupy the quota limit of the reincarnationists, so they can be regarded as additional combat power. They can also catch the enemy off guard at a critical moment. And this time when entering the Zeuxan secret realm, the spiritual energy inside must be extremely abundant. It is a paradise for the cultivation of spirits like Xiao King and Xiao Bei. In addition, after he uses the time gem, the time he stays inside will inevitably increase significantly. This is a good place to strengthen the combat power of his pet. It would be wrong not to bring it. Soon. With the violent roar of the car engine, a brand new H9 stopped at the door downstairs of the community. Ha 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 ha. Boss, get in the car. Xiaodao was very excited. He officially became a saint level reincarnationist, and he had to train together as Team S the last time she trained with Linbin. It was the easiest and most enjoyable training in her life. Now she was going to experience it again, so she was naturally very excited. Ha 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 ha, how about this car? Xiaodao jumped out of the car, patted the unchanged front cover of the car, and said with a smile, I changed everything from the outside to the inside, and, boss, I'll show you a trick. As he said that, he reached out and touched it. The car disappeared immediately. Linbin raised his eyebrows in surprise, then quickly reacted, and said in surprise, you turned the car into a weapon. Of course not. The technology space of our technology enhancers is different from your storage space. As long as the technology space recognizes that it is a weapon, it can be stuffed in. In the future, we can drive in the secret realm. Xiaodao smiled and said, it's really worth it that I spent 6,000 reincarnation points to change it into the shape I want. This is still a favor. In the future, you can use this thing in the real world. When you enter the secret realm, you can leave it with me. We can also have a means of transportation in the secret realm. You are really willing to spend a lot of money. Of course, I will make up for my mistakes. Since I have caused trouble to the team, I must naturally bring convenience to the team. Xiaodao patted his chest and said, I'm a very responsible person. Okay, let's go. Linbin looked back at Linzu and Gaoyu who was looking forward to it beside her. Elia and Alice stood side by side. The girl's innocent look disappeared from her face. She was serious and said softly, remember to be careful. Don't die. Linbin smiled slightly, held the hands of Shikingsuan and Shifixuan one by one, thought for a while, and touched Elia's little head again. There was no way, the touch was too good. She also said that it was okay to treat her as a child, as long as you treat her as an adult in your heart. In fact, I often touch Fian and Zhuu's heads. Not only did they not resist, they also liked it. Sit in the driving seat. Start the car. Slightly give the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow from a string, leaving behind a surprised fuck. Obviously, Linbin didn't expect the car to be so fast. A234 Secret Realm. It's not far from Beishu City, but only a few dozen miles away. It took only more than 20 minutes for several people to arrive. It's not that Linbin was driving fast, it's really the accelerator depth that I was used to before. Now it feels completely different, and I accidentally exceed the speed limit. I hope my driver's license won't be revoked. After getting off the car, Linbin was a little scared. Having just experienced the painful lesson of Alice, Linbin still felt a little scared of the rope after being bitten by a snake. Don't worry, boss. Do you think I haven't considered this problem? There is no problem at all. Xiaodao smiled and said, I also tampered with the license plate and added a layer of prism surface. There is no problem for others to see, but once the photo is taken, as long as there is light, it will be refracted to the camera immediately. Then, they can only take a picture of a vast expanse of white. Amazing, right? Linbin pulled the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly, the problem is even bigger. Okay. Don't worry, if you are really caught, then report my boss's name. Her modified car can be on the road. Don't you understand the meaning behind this? Linbin, that's the only way. As they talked, the three of them were gradually approaching the entrance to this secret place. The guards of the killing level secret realm are extremely strict, but as soon as Linbin and the other two arrived, a staff member came to greet them. Mr. Abin, we have been waiting for a long time. The person in charge was named Nuo, a middle-aged man in his early 30s. He was neither humble nor arrogant in front of the reincarnationists, but there was a little inquiry in his eyes when he looked at Linbin. The reincarnationist Abin is now almost out of his mind in the Reincarnation Space Association, and seeing that it was just a young man, he could not help but secretly marvel in his heart. The young are formidable. Can we enter the secret realm now? You can enter at any time. This secret realm is still very stable at present. Okay, arrange it immediately. Yes. So, Half an hour later, the three of them entered the secret realm side by side. This time, Lin Bin was full of confidence. Even if he was facing a monster that was hundreds of years old, he must make sure everything is under his control. At this time, in the real world, after sending Lin Bin off, the 6 people returned to their residence. "Sister, you go back first. I have something to talk to Miss Zhu," Shi Fengxuan said to Shi Qingxuan. Shi Qingxuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and nodded. "It just so happens that I'm going to visit Master Lu tonight." She bowed to Lin Zhu gracefully. Lin Zhu smiled and said, "Qingxuan, you don't have to be so polite. We will be a family from now on." She turned to look at Elia and said, "Elia, can I trouble you and your mother to send Jua to school?" "No problem, Mom." Mom, where's my mom?" Elia blinked in confusion, watching Iris Veal, who was just by her side, suddenly disappear. No one present noticed how she disappeared. Elia panicked immediately. She made so many preparations, and even shamelessly drew Lin Bin's blood, just to keep her alive during the time when Lin Bin was away. But it hasn't been used yet. Why is she gone? Could it be, did she go with Abin? Lin Zhu said with a strange expression. "No. I didn't even see my mother get on the car. When I say go, I don't mean go voluntarily. Didn't you also say that you and that berserker came to this world together? The relationship between your mother and Abin should be similar to the relationship between berserker and you, right? If so, when Abin enters another world, the connection between the two will either be completely cut off, or she will be directly forced to be pulled over. It seems that there are only these 2 options, right?" Elias said dully. "So, my mother entered the secret realm with Abin?" "Very likely, Elia." At this time, after a tight and extremely squeezed journey, when the 3 people finally successfully stepped through the entrance of the secret realm and came to a world with beautiful mountains and clear waters. "Ah, it's so beautiful." Xiaodao was the first to shout in surprise. Coming to this world means that her unlucky card will be transformed into a lucky card, especially when she found that this world was as beautiful as the world she experienced last time, with fresh air. It was like a world that had not been tainted by modern technology. "Then my weapon will probably have another chance to show its power." Xiaodao laughed and said, "I dare not say anything else, but as long as the 4 of us join forces, I believe that, no matter what difficulties we face, we can easily overcome them. With the boss here, I have confidence." "4? She looked at the beautiful silver-haired young woman who suddenly appeared beside her in confusion. Alice. At this time, Alice was also a little confused. She was still wearing a simple silk shirt and trousers, and on her feet were little bare cotton socks and slippers that were convenient for moving around the house. Obviously, she didn't quite understand at this time. She was just coming down to send someone off, but why did she send herself here as well? Yan Fei. Lin Bin sighed helplessly. "It seems that it is because of our contract. When we are in the same world, it is fine, and we can still keep in touch with each other. But when we are in different worlds, you will be forcibly pulled here by me. Alas, I missed it." Alice worriedly said. Then, "Does Elia know?" Lin Bin, "I guess she should have guessed it now. It's good that she knows. I'm just afraid that she thinks I disappeared and will never come back to me." Alice quickly recovered. With an interested look on her face, she said, "So, as your master's servant, I successfully entered the secret realm with you, and will I start training in the next period of time?" She was very eager to try. After all, she didn't have the blood of a quiet person flowing in her bones. Entering another world to accept the test was quite exciting, like a game for her. "Well, it seems to be like this at the moment," Alice said seriously. "That's great. Master, don't underestimate me. I have very strong healing abilities, and I also have appropriate combat abilities. Of course, compared to you, this so-called combat ability may really be just a decoration." Lin Bin asked, "Let me ask you one question. Can you transform into a heroic spirit?" Alice frowned and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Master, do you want me, a living and lovely person, to use heroic spirit transformation throughout this secret realm? If I can, once we encounter a fierce battle, in case we can't take care of you to protect you, then at least we don't have to worry about your safety." Yes, I can do it," Alice raised her hand hurriedly and smiled. And I'm very useful. Master, you will know when the time comes. Fei Yan, find her a set of clothes to change first. This set is not convenient for movement. Let's go find some people nearby and confirm our mission first. Xiaodao. Understood. Xiaodao stretched out his hand and the huge H9 appeared in front of the 4 people. Compared to flying with a sword, the H9 is undoubtedly more suitable as a mount for 3 people. No, 4 people. Then, well, can I be the driver here? Iris Veal raised her hand a little embarrassedly and smiled shyly. I don't believe that in this world, someone will find me for speeding. Chapter 312 Give you a piece of sweet cake. Inside the Zeuxan secret realm. In a remote wasteland, accompanied by a monster like roar, a completely black car flew up along a slope like a mechanical monster, and then crashed heavily, leaving 4 deep tire marks on the green grass. In the splashing of mud and grass, a beautiful and elegant car turned and sped away in another direction. Woohoo! Alice had already thrown away the loss of parting with her daughter. Even in the Type Moon secret realm, she had to consider the safety of others, so even if she did not follow the traffic rules, the maximum speed was only 300 miles per hour. But now, this is the only car in this world. There are desolate people around. Even rabbits are not afraid of hitting one. In addition, this car has just been modified by Xiaodao. The accelerator has just been pressed halfway, and the speed has exceeded 500 miles per hour. Without those annoying traffic police to check the license plate, Alice's fair face was flushed with excitement. With the occasional bumps, she had uncontrollably bit her lower lip. All her attention was focused on the front. At this moment, I'm afraid I even forgot my last name. And relying on the powerful sound insulation design in the car, except for the discomfort of the car shaking left and right, it did not affect Lin Bin and his conversation. This A234 secret realm, the population is really sparse. We have been running for half an hour, and we haven't even seen a town. To activate the task, you may need to see a living person. Lin Bin was not in a hurry. He had long known that the Zeuxan secret realm was vast and rich in resources. But it was indeed large. The monks could fly with swords, and the speed was hundreds of miles per hour. The world was small, and they could go around the world in one day. The disciples of the sect went out in the morning and hit the enemy's base camp in the evening. What's the point of playing then? And since coming to this world, Xiao King and Xiao Bei, who had been wrapped around his wrist, have also become much more active. In his sleeve, he raised his head desperately, as if he was breathing in and out spiritual energy or something like that. His nimble body twisted around, which made Dong Junyanfei, who saw this scene, feel awkward. At this time, Lin Bin closed his eyes to rest, raised his eyes slightly, and glanced at the somewhat messy silver-white back of Alice in front of him. He said, "It's rare that Alice is having so much fun. Just let her play." That's right, in front of my daughter, no matter what you do, you still can't let go of yourself. Even if she falls asleep, you dare not let go of yourself completely. Yanfei is really experienced in this regard. She understands Alice very well. Although the two things cannot be generalized, in a sense, they can both be regarded as driving. Alice turned around and looked at Lin Bin gratefully and smiled. Thank you, master. Watch the road, don't hit the tree stump. Lin Bin warned. He said, Ailey, you can actually change your title. Our team was very normal, but when you called us master, we immediately became suspicious. Normal? Xiaodao looked at the 4 people in the car curiously and said, the boss is naturally the master, Miss Fian is the madam, but Miss Ailey can only be an exotic dancer. As for me, just be a lady, and remember to call me dad in front of others. No, call me dad. Lin Bin smiled. Xiaodao, Ailey said in distress, but I don't know what to call you. You and Elia seem to have a good relationship. So I'm your elder, but you directly refer to me Ailey. I don't know why it always feels weird to use the same title with my daughter. Forget it, just call me master. When I'm outside in the future, I'll call you Master Abin. You are free in this regard. I just try not to attract attention. Lin Bin said, but if Ailey, you are forced to be tied to me in the future, and must practice with me, then I can find a way to help you get a reincarnation table. Anyway, you are with me. Wouldn't it be better to get more awards if you have more reincarnation tables? Well, can I invite Elia to join the team at that time? Iris V asked curiously. She was still a little worried about letting her daughter practice alone in those dangerous secret realms. Let's see what she thinks at that time. She actually has her own team. If the cooperation is really tacit, she may not be willing to leave. At this time, Dong Jinyanfa's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "There are people ahead." Several people looked forward. Sure enough, they saw a low city wall a few miles ahead. Beyond the city wall, it seemed to be a small town. At this time, there were bursts of smoke from cooking in the town. It brought a few people to this desolate world. And as several people locked their eyes, several people's reincarnation tables flashed the tasks of this time at the same time. Secret Realm Task, enter Huki Mountain, and save Zyanich's mother and daughter. Completion reward, obtain a level merit x1, 2000 reincarnation points, task time limit. 3 months, failure penalty. 5000 reincarnation points. Lin Bin was stunned for a moment, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He exclaimed, "This is not right. Save Zyanich's mother and daughter? Zyanich is still alive. What time period is this? No wonder the Shianaya sword was taken away by the crazy husky. At this time period, I'm afraid the Shianaya sword does not belong to Luzuki yet. What's wrong, boss? Is there anything wrong with this mission?" Xiaodao immediately became cautious, looking at Lin Bin's surprised face. In her impression, her boss always looked like he had everything under control, but this time he was surprised when he saw the mission, as if he had seen something strange. "Let's go to a place called Huki Mountain to save Zyanich's mother and daughter?" Yan Fei heard this and pondered. Huki Mountain sounds a bit abnormal. It seems to be a very dangerous place. But being trapped in such an abnormal place, I'm afraid this mother and daughter are not normal people. However, the missions in the secret realm are basically positive, so in a sense, it can be confirmed that this mother and daughter should not be bad people. The mission time limit is 3 months. Once it exceeds 3 months, it will fail. That is to say, if no one rescues them, they can only hold on for 3 months. After 3 months, they will die, and then our mission will naturally fail. It has to be mentioned. Dongjin Yanfei has indeed adapted to the reincarnation space. Or with her quick thinking, she deduced so many things just because of mission. Moreover, for Lin Bin, who knew everything, he naturally understood that her inferences were almost all correct. Let's not talk about the mission first. Let me use the time stone first. Lin Bin took out the time stone. Time stone, S-level item, pay reincarnation points to divide the time flow between different worlds, based on the number of reincarnation points paid. Note, who said that money can't buy time? Do you want to use a time stone? Lin Bin directly chose yes. The next moment, he was like a fish leaping in the long river of time, feeling that there were suddenly many entangled objects around him, and his reincarnation points began to decrease. It was not a sudden decrease, but a gradual decrease. The time of a few breaths was reduced a little. With the connection with the time stone, Lin Bin quickly figured out how to use this gem. A moment later, a time appeared on the time stone: 2165 hours, 58 minutes and 52 seconds. It should be the remaining time they have in this secret realm, 3 months, just over 2000 hours. But the final countdown speed suddenly dropped. It should have been 1 number per second, but this time, it took almost 10 seconds to slowly move 1 second. Lin Bin put away the time gem and said, "I have slowed down the time speed to a ratio of 1 to 10. 3 months in the real world should be almost 3 years in this world. In other words, our mission time has been extended to nearly 3 years, because the time calculation in the reincarnation space is obviously based on reality." Yan Fei worriedly said, "But that is a difference in proportion in another world. If we can't rescue the mother and daughter within 3 months. Lin Bin said, "Well, they should starve to death. The time gem cannot interfere with the missions issued by the reincarnation space in the real world." Aliceville curiously said, "Master, how can you be so sure that they will starve to death?" Lin Bin asked back, "Trapped in the mountains and can still hold on for 3 months. How do you think they will die in the end? Exhausted to death?" Aliceville, "Oh. Then Brother Bin, how do you calculate the degree of your reincarnation point consumption? According to the current consumption, I adjusted the time to a ratio of 1 to 10, and the consumption is about 100 reincarnation points a day. If you stay for 3 years, wouldn't you have consumed nearly 10,000 reincarnation points? You don't have to stay for 3 years, but if you really have to stay for 3 years, this little bit of reincarnation points is nothing. Our gains can't be bought with reincarnation points. Yan Fei wanted to say that after returning, I will transfer 2,000 reincarnation points to you, Brother Bin, as the price of using the time gem. But thinking about Xiaodao and Alice fell beside her, she didn't say anything more. I thought I would compensate Brother Bin with reincarnation points after returning. Xiaodao blinked her eyes. After Lin Bin took out the time gem, she was a little speechless. Now that they finally finished talking, she asked, what should we do now? Ailey, get closer, then we will put away the car. We will go in to explore the information, especially to find the whereabouts of Huki Mountain, as soon as possible. We will complete the task first, and then the remaining time will be our own. Naturally, everyone had no objection. They drove closer, and found a secret place. Everyone got off the car and Xiaodao put away the H9. Then, they walked into the town. The town was very small. Even the city guards who took over the town were lazily basking in the sun. No tolls were collected. It can be seen that it should be to attract all the people from the surrounding villages to come here. But even so, maybe because the surrounding population is too sparse, the town still has a sense of desolation. Fortunately, there are people at last. The four entered the city. Dong Jinyanfei wore a long dress with a mysterious and elegant temperament. Alice was warm and calm, especially with her exotic style, as if she was a princess from a foreign country who came to visit. It is estimated that no one would dare to stop her, even if she entered the city lord's mansion. Xiaodao, with a delicate and beautiful appearance, is as cute as a girl next door, but her tight leggings with a short leather skirt is considered to be immoral in this world. Not to mention Lin Bin, who was obviously the leader among the four. The four of them did attract a lot of attention. There was no delay. Several people went to explore the town separately. An hour later, the four gathered. Lin Bin asked, how is it? I asked a lot of people, but they hid far away when they saw me, and their eyes kept looking at my legs uncontrollably. Xiaodao pouted in dissatisfaction. With his hands on his chest, he said, finally, I pulled a few children to ask questions, and they didn't know where Fox Mountain is. I forced them to go back and ask their parents, and it turned out that even their parents didn't know. Alice Phil still held a string of half-eaten candied haws in her hand and smiled. It's going very smoothly here. The people here are very enthusiastic. They answer whatever I ask them, and I just looked at the candied haws for a little while longer, and the kind candied haws owner gave me the biggest string. What a good person. But I didn't find out where Fox Mountain is. Not surprising. Dong Jinyanfei said, Huki Mountain sounds like a place with a long name. It is not a good place. Fian has paid attention to the experience of the crazy husky entering this secret realm. This world is obviously divided into the righteous and the evil ways. Especially when the evil ways are weak, they need to hide themselves if they want to survive. The name of Huki Mountain is so unrighteous. It is probably the hiding place of a certain evil sect. If any ordinary citizen can't know their whereabouts, then they may not even survive. Fian asked about Huki Mountain, but no one knew. But Fian asked about Xian'an Temple of King Gan sect, and everyone knew it. Even many people have personally visited Xian'an Temple to worship. That makes sense. Lin Bin knows much more than Yan Fei. He knows that the current Huki Mountain is actually the residence of a group of fox cubs, but later it was incorporated into the Ghost King sect and became the headquarters of the Ghost King sect. But the plot has not started yet, and Huki Mountain should not belong to the Ghost King sect. But knowing these background stories is of no help to the current situation. Lin Bin has a positioning camera, but without the photos and faces of Xiaoqi and Biao, it would be useless. He asked more questions than Yan Fei and others, not only about Fox Mountain, but also about Ghost King sect, 10,000 Poison sect, Blood Refining Hall and other sects. But as Yan Fei said, the place is remote and sparsely populated. It is not surprising that they know about Kingan sect and Cheyenne temple, but it is impossible for them to know about many evil sects. However, Xiaoqi and Biao were trapped in the cave and could not escape. At that time, they should have carried some food with them. From this point of view, it is not a problem if they cannot reach the destination within a few days. He asked, Fei Yan, do you know where Kingan sect is? Brother Bin, are you planning to? Since we can't find out, let's go to Kingan sect first. This mission is not difficult, and we have already made up our minds. This mission is secondary and the purpose is primary. We can do what we want to do first and find out the whereabouts of Huki Mountain. Lin Bin said, Kingan sect has been fighting with Gewang sect for many years. They may not know where Gewang sect is now, but they must know Huki Mountain. Yan Fei looked at Lin Bin with admiration. Brother Bin is really amazing. He actually knows that Huki Mountain is related to Gewang sect. I don't know where the clues were found, but she can't find them. Okay, I will definitely not let you down, Brother Bin. It's quite easy to ask where Kingan sect is. Upon hearing that these people were going to Kingan Gate, an old man in his 70s, who was stopped by them suddenly became excited and pointed them in the direction with his hands and feet dancing. Then he kept saying that, when he was young, he had also participated in the Kingan sword test of Kingan Gate, but unfortunately he was unable to enter because of his qualifications. If you go there and see an old senior named Kiheo, remember to tell him that Zhao Yuanzi greets him and thanks him for his care 70 years ago. Lin Bin naturally agreed without a word. After bidding farewell to the old man, he turned his head and looked at Alice and said, Alice, let's go. I'll trouble you to be the driver again. No problem. Alice was full of energy and clenched her fist to indicate that she could drive all day. This place is remote and not close to Kingan Gate, which is more than 2,000 miles away. But the speed of H9 is amazing. Especially after the modification. Although H9 cannot fly, it can be used for both land and water, crossing mountains and rivers, saving time to the greatest extent. It only took one day. That night, the car had stopped at the foot of Kingan Mountain. Lin Bin looked at Yan Fei and whispered, Fei Yan. Don't worry, Brother Bin, Fei Yan will not let you down. Yan Fei clenched the Cheyenne sword in her hand. On the way here, Lin Bin had discussed his plan with Yan Fei. In fact, it is very simple. The first step is for Yan Fei to hold the Cheyenne sword and return the magic weapon to Kingan sect. Try to find a way to worship in Kingan sect. Of course, even if you worship in Kingan sect, it is not so easy to obtain the complete practice of Kingan sect. But this is just the first step. Although I really want to do it myself. But Lin Bin's eternal life secret is almost complete, and the true key in his body has been successfully transformed into true essence, just like a person from another sect. Even if you worship in Kingan sect, it will not be as convenient as Dongjin Yan Fei. You know, the Yin Yang family's practice is more about spiritual cultivation and martial arts practice. In the way of cultivating immortals, Yan Fei is still a blank sheet of paper. Or is she a blank sheet of paper that has already transformed itself into a rough jade? Lin Bin didn't believe that Kingan sect would not be attracted to her. Chapter 313. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words. The plan was simple, but it was quite difficult to execute. You know, Yan Fei was facing a group of old monsters who had practiced for who knows how many years. No matter how virtuous she was, she could never compare to them in terms of life experience. Lin Bin regretted more than once that this was a reincarnation secret realm, not a normal time travel. Otherwise, as long as he was willing to put in the effort, he was sure that he could squeeze the entire Kingan sect clean, and even the Zeuxan sword was sure that he could find a way to get his hands on it. But now, even if he used the time prop, there was only less than 3 years. He could only take a risky move. Remember, once you are exposed, immediately give in. A gentleman can be deceived by a method. They will definitely not hurt you. Then find a way to contact me with your mobile phone, and I will find a way to save you. The reason why he spent so much money to exchange the signal receiver was so that when the troops were divided to fight, everyone could still contact each other and take care of each other. In particular, Xia Dao actually had a way to strengthen the signal reception range, which greatly improved its practicality. Brother Bin, you have told me 7 times. Don't worry. Fian is not a reckless person. She will act cautiously and take self-preservation as her main purpose. Well, King Iron Mountain is ahead. Let's find a place to rest first. I'll go and get some information, which may be useful to you. As he said that, the car stopped about 10 miles away from the entrance of King Iron Gate. Lin Bin's meaning was very clear. Since he wanted Yan Fei to enter King Iron Gate, he had better give her all the information he knew about the personalities of the masters of each peak, and how to get along with those disciples. This would save time to the maximum extent, and integrate into King Iron Gate. By then, it would be of great help to find out the whereabouts of Yuki Mountain. But this information obviously cannot be released directly. At least he has to leave for an hour or 2 to find out such detailed information. Alice parked the car here. She pointed to the distance and said, there is a ruined temple over there. Well, let's rest in the ruined temple first, and you guys wait for me to find out some information. A ruined temple. Lin Bin was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, at the foot of King Iron Mountain, there is a ruined temple. Isn't this where everything started? I just don't know if the plot has already begun. The 4 of them walked towards the ruined temple. The space of the ruined temple is not too big, and the statues of gods enshrined have long been covered with cobwebs. The people are very practical. If you can really ensure good weather and good harvests, then we will not hesitate to worship you devoutly. But if you just eat the incense of the world, but ignore the sufferings of the world, then don't blame us for abandoning you. And because no one has repaired it for many years, this place has long been dilapidated, and even sheltering from the wind and rain is a problem. It is typical that it rains heavily outside and drizzles here, but it is more or less a shelter. The 4 entered, and Lin Bin lit a fire casually. Xiaodao nodded, then took out instant noodles, eggs, ham and other fast food from her storage space, and said with a smile, sure enough, you still have to eat these things when you go out. Miss Fian, what flavor do you like? Ailey, Her face with a bit of baby fat showed a bit of strange look, and she said vaguely, I always feel that giving you such common food seems to be an insult to you. You must not have such an idea, we eat this ourselves. No, I want the old style pickled cabbage flavor. It's sour and delicious, but Elia won't let me eat too much, saying that this kind of thing is unhealthy. Alice took one of the purple paper bowls with joy and complained, actually, I really think that Miss Fian and Miss Linzu, it's really redundant for you to work hard to cook every day. Give each person a cup of instant noodles and you can have whatever flavor you want. Why go through so much trouble? Lin Bin said, all children think so. I'm not a child. Elia is a child. Lin Bin thought to himself that the child you mentioned has already grown up quietly in a place you don't know. But such words are naturally not suitable for him to say. He said, you rest here first. I'll go and ask for some information. Brother Bin, be careful. Lin Bin responded. He walked out. Not long after walking, he found a village nearby. Kaomio village? Lin Bin thought to himself, as expected, the starting point of this plot is much earlier than I thought. Apart from anything else, I'm afraid that Cheyenne Temple Pussy has not visited King Ironman yet. In this way, although the foresight of the plot is lost, when the time is extended to more than 10 years, the so-called knowledge of the plot will not help much. Just keep an understanding of these plot characters. He symbolically pulled a few villagers and asked about the King Ironman. Sure enough, when they arrived at the foot of the King Ironman mountain, the people here have greatly increased their respect for King Ironman. It seems that they are being worshipped as gods and Buddhas, which explains why the temple is abandoned. After all, for them, spiritual sustenance is right beside them. The village is not big, with only a few hundred people. Especially Lin Bin's clothes, although not gorgeous, are made of exquisite materials, and it is obvious at a glance that he is not from an ordinary family. Lin Bin quickly walked from the head of the village to the end of the village, and actually found out some things that even he, who has read the plot, didn't know. After all, the plot is all related to the main line, but those trivial things that are not related to the main line, but are related to trivial matters are the real important things that make up this world. Just when leaving, Lin Bin looked at these people who were not very rich, but lived a rich life. He thought for a moment, and said to the village chief who sent him here, "Village chief." The village chief said with a smile, "I'm here. What do you want, young master?" "To be honest, I'm actually also a cultivator who seeks the truth. This time I intend to ask about King Gaon sect, so I asked you in advance." The village chief said, "To be honest, I've seen it a long time ago. You are not an ordinary person at first glance. You are even more ethereal than those cultivators of King Gaon sect. You must not be an ordinary person. Then I'll tell you the truth. When I came here just now, I accidentally discovered some marks with demonic energy running through them. I have traveled around the world and have seen this situation several times. It should be that someone from the demon path has come to make trouble and intends to harm this village. I plan to choose a suitable time in the future." Lin Bin suggested, "In my opinion, for the safety of the whole village, it would be better for everyone to move away." The village chief laughed and said, "Young master, you worry too much. This is at the foot of King Gaon sect. How could any demon path person dare to be so presumptuous?" The village chief also said that this is at the foot of the King Gaon sect mountain, not inside the King Gaon sect. If they really come to do evil, how long can you ordinary people resist? It is true that people from the King Gaon sect will definitely come, but when they come, they can probably just kill these demons and avenge you, that's all. Lin Bin sighed, "But you will really die." He raised his hand. A flash of cold light directly hit the village chief's forehead. The chill was overwhelming. Lin Bin sighed, "My strength is not that strong, but if I start, I can kill the whole Kaomio village in no time. What do you think about those evil people who are more ruthless than me? How many people will die before King Gaon comes to rescue?" He put away his weapon and said, "These words are actually a bit too deep. You can't afford to offend. All you can do is hide. It is true that you can get the protection of King Gaon if you are close to King Gaon, but have you ever thought that if King Gaon is targeted one day, you may also be involved in the storm? Have you heard the saying that when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will be affected? Kaomio village is a poor and remote village. There is nothing to worry about, so there is no need to worry about safety, but forget it. I'll stop here. You think about it yourself." After that, Lin Bin turned and left. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words. He has said this. There is no other intention, just can't bear to see so many lives die like this. There are only a few brief mentions in the plot, but here are hundreds of different lives. If he really wants to ignore them, Lin Bin really can't do it. But that's enough. If the other party still insists on not leaving, he can't just drive them away with a sword. In this way, I'm afraid that before entering King Gaon, they will become demons. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Lin Bin went to the ruined temple to meet up. The village chief looked at Lin Bin's back as he left. When the cold light touched his forehead just now, he really thought he was almost dead. Especially thinking about Lin Bin's words carefully, it really makes sense. He didn't doubt that if there were really demons coming, the people of King Gaon would drive them away. But the problem is that, even if they rush over at the fastest speed, it is impossible to arrive in an instant. And in this process, how many people in their Kaomio village will die? By then, the demons will be driven away, but can their casualties be revived? Has Kaomio village been targeted by the demons? If so, moving won't work, as we will still be targeted. It's better to ask King Gaon sect for help and ask them to send a disciple to guard Kaomio village first. After the turmoil during this period is over, we will move immediately. What Mr. Bin said is right. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will be affected. A speck of dust falling from King Gaon Mountain is an unbearable burden for us mortals. The village chief hurriedly ran to King Gaon Mountain with his crutches. Lin Bin had no idea that he deliberately made the matter extremely serious in order to make the village chief move. As a result, the village chief was frightened and became stressed. He returned to the ruined temple, but before he stepped in, Lin Bin couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, with a look of astonishment on his face. Inside the ruined temple, Zardao seemed to be chattering about something, but he could keenly perceive that there was one more person in the temple. At this time, Yan Fei walked out of the temple slowly. Seeing Lin Bin, She seemed to know what he was hesitating about, and she said, "It's Miss Xiaodao. Just now, a monk who claims to be a monk came to stay. Seeing the three of us women here, he was going to leave, but Xiaodao seemed very curious about the monk, so she invited him to stay." At this point, she paused and whispered, "The master looks kind and should not be a bad person. I just don't know what's going on. Since the master came in, Fian has always felt frightened. I always feel that it's not strange that the master can kill us all at any time. It's such a strange feeling. You also said that he is not a bad person. I'm afraid he has some extremely terrible evil magic weapon hidden in his body, and the breath of this magic weapon has been detected by you." Lin Bin secretly admired in his heart. Today, Dongjin Yanfei, the Yin Yang family, has reached the highest level of Yihan. The 4th level of astrology can already predict one's own good and bad luck for a short time, and when it comes to Yihan, one can keenly perceive everything that is not good for oneself. Let's go in. Lin Bin thought to himself, as expected, we won't appear in a time period that has nothing to do with the plot. It seems that we have arrived early, but in fact, we haven't arrived too early. So, what Yanfei felt should be the breath of the blood-sucking pearl. He followed Yanfei into the ruined temple. Sure enough, in a corner of the temple, an old monk who looked quite kind was sitting cross-legged there, but Lin Bin's eternal life secret was extremely sensitive, and he could clearly sense a slight ominous aura from him. Then, he saw that next to the old monk, a bowl of tomato and egg noodles was empty. Even the soup was drunk up. It should be Xiaodao who gave it. This operation is really fucking amazing. A monk who has practiced for many years just met you, and you helped him break his meat vow? Lin Bin has already thought of Xiaodao's trick. She probably thought that the so-called tomato and egg noodles were vegetarian noodles, and then gave one to Pussy for free. As a Buddhist who had practiced for hundreds of years, Pussy could naturally tell whether Xiaodao was lying to him. Then, one was ignorant, the other didn't know, and a bowl of meat soup noodles went into his stomach. When Lin Bin came in, Xiaodao was still sitting next to Pussy, asking many questions about monks. Noticing Lin Bin, Pussy smiled slightly, then turned to look at Yanfei, put his palms together, and a bit of apology appeared on his face. Obviously, although Dongjin Yanfei's voice was low just now, he heard it very clearly. It's a pity that the other party is a woman, otherwise, I'm afraid he will have to transfer the other party to Xian'an Temple. It's a pity not to practice immortality with such talent. He stood up and said, Amitabha, the old monk disturbed the family of the donor to rest here. A family? Xiaodao blinked curiously, looked around, and then a strange look appeared on her face. Damn. Could she really be mistaken for a child? Lin Bin smiled and said, Master, you don't have to be polite. The ruined temple has no owner, so it can welcome guests. We are just the first come first served. He exchanged a few polite words with Pu Zhi. He returned to sit next to Ali, and his heart was already quietly pondering. During this period of time, it seems that Pu Zhi will be attacked by Kang Sang, who covets the blood-sucking pearl soon, and then the plot of Zhu Zion will be officially unveiled. To be honest, this is beyond Lin Bin's expectations. According to his plan, he would send Yanfei directly to Kingan sect, and then seek the Kingan sect's skills through internal means. But he didn't expect it to be at this time. However, this timing seems to be not bad. The blood-sucking pearl has not been refined by blood yet, and it is still in the hands of Pu Zhi. As for Kang Sang, he should be a fat sheep. After all, he is the master of a peak, and his status in Kingan sect is high, second only to Daogsun. It's just that this old monk looks so easy to talk to. If he rashly robs, not only will he feel guilty, but he will also offend Xian'an Temple. They will stay in this secret place for a long time. It's not a good thing to be targeted by Xian'an Temple, one of the three righteous ways. Kang Song is obviously not that easy to deal with. In this regard, careful planning is needed. Just treat it as a side quest. Since we have seen it, we will just let it go. Lin Bin said nothing more. After that, the five of them went to bed and said nothing more. The night deepened. In the dilapidated temple, there was no other movement except the blazing flames and the crackling sound of firewood after it was lit. After asking Pussy about the daily routine of monks, Xiaodao fell asleep in Alice's arms very contentedly, mumbling in her sleep from time to time, as if she was asking for credit from her boss. It seems that she asked for these things for her boss. Linbin and Yan Fei sat side by side, closed their eyes, and pretended to sleep. After a long time, outside the ruined temple, suddenly there was a loud noise. The entire dark sky was illuminated with incomparable brightness. However, the bright sky exuded a bit of gloom, and then it quickly became dark again. Pu Zhi sighed for a long time and said softly, Donaiu, it seems that there are demons from the demon sect attacking this time, but it is the old monk who implicated you. You should quickly retreat from the back door now, so as not to be harmed. Ah. Who? Xiaodao wiped his mouth in a daze, and said in surprise with wide eyes, there are enemies? Thank you for your advice, master. We will leave now. Linbin pulled Xiaodao, and with his other hand, he pulled Iris' heel, and ran away quickly. At the same time, he winked at Xiaodao. Xiaodao reacted immediately, and immediately kept silent, but he had already tacitly dropped a miniature camera in his hand. The four of them evacuated quickly. Chapter 314 True Lightning Rod. Chapter 314 True Lightning Rod. Boss, this old monk looks like a nice guy. Shouldn't we help him? Xiaodao followed behind Linbin and asked curiously. Yan Fei pondered and said, someone came to our house late at night, and he was so impatient at the foot of King Iron Gate Mountain. Either he was impatient for blood feud, or he was tempted by the secret treasure. He has a treasure? Could it be that Brother Bin is planning to take advantage of the conflict between the two sides? She quickly combined the uneasy feeling that Pu Zhi brought to her heart with the current situation. That's right. Linbin and the others left quickly, whispering, do you know who this old monk is? Boss, do you know his identity? One of the four great monks of Xian'an Temple. Xian'an Temple is one of the three most powerful righteous sects in this world. This old monk is not simple, and he just came down from King Iron Mountain, and was attacked as soon as he came down. Guess who the attacker is? King Iron sect? Xiaodao widened his eyes in shock. Is it so exciting? We just came here and saw the internal strife between two of the three righteous sects. I don't know why the internal strife is specific, but we will soon know how magical the cultivation methods of King Iron sect and Xian'an Temple, two of the three righteous sects, are. The four ran all the way in the night, running several miles away. Linbin jumped onto an ancient tree. Looking into the distance, you can clearly see the scene several miles away. Xiaodao took out a small docking monitor about 10 inches in size and turned it on. The contents inside can also be clearly seen. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and there were bursts of thunder in the sky and the feeling of oppression. It was as if the entire sky was upside down and pressing down on the earth. Pu Zhi stood up, holding the rosary, and slowly walked out of the temple. Then his pupils shrank slightly, and he saw a Taoist in a green Taoist robe, and with a rather elegant face staggering towards this side. His face was dark blue, and it was obvious that he had been poisoned. As he ran towards this side, he looked back nervously from time to time, and it was obvious that there was an extremely powerful enemy chasing him from behind. Daoist Kangsung? Puzz's face changed slightly, and he rushed forward and shouted, Daoist Kangsung, what's wrong? The Ghost King sect, together with the four major demon sects of Changsheng Hall, Wandu sect, and Hehuan sect, suddenly attacked King Iron sect at night, and King Iron disciples suffered heavy casualties. I followed the order of senior brother Daogsun, and went to Xian'an Temple for help, but I didn't expect to encounter a sneak attack from Yu Yangzi of Changsheng Hall on the way. I was careless and seriously injured in his hands, and was also bitten by his seven-tailed centipede. Kang Song's entire weight almost fell on Pussy. It seemed that he didn't even have the time to stand. In the distance, Linbin couldn't help but let out a low exclamation, thinking that something was wrong. This didn't match the plot. In the plot, Kang Song used Lin Jinggai as bait to seriously injure Pussy, but this time he came here with bare hands. Could it be that, because we arrived at the ruined temple in advance, the children did not dare to enter the ruined temple to play today, so? But Kang Song is a thoughtful person. Even if he did not see these children, he should have brought some bait. Linbin had no idea, because some of his previous remarks had already quietly changed the plot. although Kang Sang wanted to enter Kaomio village to kidnap a Tool person. But the village chief of Kaomio village personally went to Kinganman for help during the day, saying that there were demons in their Kaomio village, and they might attack the people of Kaomio village at night. Although it was very unreasonable and there was no evidence to prove it. But Kaomio village has been responsible for transporting food for Kinganman disciples all year round. After years of cooperation, Kinganman could not refute their intentions. Deoxedon sent a disciple down the mountain to guard Kaomio village. When the time comes, guard for a few days to reassure the villagers. But this completely put an end to Kang Sang's idea of kidnapping the Tool Man. He could drag the entire Kingan sect into hell for his own personal hatred. But if he was asked to kill a Kingan sect disciple with his own hands, he would not do so, unless it was absolutely necessary. But it was also because of the rumor that there were demons and monsters in Kaomio village. He could completely put the blame on those demons and monsters. So he went into battle himself. What? The 4 great demons attacked Kingan sect together? Puzz's face really changed. He even suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. The 4 great demons came at this time. Could it be that, because I came to Kingan sect, they noticed that the blood-sucking pearl was on me, so this trip was actually for the blood-sucking pearl? Is Kingan sect taking the blame for me? Kang Song suddenly said in pain. No. The 7-tailed centipede's poison is about to take effect. We must suck out the poison as soon as possible. Fellow Daoist Kang Song, where were you bitten? Right here. Kang Song raised his hand to signal Pussy to look, but his other hand pressed on his arm. In an instant, a piercing pain went straight from his arm to his heart. Pussy was instantly pale. He looked down and saw the 7-tailed centipede with 7 forks wrapped around his arm. He shouted, 7-tailed centipede, you are not Kang Song? Ha 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 ha. It's too late to find out now. This was exactly what Kang Song planned. He would show up in his true form and suddenly take ruthless action. At that time, the other party would probably think that someone was impersonating Kang Song more likely than thinking that the world famous Taoist Kang Song had suddenly colluded with the demonic path. He roared. The Taoist robe on his body was shattered, revealing the night clothes inside. It was exactly the opposite. He laughed and raised his palm to attack Pussy. Pussy raised his palm. A golden swastika flashed between his palms, but it was scattered and not condensed. It was obvious that he had been poisoned by the 7-tailed centipede, which had a great impact on Poo-Zhi. The two sides fought at close range without any fancy moves. Poo-Zhi groaned and flew backwards. The opponent's strength was as strong as his in his prime, but now he suddenly used a ruthless hand, and he was poisoned by the 7-tailed centipede. With the strength of the two sides decreasing, he fell into a disadvantage with just one blow. Then he took out a black banner. As he waved it, the demonic poison surged and flooded Poo-Zhi. Poisonous blood banner. Damn demon, your crime is unforgivable. Poo-Zhi's eyes were immediately filled with anger, and his body was still retreating rapidly. He suddenly stopped, and his feet suddenly went deep into the ground. Amidst the loud bangs, he had already stood firm, stopped his decline, raised his hand, and crushed a few jade beads in his hand. Instantly, the sound of Sanskrit sounded, and the golden light of the swastika was filled with incomparable light. He broke into the magic fog and dispelled the magic poison. But at this time, the fake Kang Song attacked again. The two fought hard again. But this time, Pussy was not at a disadvantage at all. Although his face was as pale as gold paper and his breathing was rapid, he was able to regroup so quickly. Kang Song was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect the enemy's foundation to be so solid. He thought that after seriously injuring the opponent with the 7-tailed centipede, he could easily take his life, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so tough. Fortunately, he had wasted most of his Taoism in advance. Otherwise, in a fair fight, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose. Kang Song's killing intent surged even more, knowing that this was the best opportunity. Although he retreated at this moment, it would not affect his identity, but it would be impossible for him to have such a good opportunity to seize the blood-sucking pearl in the future. He attacked more fiercely at that moment. Although he could not use the many magical powers of Kingan sect, he had communicated with the magic way over the years. If one method is mastered, all methods are mastered. The fierce magic method of the magic way in his hands is also hard to guard against. Fuck, this old guy has no martial ethics. He is so strong, but he still uses conspiracy tracks to attack. Xiaodao, who was far away, was furious. She turned her head to look at Linbin and Yanfei, but saw that both of them looked very solemn. What's wrong, big brother? So powerful. Dungeon Yanfei looked solemn and said in surprise, Fei Yan already thinks she is extraordinary, but if the opponent is any of these two people, Fei Yan may not be able to hold on for even 10 moves. Their attack methods are so magical that Kang Sung hasn't used his real means yet, otherwise I'm afraid Pu Zhi can't hold on now. Linbin's expression was also solemn. He knew before that the strength of this secret realm was definitely not just the killing level, but he didn't expect that even a second tier figure like Kang Sung in the late stage could reach the first level of the state guarding realm and even be considered the top among the state guarding people. Linbin relied on the Xiangang Beidao formation to trap him in it, and it would not be difficult to win. But facing the legendary Divine Sword and Thunder Control secret, he was a little unsure. Xiaodao was stunned when she heard this and said in surprise, Kang Sung? But didn't he say he was not Kang Sung? So no one doubted that he was Kang Sung. Linbin said, but we don't have to doubt whether he is Kang Sung or not, just kill him. Xiaodao, it's our turn. Okay. Xiaodao directly took out a heavy barret that was almost longer than her from her waist. She sneered, my big gun has been thirsty for a long time. You are so capable and still attack. She crawled on the ground and began to adjust the angle through the scope. A moment later, there was a loud bang. With Xiaodao as the center, the huge recoil shook up the dense smoke and dust, spreading in all directions. Thousands of meters away, Kang Sung, who had gradually gained the upper hand, suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart and only had time to move his body a few inches. Blood splattered. Kang Sung looked down in shock at his waist, which was blasted with a small half gap. Just now, he lost a kidney forever. In fact, if he reacted a little slower, his upper and lower body would probably be completely separated at this moment. He vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at the distance in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone could quietly injure him to such an extent. Little did he know that Xiaodao was also shocked and said in surprise, how amazing. He was able to dodge my Barret's fatal blow. You know, the speed from the launch to the attack of the Barret is so fast that it can't be described in seconds. But even so, Kang Sung was able to react temporarily. It's not surprising that he was seriously injured. After all, no matter how much he practiced, he was just a mortal body. Even if he cultivated a body of steel, what would happen? Barret can even blast through steel plates. Reload. Aim. Bang. 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 Several extremely dense gunshots rang out in succession. But Kang Sung was prepared. Even though he was seriously injured, his figure was as nimble as a butterfly and easily avoided all the bullets. But this terrible attack method still made him feel scared. In his eyes, the threat of this attack might be greater than that of Pussy now. Despicable villain, what kind of ability is it to attack secretly? Kang Sung gave up Pussy without hesitation and attacked in the direction of Xiaodao. In his opinion, Pu Zhi had already been poisoned by the seven-tailed centipede. Even if he was allowed to leave, he would not be able to run far. Kill the troublemakers in the distance first, and then come back to deal with him. Don't leave. Pu Zhi also vaguely guessed at this time that the people who helped him should be the strange people who left before. Especially the girl who had done him a favor. He would never let him go. Old bald donkey, I'll deal with you later. Kang Sung slashed out with hatred, and the fierce sword energy swept forward and hit the golden light of the swastika transformed by the Buddhist beads. There was a dense rain-like sound. Pu Zhi's face was pale, and he could no longer suppress the surging poison in his body. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which was already black. Kang Sung was about to leave, but suddenly, a figure appeared behind him like a ghost. A fierce palm, without any mercy, imprinted on Kang Sung's back. Kang Sung vomited a mouthful of blood. Linbin wanted to attack again, but the opponent's reaction was so fast that it was almost unbelievable. He directly raised a divine weapon with a green light, and the sword light transformed into several sword ki and rushed straight towards Linbin. Lin Bin's plan to kill him while he was sick failed. But he was not surprised at all. A faint light flashed in front of him, and with the appearance of the Nanming Lihuo sword, a sharp air suddenly swept around. All the grass, trees, bamboos, and stones within a radius of dozens of meters were crushed to pieces by the sharp sword ki. Raising his hand, controlling the Nanming Lihuo sword, he was fiercely hitting the opponent's weapon. A sound of weapons tearing and grinding that made people's teeth ache sounded, and the face of the opposite Kang Sang suddenly changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The two sides have not really started the contest, but the contest between the weapons has already determined the superiority. The Nanming Lihuo sword has an overall advantage and directly shook the opponent's long sword away." The power of the Nanming Lihuo sword was far beyond Lin Bin's imagination. Lin Bin shouted loudly. Another sword fell, and a vast sword energy attacked Kang Sang from all directions at the same time. Kang Sang was caught off guard, and was hit by the sword one after another. He endured the severe pain, jumped up, took over the magic weapon spinning in the air, and shouted loudly, "Nine heavens mysterious break, turn into divine thunder, and use the mighty power of heaven to guide it with the sword." In an instant, thick clouds rolled over the sky. The vast clouds gathered, containing the boundless divine power of seizing the creation of heaven and earth, and turned into divine thunder, which fell on his magic weapon. Kang Sang shouted loudly, guiding the thunder to cut directly at Lin Bin. The true secret of the divine sword to control thunder. Puz's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "You are not a person from the magic way, you are really Kang Sang." Kang Sang's face was as hard as blue paper. Since he had displayed the supreme divine skills of King Iron Sect, his identity could not be concealed. But as long as all the insiders were killed, he would still be safe. Lin Bin snorted softly. Nanming Lihuo sword defended himself, but did not confront the divine thunder. Instead, he reached out from his storage bag, and took out something like a javelin. He threw it directly in the direction of Kang Sang, and collided with the boundless thunder. The boundless thunder was dazzling and soul-stirring. Not only did Puz's eyes show a fanatical look, but even Yan Fei, and others in the distance, were surprised and surprised. At this point, Yan Fei finally understood why Lin Bin put the acquisition of King Iron Sect's skills in the first place, using the human body to attract the power of heaven and earth. This is no longer an ordinary power. It is several miles away. Chang Jian, a disciple of King Iron Sect who lives in Kaomio village, finally realized that something was wrong at this time. He looked up at the sky, but saw only dense thunder and clouds falling from the sky. Is it the senior of King Iron Sect fighting a powerful enemy? Chang Jian said in surprise. Is there really a demon coming? He raised his magic weapon and rushed towards the ruined temple. At this time, inside the ruined temple, everyone saw a scene that would make anyone stunned. The thunder collided with the spear, and the thunder was immediately firmly attached to the spear. The thunder had no power, and it was wrapped around the lightning rod. Taking advantage of Lin Bin's previous momentum, it attacked Kang Sang in the opposite direction. This powerful killing move with such a shocking momentum was easily broken by Lin Bin. It even counterattacked Kang Sang. Even Kang Sang was caught off guard by such a strange sight, and he raised his sword to block the incoming spear. But the thunder went straight to his body along the metal. Kang Sang screamed in pain. The magic weapon in his hand fell downwards. Lin Bin raised the Nanming Lihuo sword. He put away the sword energy like an ice ridge, and the dark blue sword body directly slashed on Kang Sang's neck. Kang Sang's head was thrown high into the air. He reached out and grasped the weapon in his hand. This sword could withstand the Nanming Lihuo sword's strangulation without being damaged at all. Although it was not as good as the Nanming Lihuo sword, it could also be called a peerless divine weapon. In fact, it was just as he expected. He put away the sword without leaving any trace, and stretched out his hand to suck back the lightning rod. His eyes fell on Pu Zhi, and he asked with concern, "Master Pu Zhi, are you okay?" Pu Zhi. He suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Did he come to King Iron Sect in the wrong place this time? The power of King Iron Sect's unique skills is extraordinary, but it seems to be slightly inferior in terms of power. Or maybe that divine weapon is too magical, and it can restrain the divine sword's true art of controlling thunder to such an extent. Is this a feat of science defeating superstition? Xiaodao lay on the ground and saw everything that happened through the scope. She showed a very strange look on her face. Of course he knew what that thing was, but because he knew it, he was even more shocked. The nemesis of the Divine Sword's lightning control technique is actually the lightning rod. Chapter 315. You can imagine it yourself. It seemed clean and neat. But in fact, Kang Sang was seriously injured, and Lin Bin attacked first. And the real MVP should be the lightning rod. That was only D level. It can only be said that the attribute restraint is too serious. The magic sword's true art of controlling thunder is to use one's own power, to draw the power of heaven and earth and completely submerge the enemy. So when the opponent's magnification was rebounded, and his defense was empty, he directly killed the enemy with one move. Lin Bin landed beside Pussy and asked, "Master, are you okay?" Amitabha. Seeing Kang Sang die, Pussy's originally upright body slowly hunched up. The seven-tailed centipede is one of the most poisonous in the world. There are almost no survivors who are hit. He can hold on until now and fight against the strong enemy. It is already the magical skills of Cheyenne Temple, and his own skills are extremely profound. Now he suddenly relaxed and could hardly stand straight. Looking up at Lin Bin, he felt a sense of resentment inexplicably. "You are so strong. Why didn't you stay to help me when I asked you to leave? Instead, you just left so obediently. Are you planning to reap the benefits?" Lin Bin seemed to have everything under control and said, "Master, your mind is controlled by the evil creature." This sentence seemed to contain the sound of thunder and instantly brought Pu Zhi back to his senses. Pu Zhi, who had just been ambushed by Kang Sang and had a fierce battle with his severely injured body, was not afraid at all. Now he gasped with a face full of fear and said in surprise, "I didn't expect this evil creature to be so omnipresent. Amitabha, I thank you for saving my life. I hope you will forgive me for my impoliteness just now." It was just a feeling of dissatisfaction in his heart, but he didn't expect Pu Zhi to apologize. From this point of view, he is really an honest man. Ailey is the silver-haired foreigner just now. She is quite good at healing. I will let her come and take a look. Lin Bin apologized seriously. "I'm sorry, Master. Although I have a decent swordsmanship, the women around me are too weak. If I stay here to help you, this man will be so despicable and shameless that he might take them hostages. Then we will be helpless." As he spoke, Yan Fei dragged Xiaodao with one hand and supported Alice with the other and rushed over here. Lin Bin ordered, "Ailey, help the master heal his wounds." Amitabha, don't worry about it. This is the poison of the seven-tailed centipede, which is stimulated from the inside out. Others may not be able to. Before he finished speaking, Pu Zhi's face suddenly showed an extremely surprised look. I saw that Ailey didn't even get close to him, but a misty white light was stimulated from her body. This white light shone on him, which actually lifted his spirits. Although it didn't help reduce the toxins, it actually lifted up his exhausted spirit a lot. "Thank you, female donor. It's okay. I can only help you relieve your fatigue. You may have to remove the poison by yourself." Lin Bin looked at Puzz's tired face with a bit of blue and black and said seriously, "Master, you should have an evil treasure on you, right?" "That's right. By chance, this old monk once got the blood-sucking pearl from the black-hearted old man 800 years ago. This female donor was frightened by the blood-sucking pearl in my hand before, and she suppressed it with her own Buddhist teachings." Lin Bin sighed, "But now it seems that master, you are seriously injured and have no ability to suppress this evil treasure. Not only that, you are showing signs of being bewitched by this evil treasure." Pussy looked gloomy when he heard this and smiled bitterly. It took the combined power of this old monk and the jade rosary to suppress the blood-sucking pearl. Now this old monk is seriously injured, and most of the jade rosary was destroyed in order to deal with senior brother Kang Sang. Alas, it seems that it is not appropriate to keep this treasure in this old monk's hands. Lin Bin was slightly happy in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. This is what he was thinking. Pu Zhi was injured by the seven-tailed centipede, so it was difficult for him to suppress the blood-sucking pearl. If he still had a bit of sanity, the best way would be to destroy the blood-sucking pearl. Of course, if he could destroy it, he would have destroyed it long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now. So the most important thing now is to find a new suppressor for the blood-sucking pearl. Although the two met for the first time, he saved the other's life, and his performance was completely in line with the style of a righteous man. As long as Poo Zhi didn't have greed in his heart, he should know who is the best choice. Sure enough, he turned his head and looked at Lin Bin. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the distance. Who is the demon here to commit evil? The Kingan Sect's arrows are coming. Why don't you surrender quickly? A sword light came straight from the distance. Is he from Kingan Sect? Puz's eyes lit up. He turned around and looked at Kang Sang's body and sighed. No matter what, senior brother Kang Sang died in the hands of the old monk, and this matter should be explained to Kingan Sect. He was quite considerate and took the blame for killing Kang Sang on himself. Lin Bin said, "It doesn't matter, I can also testify for the master. If Kingan Sect really can't distinguish right from wrong, then I will definitely make them suffer heavy losses." He felt a little regretful. It seems that he is not destined to be with the blood-sucking pearl after all. After all, compared to a stranger like him, even if he was stabbed in the back by someone out of the blue, Puz's trust in Kingan Sect is definitely far superior to him. But he doesn't care. Shiana's sword is only A+ level, and blood-sucking pearl is also of this level. He has more than one S level props in his hand. The blood-sucking pearl, a prop with great side effects, is enough to make him happy, but even if he doesn't get it, his loss is not big. Besides, it's worth the price now. Thinking about the dragon-slaying sword that he had just obtained. Just now, Kang Sang was obviously forced into an extremely dangerous situation. Therefore, in order to exert the greatest power of the divine sword and the true art of controlling thunder, he used the dragon-slaying sword as a medium to perform it. However, this way, Lin Bin got a bargain. Dragon-slaying sword, A+ grade weapon. It was taken from the Wanzai green crystal in the extremely bitter land of southern Xinjiang. It took 6 years to forge. On the day when the sword was completed, there was thunder in the sky and the rain was like dragon blood. Therefore, it was named Dragon Slaying. You must move forward without hesitation to exert the greatest power of this sword. Note, if you want to get involved, you can't be afraid of death. In terms of pure power, the Dragon Slaying sword is not inferior to the Blood Devouring Pearl, and it can even compete with the Soul Devouring Rod refined by Guili. From this point of view, Lin Bin has already paid for a Shianaya and got a Dragon Slaying sword. And this time, there may be unexpected surprises. His thoughts turned straight in his mind. Poo Zhi sighed and said, "Brother Daogsun is still very sensible." As he spoke, the sword flashed. Chang Jian had already arrived, and then he saw everyone present. Among them, Poo Zhi looked defeated, as if he was about to die. He couldn't help but change his face in shock. He had led the way to the Kingan Sect before, so he naturally recognized this one of the 4 great monks of Shianayan Temple. But when he saw the headless body on the ground and the head in the distance, his face instantly became more defeated than Poo Zhi's. He screamed, "Uncle Kang! Uncle Kang Sang!" His calves began to tremble. What does this mean? The second in command of Shianayan Temple and the second in command of Kingan Sect actually fought for life and death in this small ruined temple, and even caused a death. What should we do? Poo Zhi sighed and said, "Amitabha, nephew Chang Jian, you came just in time." Chang Jian. 2 hours later, everyone in the ruined temple had already arrived at the Kingan Sect. At this time, the leaders of the Kingan Sect had already gathered on Tangshan Peak. The head monk of Langshao Peak, Kang Sang, died tragically at the hands of Puzhi of Shianayan Temple. When they heard the news, their first thought was, could it be that Puzhi failed to obtain the Taiji Zuan King Dao and had the crazy idea of killing people to gain merit? Thinking of this, they were immediately filled with indignation. They rushed to Tangshan Peak as soon as possible. They wanted to settle accounts with Puzhi, but they didn't expect to see Puzhi's exhausted and decadent face, with a dark complexion, as if he was about to die. On the contrary, Kang Sang, although his head had been sewn back to his body, was dressed in black, like a man who stole people. Amitabha, this is the basic situation. Puzhi stood up and took out a bead filled with a dark and ominous aura, saying, "This is the blood-sucking bead held by the black-hearted old man 800 years ago. I got it by chance several decades ago. Over the years, I have been using Buddhism to dissolve his evil spirit. But now, I have been poisoned by the seven-tailed centipede and severely injured by senior brother Kang Sang. It is still uncertain whether I can survive. If I hold this thing in my hand again, I will not only be unable to dissolve its evil spirit, but will be infected by it. At this point, he took a deep breath. Then he said with difficulty, "It is too late for me to send this thing back to Cheyenne Temple. Fortunately, senior brother Deogsun is still here. I will give the blood-sucking bead to senior brother Deogsun. Please suppress it with the supreme Taoism. Don't let it wander outside and become an accomplice of the evil spirits who kill people." Everyone's face suddenly became very complicated. Looking at Pussy, they also had a look of admiration that they themselves could not detect. The blood-sucking pearl was a supreme treasure. To be fair, if they got this thing, even if they could not use it, they had to keep it tightly and not let anyone take it away. But according to Puzz's words, it was Kang Sang who coveted this treasure and then secretly attacked him. If it were not for the help of a nobleman, he might have died at Kang Sang's hands. Even though there was already a grudge, he did not doubt Kingan sect at all, but took the initiative to hand it over to them. Just this point, he did not seem to link Kang Sang's behavior with Kingan sect at all. His character is admirable. Just looking at Kang Sang's beheaded body, even at this moment, the sword energy inside still remained, which made them all feel cold in their hearts. Such a magic weapon is definitely not something Pussy can possess. The eyes of several heads fell on Linbin. The cultivation of those women was mediocre. Except for the beautiful woman with black hair who was particularly strong in mind, the others seemed to have no outstanding features. However, what they need to care about now is not who killed Kang Sang. It is whether Kang Sang really wanted to seize the blood-sucking pearl by force, as Pussy said. If it is true, raising seven-tailed centipedes and refining poisonous blood banners, Kingan sect's face will be lost. But in fact, they have believed Pussy's words for 7 or 8 layers. After all, the seven-tailed centipedes and poisonous blood banners found on Kang Sang were not fake. In fact, if Pussy hadn't reminded them, the disciples who were responsible for cleaning up Kang Sang's body would probably have been bitten to death by the seven-tailed centipedes, biting others but not him, saying that this centipede was not raised by Kang Sang. No one would believe it. But after all, hundreds of years of feelings. Now seeing Kang Sang fall into such a situation, their hearts are also complicated for a while. Deogsun took the blood-sucking pearl. The cold hand made him feel greedy. He knew that the matter of Kang Sang was probably true, but once it was exposed, Kingan sect would suffer great shame. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that only Pussy knew about it, and he was seriously injured, and kill him. This thought only flashed through his mind, and was easily suppressed by Deogsun. He exclaimed, "What a vicious blood-sucking bead." Brother Pussy was able to suppress it for decades. It's really amazing. Brother, you are too kind. Pussy sighed, "I'm only glad that I threw this hot potato away. With my brother's supreme magic power, I can easily suppress it." Deogsun said, "Brother Kang Sang is the law enforcement officer of my Kingan sect. His status in my Kingan sect is second only to me. Even if he colluded with the devil, he can't be the head of Kingan sect. It seems that there are some hidden secrets behind this matter that we don't know. We must investigate it carefully. Of course, even a pig would know. Even if this investigation really finds something, it will definitely end in nothing. The thief leader is already dead. What else do you want? Let's make a big deal out of a small matter." But afterwards, everyone fell into a strange silence. Pu Zhi came here to ask for the Taijizu and King Dao. Of course, they would never give it to him. But now, the people from their Kingan sect first attacked and plotted against him, and Pu Zhi let go of the past grudges and even gave him the blood-sucking pearl. In comparison, their Kingan sect felt that it would be inappropriate not to give the skills this time. But if they gave it, it would be even more inappropriate. Deogsun held the blood-sucking pearl and was speechless for a while. He looked at the junior brothers and sisters below. Shuai looked at Kang Sang's body with a complicated expression, as if she was thinking about something. Xian Buai sighed with regret. He and Kang Sang had been at odds for many years, but he still admired his ability. Now that he is dead, he feels a little bit sad. The heads of other peaks are all like this. But no one thought of helping Deoxeon out of the predicament. At this moment, Deoxeon even hoped that Kang Song, who was lying on the ground, would wake up quickly and help him out. And at this moment, he suddenly thought of something and changed the subject. He also looked at Lin Bin and others and said, "Thank you all for helping my Kingayan sect get rid of the rebel Kang Song. I wonder why you came to my Kingayan sect?" Lin Bin said seriously, "Return the property to its original owner. Return the property to its original owner?" The eyes of several people looking at Lin Bin immediately became extremely strange. Did he kill Kang Sang and then return Kang Sang's body to them? Lin Bin smiled and said, "You all misunderstood. In fact, I have nothing to do with this matter. It was Miss Yan Fei. I met her accidentally while traveling. After hearing her purpose, I felt that she was noble, so I volunteered to be her guard and escorted her all the way to Kingayan Mountain. I wanted to rest tonight and visit her early tomorrow morning, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing by accident that night. What treasure is returned?" Yan Fei took a deep breath. She still couldn't do it like Lin Bin, who lied as soon as he opened his mouth. Therefore, she prepared it first. Of course, this behavior was mistaken by the chiefs as nervousness. She took off the long box that she had been carrying on her back. Open it, reveal the true appearance inside. A magical weapon with cold air. The huge Kingayan gate was immediately filled with cold air. Shiana. Shuaiu's eyes changed, rushed forward, grasped the Shianaya sword, and stretched out her hand to shake it. Suddenly, there was a humming sound of swords inside, and she screamed, "How did this sword end up in your hand?" Deng Yanfei followed the script Lin Bin had given her before and explained, "A few months ago, I saved an old woman who was nearly frozen to death in the snow. The old woman was in critical condition at the time, and although I took her into the house, she was too weak and died soon. Before she left this sword to me and asked me to deliver it to Kingayan Mountain on her behalf, saying that the entire Kingayan sect would be grateful for my merits by then." She paused and said, "I don't care about gratitude, but being recognized by others is a big deal. I have been with that old woman for several days, and I was enlightened by her and helped her through a difficult time. I owe her a favor, so I went thousands of miles to send this sword back to Kingayan sect." Shuai was shocked and said, "Brother, could this be Master? But why did the old woman say anything to you?" Yan Fei shook her head and said, "She didn't say anything. She just gave me the sword before she died, and I came here. I also encountered many attacks from monsters along the way. Thanks to Brother Bin's rescue, I was able to come here safely." She remembered Lin Bin's words. "The more you talk, the more mistakes you make, and the less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. A story has a beginning and an end, and the middle part can be filled in by their own imagination. Believe it or not, Chyanaya is here anyway. No one will joke with them with such a precious treasure." Pu Zhi sighed and said, "Amitabha, the female donor has a noble character, which is admirable." Yan Fei waved her hand and said, "I just did what I should do." Everyone was silent. She came thousands of miles away and took the initiative to return the Shianaya sword. This woman deserves the phrase bright wind and clear moon. This time, the lady is selfless and returned the Shianaya sword to us. I, Kingayan sect, really don't know how to repay the lady." Deoxeon's heart was even more complicated. Kingayan sect got 2 treasures in a row in one day, which was originally a happy event. But this favor is really too much. Chapter 316. Divide into 3 groups to maximize benefits. Actually, that old woman also promised me. Yan Fei seemed to be ashamed to talk about benefits, so her expression was a little awkward. Deoxeon asked, "Oh, what did she say?" "When she handed the sword to me, she promised me that, as long as I could return the sword to Kingayan sect would definitely promise me a condition." "What condition do you want?" Deoxeon was relieved when he heard it. Selflessly returning the magic weapon, and then having no desires or demands, and even leaving without even mentioning any conditions. It sounds very beautiful, but as the leader of a sect, he thinks much more than ordinary people. The more you take advantage of something, the more likely there is a huge trap waiting behind it. especially the difference between the Cheyenne sword and the bloodthirsty pearl. The entire cultivation world knows that Cheyenne is the magic weapon of King Iron sect. If it falls on someone else's face, especially someone in the magic way, King Iron sect will no longer have to save its face. He was satisfied that the other party had something to ask for. King Iron sect was a big family with a lot of wealth, so it would not be unable to repay the request of a little girl. I have been in the secular world for many years, and I have long seen through the warmth and coldness of human hearts and the dangers of the world. Now I just want to get away from the secular world and find a quiet place to spend the rest of my life. Yan Fei said seriously. I do have some selfish motives to send Cheyenne back. I would like to ask the headmaster to find a secluded place in King Iron sect for me to live in seclusion. As soon as these words came out, everyone in King Iron sect was immediately moved. Deoxen asked the girl's family. Yan Fei glanced at Lin Bin and replied, they are no longer in this world. Shuai immediately let out a long breath, and her eyes swept deeply over Yan Fei, and then swept again. Her eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed a few times and said, Brother Deoxen, this Miss Yan Fei is indeed very kind to our King Iron sect. The importance of Cheyenne to our King Iron sect needs no further explanation. She only has such a small request now. We have no reason not to fulfill her wish. Our Ziosu Peak has beautiful scenery and is full of women. It is just right for Miss Yan Fei to live in seclusion. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Deoxen was thoughtful. He looked at Yan Fei deeply, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't noticed it before. He just felt that the other party's request was too simple. An ordinary person's lifespan is at most 70 or 80 years. Although this girl is young, she can't hide it from their eyes. She should have married and had children. How many years can she live? A few decades of time, for them, is really like a white horse passing by. Generally speaking, it should be so. But when he looked again, he found something strange. The loss of Yuan is really a normal thing for her age. It is better to say that in the secular world, it is abnormal for her to remain innocent at this age. But it was her Yuanshan that was abnormal. Normally, the Yuanshan of ordinary people, even those who practice Taoism, would not be able to detect it, and there was no good way to temper it. It could only be improved through the improvement of cultivation and the gradual improvement of time. Yuanshan seemed to have no effect on cultivation, but no one would underestimate the role of Yuanshan. But the Yuanshan of this woman was so strong that it was almost comparable to that of the chiefs. In addition, she had no Taoism, which was equivalent to her being a bucket without a shortboard, just waiting to be filled with water. In comparison, the so-called loss of Yuan was not a big deal at all. In fact, Shan Buai and Suru had been married for many years and had children, but their cultivation was not much lower. Well, although Ziosu Peak is indeed beautiful, Miss Yan Fei has done a great favor to our King Iron sect. I think it is better to let her stay in Changfeng, so that we can show how much we value her. Deoxen said seriously, otherwise, it would show that our King Iron sect is ungrateful, which is not appropriate, very inappropriate. There are women on Tangshan Peak, and I can open up a separate area for Miss Yan Fei to live in, which is more quiet and elegant. In fact, if we talk about quietness, there is no place in the entire King Iron sect that is quieter than Dazu Peak, right? There are not even a few disciples, and you can't see a living person if you want to. Cheyenne Buai blinked. How to say? His reaction is relatively slow. Usually, Kang Song spoke first, and he could only react quickly, based on Kang Song's reaction. But now Kang Song was lying not far away. How could he compete with Cheyenne Buai? If Deoxen hadn't opened his mouth, he might not have discovered the magical and special features of the woman below. But now he has discovered it. Inviting Yan Fei to Jifen is almost equivalent to having an additional first-class master of at least shanking level in the sect in a few decades. The benefits are so great that even a pig knows what to do. He laughed and said, Miss Yan Fei, right? From your appearance, you already have a child, right? Yan Fei nodded slightly and said, I have a daughter who should be in her early teens. She silently apologized to Gao Yu in her heart, thinking that it was not my mother who deliberately arranged this for you. It was your elder brother who arranged this for you. When you go back, let your elder brother compensate you well. Forget it. It's better for my mother to compensate you personally when the time comes. That's perfect. I also happen to have a daughter here. She's not very old, only about 8 or 9 years old. From the girl's tone before, it seems that the child is no longer in this world. It's just right for me to get closer to my Linger. Ahem. Junior brother. Deoxedin frowned and said, you can't talk, so just say less. Even if she doesn't join your Dazu Peak, she is still the benefactor of our entire Kingan sect. Why do you have to poke her wounds? Xian Buai. Ah. Do I? Zheng Shucheng smiled and said, in fact, my Fenghu Peak also welcomes the girl to stay. And my Chaoyang Peak, Luaksha Peak, is also willing to reserve a seat for the girl. Even they themselves didn't realize that they were talking about seclusion before, but as they talked, they directly turned into competing for disciples. Just kidding. Even if you are secluded in the mountains, you don't have to be dirty and dazed all day. It's also a natural thing to find some exercises to practice, right? Unfortunately, Yan Fei is a woman. This gave Shuai the greatest advantage, especially if the Shianaya sword was really returned to its original owner. It should have returned to her hands. She waved her hand, as if scolding a child. Go away, you guys are all grown up and still don't know the difference between right and wrong. She will join my Zaozu Peak, and this is settled. If you have any opinions, you can tell me in private later. Don't embarrass yourself in public. After that, Shuai faced Yanfei and smiled. Miss Yanfei, right? You may not know that there are 6 excellent views in Kingan sect, and the scenery is beautiful. And in my Zaozu Peak, there is a moon platform. If you don't mind, I can set up your residence near the moon platform. Every full moon night, you can go to the moon platform to enjoy the moon, which is a special mood. Yanfei pursed her lips and said, thank you, Master Shuai. Hey. Don't look at my young age. In fact, I'm probably several dozen years older than you. Just call me sister. Shuai smiled heartily. Yanfei lowered her head, as if she didn't want to get too close to her. But this was in line with her idea of wanting to avoid the world and not get close to anyone. Since Miss Yanfei has found her home here, I feel at ease. Linben smiled and said, it's time for me to retire. Thank you for escorting Miss Yanfei back to the mountain. Deoxedin and others thanked Linben. Linben smiled and said, it's just what I should do. By the way, Master Pussy has been poisoned by the 7-tailed centipede. This poison is terrible and cannot be cured overnight. Why don't you ask the master to stay in my Kingan sect for a few days and return to the mountain after you recover? Deoxedin couldn't help but have a headache when he said this. Now Pussy has done a great favor to Kingan sect. At least, he has helped them retain their last face. He was really worried that, if Pussy took the opportunity to ask for Teijizu and King Deo, they would find it difficult to refuse. Fortunately, Pu Zhi was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. After hearing Deoxedin's arrangement, he just put his palms together and said thank you. Linben finally looked at Yanfei and said, then we'll take our leave. He didn't even mention the dragon slaying sword. Deoxedin and the others didn't think about it. They actually let them go down the mountain. When the 3 of them returned to the foot of the mountain, Linben went to Kaomayo village to take a look, but found that the whole village, led by the village chief, was actually packing their bags. The children were still running and playing carefree, but the adults all had a sense of worry about leaving their hometown. But no one had any objections. On the contrary, his expression was very determined. Seeing Linben return, the village chief came over specially, bowed to Linben, and said, young master told you before that, if you are closer to Kingan sect, you can indeed be protected by the sect, but if there are demons who dare to attack Kingan sect, Kaomayo village will be the first to bear the brunt. It is better to find another secluded place to cultivate farmland, and you can still live. Obviously, the shocking turmoil last night really scared them. Linben said, well, leaving is also a good thing. Anyway, if there are really some Taoist geniuses in your village in the future, relying on your relationship with Kingan sect, it is not a big problem to recommend a few disciples to go up the mountain. Especially Kaomayo village left the mountain at this time, as if it was frightened by the demons. But the people in Kingan sect knew the details. How could there be any demons? They were from their Kingayan sect, so naturally they felt a little guilty. He glanced at the many children playing and said, in fact, if possible, the village chief can arrange for a few children in the village to study in Kingayan sect. If they learn something in the future, they may be able to better protect their village. The village chief's eyes really lit up, and he said in surprise, huh, why didn't I think of this? Maybe it's because it's dark under the lamp. Linbin smiled and answered. Seeing that the village chief was busy, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he took Xiaodao and Aliceville back to the ruined temple. Xiaodao sat on the altar of the Buddha statue and stretched out her short legs lazily, which were quite slender in proportion to her height. She said a little sadly, if Sister Fian is gone suddenly, it feels like something is missing. As she said that, she looked at Aliceville who had been following Linbin obediently. Blinking her eyes, she realized. In fact, if it wasn't for Miss Alice's sudden intrusion, Sister Fian would have left. Wouldn't she have spent the past few years with the boss? Unconsciously, she gently stroked her chest. She felt panic inexplicably, but soon calmed down. Well, it was just my assumption. Anyway, Miss Ailey is here now, and the world of two people is completely gone. No need to think too much, no need to think too much. It was as if she wanted to fill this sudden sense of emptiness. Xiaodao took the initiative to ask, boss, what are we going to do next? Next, wait for information, and then give priority to completing our main task. Information from Sister Fian? Well, I believe it will be soon. Linbin took out the previous macro signal base station from the storage space. Then he installed the signal amplifier, provided by Xiaodao on it. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait for long. Linbin received a call from Yanfei. Yanfei's voice was very excited, with a naivety that did not belong to a girl of her age. She said in surprise, Brother Bin, just as you expected, Fian followed that Master Shuai to Xiaosu Peak. On the way, she asked Fian about the details of my contact with the old woman at that time. Fian followed your words and directly linked the topic to Fox Mountain and the demon cult. Then, as expected, I learned the location of the demon cult and Fox Mountain from her mouth. Oh, you didn't expose yourself? No. Fian didn't want to talk more about the past, so they didn't ask much. They sent Fian here, and let Fian rest alone. Yanfei said seriously, don't worry, Brother Bin, I will try my best to complete the task. Your own safety is the most important. Remember, we have a lot of time. Yeah. He hung up the phone with Yanfei. Xiaodao asked eagerly, are we going to Fox Mountain? No. I should say, you are going to Fox Mountain. Linbin looked at Xiaodao and said, Xiaokai and her daughter are trapped in the mountain. Ailey has healing magic. With her assistance, you two should be fine, right? Xiaodao asked in surprise, aren't we going together? Linbin said seriously, I want to maximize the benefits of this mission. As far as I know, Xiaokai seems to be the wife of Ghost King, the leader of Ghost King sect. They have a deep relationship. If he knew that his wife was in desperate situation, he would definitely rush to rescue her as soon as possible. However, the mission gives a 3-month limit for mission failure. That is to say, within these 3 months, Ghost King will never come to rescue his wife. It shows that he doesn't know about this. Xiaodao was astonished and said, you want to make money with this information? While rescuing people, I will also use this information to squeeze them hard. Otherwise, after rescuing people, they must be properly placed. At that time, we will have to go to the Ghost King sect again. However, by then, we will be passive. According to my speculation, we may only get a thank you. Linbin sighed, so when to go there? This is a very important question. Xiaodao was moved and said, Big brother, you are willing to let me act alone. Do you trust me so much? Exclamation mark. Linbin said speechlessly, didn't you say before that I didn't trust you enough? Now I'll let you go. Why do you still have any objections? Alice can be your driver, and I can fly with a sword. If nothing goes wrong, we can meet up in a few days. Guarantee to complete the mission. Xiaodao immediately raised his head and chest, and saluted. But, in this case, there is a problem. Alice was embarrassed when she heard this. She secretly glanced at Linbin and said, but I'm your heroic spirit, master. I have tried it with Elia before. Once I'm too far away from you, although I'm not far away from you, I should not be dragged to your side by force, but the transmission of magic power will be cut off, right? This is also a problem. Lin Bin was also embarrassed. Xiaodao was actually right in one sentence. He was indeed a little worried. Xiaodao's output was very strong. In a certain sense, her attack power was far superior to Lin Bin. For example, if facing the conqueror King Iskander, Lin Bin now has the Nanming Lihuo sword and feels that he has some confidence, but it is only a few confidences. But if it is Xiaodao, in a sense, she should be able to completely wipe out Iskander's king's army. But at the same time, her limitations are also very large. Incompetent in close combat. Even if she can control the surrounding beasts to protect herself, it won't work. Therefore, if she was asked to go alone to save people, Lin Bin was really worried that she would encounter some twists and turns. Of course, it would be even worse if she went to the Ghost King sect. He went to the Ghost King sect to negotiate. If Xiaodao went, it would be a waste of time. Actually, it's not that there is no way. Alice saw Lin Bin's embarrassment and felt guilty. As a heroic spirit, she actually let the master do this. She said vaguely, actually, it's not impossible to make some preparations in advance. Prepare? What preparations? It's just, master, you just need to provide me with some body fluids. Oh, I forgot about this. Lin Bin suddenly realized and laughed. I understand, don't worry, it's just blood. I'll feed you some later, and I guarantee that you will still have plenty of magic power after you leave me. Blood. Alice was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth, and wanted to explain that it didn't have to be so troublesome with blood. Other things, such as saliva or something else, could replenish her magic power. How could she let the master get hurt? But since Lin Bin had already taken the initiative to bring it up, she naturally had no reason to refute. She readily nodded in agreement and said with a smile, yeah, blood will do. I'll just drink a little bit. Chapter 317 Blackmail. It can only be said that Lin Bin was also led into a ditch by a liar. Elia was quite thick-skinned. Even though she owed Lin Bin a huge favor, she still had the nerve to ask Lin Bin for his blood for her mother. But Alice was embarrassed to bother Lin Bin for her own affairs. Therefore, even if it was a bit embarrassing, she would rather put herself in a difficult position than to wrong the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Bin was so sensible that Alice had a better understanding of Lin Bin in her heart. This person is more considerate than expected. It seems that I have found a good master for myself. After the two of them finished their magic in the car, Lin Bin got out of the car and watched Xiaodao get in. And Alice, with a flushed face and a little excited, stepped on the accelerator, and the car was already roaring like a monster, rushing in the direction given by Yan Fei before. The modified H9, except for the shell, that is still as tough as before, the interior is almost completely changed. Even this muddy road did not affect Iris Veil's acceleration at all. To be honest, Lin Bin was a little worried. Unlike Yan Fei, these two people didn't seem very reliable. If they were put together and some chemical reaction occurred, it would not be as simple as a car overturn. But what Xiaodao said in the Origin Secret Realm before did make sense. He was looking for teammates who could cooperate with each other, not for babies who needed him to take care of. Xiaodao's personal ability was actually quite outstanding, otherwise he would not be valued so much by President Bei. Without any blood relationship, did you really think that President Bei was the kind of brainless person who spoiled the brainless heroine without thinking? The so-called worry can actually be regarded as a manifestation of suspicion in a sense. But there should be no living things in Huki Mountain now except for the 3 generations of a lonely family. In this case, it would be difficult for her to mess things up, even if she wanted to. Lin Bin didn't think about it anymore, and flew towards the direction of the Ghost King sect on his sword. Just like he said before, this news is time limited. The Ghost King sect was not a pushover. If they wanted to squeeze money out of them, he had to do it himself. So, the 4 of them split into 3 groups on the first day they entered the secret realm. King Iron Gate, near the Xiaosu Peak platform. Yan Fei was placed in a rather secluded bamboo house. Shuayu even came to ask about her well-being on the first day. Yan Fei also put down her previous reserve and took the initiative. to ask her about everything in Kingayan Gate. Of course, the reason was very appropriate. After all, if you live in Kingayan Gate, you must not commit any unforgivable sins without noticing, which will make both sides look bad. Shuayu's evaluation of Yanfei was a few points higher. When she left, she asked specifically that there was nothing to do if she lived in seclusion. She had a method called Teijizu and King Deo. I wonder if you are interested. If so, you might as well try to practice it when you are bored. Maybe you can get unexpected gains. Yanfei agreed readily. In her heart, she secretly admired Brother Bin for his perfect plan. He gained the trust of Kingayan sect with just a Shionaya sword. He exchanged external objects for a technique. This business might be profitable in the eyes of others, but Brother Bin spent so much effort on this technique, which shows that he must have made a lot of money in his eyes. But when she thought of the divine sword and thunder control technique used by Kang Sang before, her surprise disappeared completely. Although this kind of magical power seemed to be easily cracked by Brother Bin. In fact, even Brother Bin himself said that he was just trying it at that time, and there must be an element of luck. As long as there is an element of luck and the protection of the luck of the Heshibi, he will not fail. But the scene of using human power to pull the power of heaven and earth and summon thunder from the sky. This sword technique is probably the highest level of technique even in Kingayan sect. It is probably impossible to obtain this kind of technique through normal means in the short term of 2 or 3 years. It seems that we still have to think of some crooked ways. At this time, Xiaodao was still on the way to Huqi Mountain, and Lin Bin also flew his sword with all his strength and rushed to the direction of the Ghost King sect. The current Ghost King sect is not in the Central Plains, but still in the Savage Holy Temple. Although the Ghost King has begun to plan to move towards the Central Plains, it is still necessary to consider the opinions of the other 3 sects that are from the same lineage as them, but have older qualifications than them. In other words, Yanfei was smart. During the chat with Shuayu, she intentionally or unintentionally turned the topic to the demon sect. Shuayu naturally took the opportunity to mention a senior brother in their sect who once held a magic weapon and broke into the temple and retreated safely. Then, the location of the Savage Holy Temple was naturally found out. It is indeed a remote place where no one lives. Lin Bin flew for 4 or 5 days on his sword. Unlike normal cultivators, his eternal life secret is endless and can fully support him to always fly with the highest endurance. During this process, he passed by prosperous towns, secluded villages, primitive wilderness, and even the vast ocean, until the population gradually sparse. Demon sect disciples began to patrol along the way. Lin Bin stopped and carefully pressed the sword light. He concealed his traces with an optical camouflage cloak, and then slowly continued to run forward. Kingayan was his specialty, so no one could detect his traces. He got closer and closer, until in front, he could clearly see a desolate and ancient temple. It seemed that, because of the endless years, the temple was already very dilapidated, but because of the dilapidation, it was more majestic. Lin Bin took a deep breath, and was about to move forward. Suddenly, a green light came at a very fast speed, and it was in his face in the blink of an eye. Lin Bin's figure did not move, and the whole person was broken into thousands of pieces like a broken portrait. The real body had already appeared 2 meters away, but the green light did not pursue him directly. It stopped abruptly at the place where he just stood and disappeared. Obviously, if Lin Bin had retreated and dodged continuously, he would have made a big fool of himself. This move alone was no less than that of Kang Sang and Pussy before. The temple is forbidden, and disciples of the righteous path are not allowed to enter. A clear voice sounded. A handsome man in a green robe and holding a folding fan slowly walked out and said, "Young man, I don't know how you sneaked into such a close place, but you know that, if the person you met was not me, you would have been dead now." Lin Bin asked, "Are you from the Ghost King sect?" Although he asked, but his eyes fell on a ring with a green light on the man's hand. He had already identified his identity. King Long, one of the 4 holy envoys of the Ghost King sect, did not expect such a coincidence, which saved a lot of trouble. "That's right. You are here to find the Ghost King sect?" King Long looked Lin Bin up and down for a while and asked, "My Ghost King sect should have never had any dealings with the righteous path, right?" Lin Bin said, "I want to see your sect master for something urgent." King Lang said thoughtfully, Sect Master? Could it be that you, a young man, have committed some unforgivable mistake in the righteous path and have come to seek refuge in my holy church? If so, the Changsheng Hall or the Wandu sect next door should be more suitable, right? My Ghost King sect has only been established for a short 200 or 300 years. We cannot compare with their deep roots and large family business. Obviously, he didn't believe it at all. Lin Bin said, because it is in the startup period, it is more humane, so I want to do business with him. What business? About your sect master's wife and Miss Bao. Did they go back to Huki Mountain to visit their relatives? King Lang's face suddenly changed, and he said in a low voice, are they in your hands? No, I just know their whereabouts, so I came to the Ghost King sect to sell this information. Of course, if you are not interested, you don't have to buy it, and you won't lose anything. This is really the truth. Solin Bean said it with confidence. Even if you don't buy it, I have to rescue your wife and children, and then send them to you safely, and you won't lose anything. But the problem is that the Ghost King doesn't know this, which gives Lin Bin an opportunity to operate, and he is playing with an information gap. Sure enough, the face of the King Lang Saint Envoy immediately became extremely solemn, and he said, come with me. After that, he didn't even show his previous chic demeanor. He strode towards the Ghost King sect's residence. The safety of the sect master's wife is the top priority. Soon, the Ghost King came running over in a hurry. He was dressed in a grey-black robe and long hair, dressed like a scholar. He looked elegant and refined. However, just by looking at his deep eyes, you could tell that he was definitely not a person who was willing to be inferior to others. Looking at him, a figure unconsciously emerged in Lin Bin's mind. His father-in-law, Shizixun. The two of them had very similar temperaments. The same scheming, the same ambition, but if there was any difference, it was probably that the Ghost King had a wife, so there was still a little warmth in his eyes. If it weren't for his daughter, Shizixun would have fallen into the Nine Nether Demon Road long ago. But at this time, the Ghost King's face was very cold. Lin Bin could even feel that with the arrival of the Ghost King, dozens of elite masters of the Ghost King sect had been ambushed outside this small house. It seemed that, if he didn't leave something today, he would have a hard time leaving here alive. Even though our holy church does not stick to one rule and often kills whole families, no one can do such a despicable thing as capturing other people's wives and daughters and forcing them to submit. The Ghost King took a deep look at Lin Bin and said, your methods are rather despicable. Lin Bin smiled and said, the Ghost King misunderstood. I was not involved in the affairs of your wife and daughter. I just happened to know about this matter and came to pass on the news. It's just the pain of running around for several days. Can the Ghost King not give some hard work money? The Ghost King said, you are not a gentleman if you expect a favor in return. Being a gentleman is just glorious in front of others. Who knows what you will cry behind others' backs. I have a clear purpose for coming here. If the Ghost King can satisfy you, then I will not only tell you the news, but also help you save people. But if the Ghost King is really a man of great talent and strategy, and doesn't care about personal feelings, then Lin Bin paused, spread his hands and said, then you can wait to collect the bodies of your wife and children. The Ghost King asked, what do you want? Two lives for two things. Lin Bin said seriously, the Ghost King sect's inherited skills and 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book. The Ghost King's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was at hen, saying, it seems that you have investigated very clearly. It can only be said that Lin Bin is too demanding. These 2 things are almost the things that the Ghost King sect needs to survive. King Lang smiled and said, you want both the Ghost King sect's skills and the 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book, but once you practice the Ghost King sect's skills, even if you are not a member of the Ghost King sect in the future, you will definitely be regarded as a demon by the righteous people and eliminated. It seems that the young man intends to join our Ghost King sect. Lin Bin laughed and said, if you are willing to give these 2 things to me, and accept the title of Deputy Sect Master from me, I really don't mind joining the Ghost King sect. King Lang also laughed and said, if you can really ensure the safety of your wife and daughter, our sect master and his wife are deeply in love, I'm afraid they will not be reluctant to take on the position of Deputy Sect Master. Between his 2 sentences, the atmosphere had eased from the previous coldness. I want to know the details. I can only say that your wife went to visit her parents at the wrong time. Huki Mountain was targeted by Cheyenne Temple, and the two of them were probably just the right people to be affected. Cheyenne Temple. The Ghost King did not move, but King Lang's words clearly reminded him. He said, the Ghost King sect's skills and the 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book are not to be passed on to outsiders, but if you are really willing to join the Ghost King sect, then we can also teach you this skill. I can join the Ghost King sect, what should I do? Lin Bin immediately stood up and said, what procedures are required? Is it to swear an oath of blood and worship heaven and earth? He really doesn't mind joining the Ghost King sect? Exclamation mark. The Ghost King and King Lang looked at each other. However, worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, the Ghost King directly threw a token to Lin Bin and said, this is the token of the sect master. If you hold this token, it is as if the sect master is here. The Ghost King sect does not have a deputy sect master's badge at all. In case of emergency, you can use it first, and I will give you a replacement later. Report the loss later, and inform all the disciples that the token is lost. But right now, this is the best thing to gain people's trust. Deputy Sect Master? At most, I will give you a title. Do you really want to hold the real power? Lin Bin asked, what about the skills? The Ghost King felt so frustrated for the first time in his life. The other party could tell the origins of his wife and daughter in detail, so he must know their whereabouts. From his tone, it seems that, if he does not agree to cooperate, they will be separated. But this person did not reveal any specific details. It was watertight. Well, even if he is just a deputy sect master, at least he has the name of my Ghost King sect, and giving him the skills is not. He can only comfort himself in this way. Little did he know that, even if it was just a title, Lin Bin liked it. After Shizixan's popular science about the crisis in the secret realm, Lin Bin actually already knew how to deal with it. It's just that what he could think of, others could naturally think of, so he never mentioned it to anyone. It's very simple. Learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. The reincarnationists can no longer contain the secret realm, so let the secret realm contain the secret realm. Why does China distinguish between white secret realms and red secret realms? Isn't it to prevent this situation? If one day, the Xuxan secret realm invades, then Yan Fei is a disciple of King Gan sect, and I'm the deputy leader of Ghost King sect. We will catch all the righteous and evil sects in one fell swoop. Hehe, by then, wouldn't returning to this world be as easy as returning to my mother's home? By then, I'm afraid that the Ghost King would wish that he, the deputy leader, would be worthy of the title, so that he would have someone to take care of him in the real world. Therefore, when King Lang mentioned it, he immediately figured out the key point, and said with a smile, Sect Master, in this case, we are a family. As the deputy chief of the Ghost King sect, I will naturally help you solve your problems. Please give me the skills quickly. I promise to rescue the young lady and the lady, and not let them get hurt. Ghost King, how did you combine the word solve problems and extortion so perfectly? The Ghost King sighed deeply and said, you'd better keep your word, otherwise, I, the Ghost King sect, will not be a gentleman. After that, he handed Lin Bin 2 booklets. Lin Bin could see clearly that one was called Zuan Mingdao and the other was called Heavenly Book. The Ghost King was not a prophet. He kept 2 fake skills with him. It was impossible that they were used to fool people. He was not so insidious. Lin Bin naturally did not suspect him. He took the skills and stuffed them into the storage bag. The strange sight of such things suddenly disappearing made the Ghost King and others stunned for a while. Lin Bin showed a satisfied look on his face and laughed. Don't worry, the lady and the young lady went to Huki Mountain to visit their relatives, but it happened that the old thief Pu Fang from Cheyenne Temple used the golden bowl of the pagoda to shake the entire Huki Mountain down. The mother and daughter were smashed under the mountain. Although there was no water and no food, at least their lives were saved. I can guarantee this with my life. The Ghost King really didn't think that there was anything reassuring about Lin Bin's words. But listening to him talk so thoroughly, he still couldn't help but tremble in his heart. If this is true, he didn't know anything about it. Wouldn't the mother and daughter starve to death in the mountain? The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Bin was much kinder. Anyway, this news is worth exchanging for the Heavenly Book and the Ghost King sect's skills. and I have already sent people to rescue the young lady and the lady. Calculating the time, they should be here by now. You have already gone to rescue people." The Ghost King was overjoyed when he heard this, and he couldn't even keep his expressionless expression. Then he realized that he had already rescued people. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Bin had become strange. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. For the first time in his life, the Ghost King suddenly felt that being tricked was not a bad thing. After all, according to Lin Bin, his companions might have already arrived at Fox Mountain at this time, and it would only take 2 days to rescue them. You know, even if they rush over at the fastest speed, it will probably take several days to arrive. And if the mother and daughter are really trapped at the foot of the mountain, then there will be a risk of a moment more. Even so, we can't delay, let's set off immediately. The Ghost King turned his head and looked at King Long, saying, "Saint Envoy King Long, during this period of time, I will trouble you with many miscellaneous matters of the Ghost King sect. I'd better go with the sect master. The sect is fine now, so it's okay to leave for a while." King Long looked at Lin Bin with some caution. He had tried to probe him before, but he didn't find out the depth of this kid, but he could understand that he could get here by overcoming the defenses of so many Saint Church disciples, and his means were definitely not ordinary. Although the sect master is a man of great talent, but at this time, he is worried about saving people, so he must not capsize in the gutter. He said, "It's better to bring more people, let Keisha and Emily follow." If it was really done by the Cheyenne Temple gang, the people of Cheyenne Temple said Amitabha, compassionate and kind, but in fact they were merciless to the monsters. It's hard to guarantee that they won't be self-righteous and want to eliminate all evil and stay there to wait. The Ghost King pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Okay." He turned to look at Lin Bin. Lin Bin said seriously, "Master, let's go quickly. Saving people is like saving fire. Why am I rushing to save people before I get the real power of the Ghost King sect? I'm worried about the safety of the young lady and the lady. I think the lady and the young lady must want to see the master as soon as possible." Ghost King, you get into the role so quickly. Are you worried about the king so quickly? But what Lin Bin and King Lang said is indeed reasonable. The Ghost King stopped procrastinating. After a few simple arrangements, without even packing the luggage, the few people have already packed lightly and flew to the direction of Huki Mountain with Lin Bin. And along the way, the Ghost King asked Lin Bin in detail how he knew the cause and effect of the incident on Huki Mountain. Lin Bin directly pushed the blame on Pu Zhi, saying that he saved Pu Zhi from Kang Sang by chance, and then accidentally heard that his junior brother Pu Fang used a magic weapon to blow up the entire Huki Mountain. Oh. Kang Sang actually betrayed King Iron sect and colluded with the demon sect? The Ghost King and Yuji exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The seven-tailed centipede is a rare poison, and only the Wandu sect can have such a poison in the world. But when did the Wandu sect, which is also one of the holy sects, cooperate with King Iron sect, and they still need to know about it through outsiders? Although he was eager to save people, the Ghost King still unconsciously pondered in his heart. At this time, Lin Bin saw that he had gained the trust of the Ghost King. He took out his cell phone and quietly sent a text message to Zidao, saying that he had obtained what he needed. If she had successfully rescued the person, she could join him at the Ghost King sect. Lin Bin thought he knew the Ghost King very well, especially since the Ghost King sect was now eager to recruit talents. He had obtained the second volume of the Ghost King's Heavenly Book and the Ghost King sect's skills. Based on his demonstrated abilities, the Ghost King's first thought after rescuing the person was definitely not to kill him to silence him, but to truly absorb him into the Ghost King sect. Of course, he was not afraid of silencing him, because the Nanming Lihuo sword was his greatest confidence. In the next few days, he hurried on his way. Lin Bin had the eternal life secret to protect him. The attack power of the eternal life secret might not be as good as these serious immortal skills, but in terms of endurance, it was definitely far superior. Therefore, even if he didn't sleep for several days, it was not a big deal for him. It made the Ghost King and others look at him with admiration. No words along the way, until 3 days later. Lin Bin's cell phone suddenly rang. What's that sound? The clear and pleasant sound immediately made Ghost King and others look solemn. For a moment, they couldn't tell where the sound came from, until a moment later, their eyes were focused on Lin Bin's waist. Sorry, it's for me. Lin Bin laughed and answered the phone without caring about Ghost King. From the phone, Yan Fei's voice came. Brother Bin, Fei Yan has successfully obtained the Teikai Zuan King Dao of King Gan sect. Although it is only at the Yu King realm, the good news is that as long as Fei Yan can successfully cultivate the Teikai Zuan King Dao to the Shanking realm, they will definitely give the subsequent skills to Fei Yan. Yan Fei's voice was mixed with a bit of seeking credit and excitement, not at all like a young woman whose daughter is already in her teens. She smiled and said, Fei Yan has now reached the 3rd level of Yu King. I believe that, as long as she works harder, she will have no problem reaching the Shanking level within half a year. Half a year? Lin Bin was surprised and said, so fast? Fei Yan also felt strange. It might be because the foundation of Yin Yang School's skills is too solid. Both of them are Taoist methods, so they are mutually beneficial. Fei Yan entered the door in just 1 day and reached the 2nd level 3 days later. Not long after, she has reached the 3rd level of Yu King. Yan Fei said. Even Master Shuai was quite shocked. According to her, it is basically impossible to have such a level of cultivation without several years of hard practice. But she also checked Fei Yan's progress in cultivation. The foundation is very solid and there is no problem. That's good. Remember to be careful. Lin Bin was surprised for a while, and then he figured it out quickly. It's almost there. Zhang Wuji practiced the great shift of the universe so fast that Yang Dingshan would drop his jaw. Different people have different fates. Yin Yang School was born out of Taoism. Dong Yan Fei could become the 2nd soul of Yin Yang School. She must be a Taoist genius. And whether it is Yin Yang School or King Gan sect, in fact, they are essentially based on the Taoist theories he knew in his previous life. But, although Fian's progress is fast, she also realizes that the Teiji Zuan King Dao is very magical. No matter how hard Fian tries, it is impossible to break through the Shanking realm in 3 years. Yan Fei's voice is very worried. Although this worry would be jaw-dropping if a normal King Gan sect disciple heard it. But she is really embarrassed that she can't practice Teiji Zuan King Dao to the peak in 3 years. Therefore, if Fian follows the steps, I'm afraid she can only reach the Shanking realm at most. It is impossible for her to obtain the Taking realm method. Moreover, there are magical techniques like the Divine Sword controlling thunder technique. Even if Fian progresses very fast, she is still a beginner after all. I'm afraid they will not pass it on to Fian easily. Yan Fei sighed. Brother Bin, you gave Fian extraordinary means, but now it seems that, if you want to maximize the benefits, I'm afraid this is also a necessary means. It's only been a few days, and you're sure? The extraordinary means they mentioned were naturally referring to the character cards. Just a few days is enough for Fian to notice the operation rules of Xiaozu Peak. Moreover, the 7 peaks of King Gan sect are governed by themselves, and sometimes they are not seen for several years. This gives Fian the best opportunity to hide. Yan Fei sighed lightly. In fact, Fian wanted to choose the headmaster of King Gan sect, but he is a man after all, and his attention in King Gan sect is too high. Fian does not understand the principle of using roll cards, and is not sure that she can hide. So overall, Master Shuai is the most suitable, but Fian has a few questions. Lin Bin asked, what questions? After being replaced by the roll card, where will the real Master Shuai appear? Just like Fian replaced her identity, will she also replace Fian's identity? Or will it be directly erased? Lin Bin suddenly realized. The reason why Yan Fei was so eager to use the roll card was not because she was a little worried, that she was afraid that they would develop feelings if they continued to get along. Others treated each other with true feelings, but she was calculating in a sneaky way. At that time, she would definitely feel guilty. so she took advantage of the fact that both parties were not familiar with each other and took action directly. However, even so, she wanted to know whether this move would endanger her life. I don't know about this question either. Lin Bin thought for a while and said, but the replacement of the character card is only temporary. You will return to the real world sooner or later. I don't think that, after you return to the real world, Xiaoyu in this world will disappear. After all, it is just an A-level prop. It should not be completely replaced. Of course, if it is an S-level prop, it is a completely different matter. I see. In this case, Fian will be relieved. Yan Fei herself has a very indifferent concept of good and evil. She can even be said to be a complete egoist. For the people around her, she can sacrifice everything. It's just that during this period of time, she has become more and more intimate with Lin Bin and others. Especially Lin Bin often puts on a bright and sunny attitude in front of her. Naturally, she carefully hides her true nature. Over time, she has been affected to some extent. Now, if she cheats Xiaoyu again, she will feel a little guilty. Therefore, after confirming that her life was not in danger, Yan Fei was relieved. Be careful, remember, save yourself first, understand? Fei Yang understands. Yan Fei nodded. Lin Bin then hung up the call. On Zhaozu Peak, Yan Fei still maintained a cross-legged sitting posture, looking at the roll card that Lin Bin specially left in her hand. Roll card, A-level secret realm item. Using this roll card, you can choose an alien to replace when entering the secret realm, replacing that person's identity and status. Note, be careful not to expose yourself, otherwise you will die at the hands of the person closest to you, and don't let yourself not be exposed, otherwise you will die at the hands of your most trusted teammates. Replacement. It doesn't sound like I entered Xiaoyu's body, but rather like I replaced Xiaoyu's name and identity. However, Xiaoyu's cultivation is quite high, at least in the Shanking realm, and my cultivation is now at the 3rd level of Yuking. But perhaps because of the Yin-Yang family's skills and my exceptionally strong mental power, since I practiced Teikaizu and King Dao, even Xiaoyu couldn't see through my cultivation. It was me who took the initiative to tell her. Yan Fei pondered in her heart. In fact, the safest way is to wait until she cultivates to the Shanking realm and then replace Xiaoyu's existence. But that would take too long. She was not sure whether she would have enough opportunities to seek high-level things from King Gaian sect after she reached Shanking. And by then, she might not be able to do anything to Xiaoyu. Although she thought there was no danger to her, it was just her and Brother Bin's conjecture, and it could not be said to be 100% correct. I would rather fight with others than have to do something against my will. Besides, the lifespan of King Gaian sect's immortals is too long, so it's normal not to see each other for several years. Yan Fei didn't hesitate too much and tore up the character card in her hand without hesitation. The next moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly became blurry. It was as if I was looking at the world through a layer of water curtain with a vague and hazy feeling. Then, the water curtain became thicker and thicker until I couldn't see it at all. Yan Fei always kept her mind clear, and she didn't look at it if she couldn't see it clearly. No matter how the surroundings changed, she always kept her original heart. I don't know if her calmness worked. After a while, a voice with a bit of cuteness sounded in my ears. Master? Master? What's wrong with you? When Yan Fei slowly came to her senses, she found that she was no longer in her previous residence, but in a rather simple quiet room. She was quite familiar with this quiet room. She had come here twice before, when she asked Xiaoyu about the puzzles of the exercises. And the girl who was kneeling obediently beside her, who was about the same age as Jua. Yan Fei recognized her name as Luzuki. She was very cute, but she looked mature and steady at a young age. With her pink and tender posture like a porcelain doll, she was cute in contrast. At this moment, she was looking at Yan Fei half expectantly and half timidly, and asked in a tender voice, Master, you promised to give me the Xian'ai sword. Why are you suddenly silent? Xian'ai was promised to this little girl. So, is this little girl the next Zhaozu Peak's head that Shuyu has designated? Yan Fei did not answer, but walked to the window first. Shuyu's daily life is quite simple, but after all, as a woman, there are naturally bronze mirrors in her room. Through the mirror, She can clearly see the charming face inside, which is her, Dongjin Yanfei. The cultivation level of the third level of Jade Purity realm in her body clearly showed that this was a replacement rather than a substitution. In other words, Shuai was replaced by me to another place. Where? The real world? Or the secret realm where I once lived? Yanfei didn't know. But if this were the case, she would feel much more comfortable. Master. Miss Lu looked at her master with eyes that showed she had no desire for life. When did she learn to say half and half? She had never thought about it before, but she suddenly mentioned it, and she was moved. But now, she pretended that nothing had happened, looking in the mirror, and thinking about something. Did you regret it? Such a beautiful sword. Seeing the little girl's eager eyes, but embarrassed to ask for it directly, Yanfei couldn't help laughing. Her daughter Gaoyu was also like this. Sometimes when she wanted to sleep with Brother Bin, but was afraid that she would not agree, she would be like this. It was just that she could have refused her daughter firmly at that time, but when she faced this little girl and thought of her own daughter, her heart softened instantly. Oh, did you say I promised to give you the sword? Luzuki straightened her waist unconsciously and said, yes, master, you said that, as long as your disciple's cultivation can reach the 7th level of Yuking, you will give me the Shianaya sword. So what level are you at now? Luzuki answered honestly, 6th level. The little girl is very talented. In comparison, Jua is really lazy. She is so hardworking, but she only knows how to pester her big brother. I hope she can work hard when they are not around. Thinking of this, Yanfei's eyes softened a lot. She said, okay, then I will test you. As long as you can answer my questions, I will promise to give you Shianaya at that time. Let me ask you, what should I pay attention to when breaking through from the 3rd level to the 5th level of Yuking? Ah, this disciple knows. Luzuki was still unsure about how to answer before, but when she heard Yanfei's question, she immediately became interested. She looked like a poor student who was finally asked a question by the teacher, and the question was the one she was best at. She couldn't hide her excitement and desire to show off. She was just a child after all. Yanfei chuckled. Since she was promised, she should just agree to it. She didn't have to fight with a child for something. Anyway, what she wanted was not a dead sword. Yanfei's eyes fell on the quiet room. Since she was going to teach the disciples, Shuai must have left her skills here, right? And there was also her previous residence, so she had to go and take a look. I hope Shuai is not in a daze in her room now. And Lin Bin sighed. The Ghost King couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the phone, but he could hear Lin Bin's voice. He seemed to be thinking about something and said, can this thing be used to communicate with people far away? Lin Bin smiled and said, Master, you are wise. As long as both parties hold this thing, they can communicate, even if they are thousands of miles apart. Then the people you sent to rescue Zaichi and the others, well, they also have this phone in their hands. I have contacted them and asked them to rush here immediately after rescuing people. If we are lucky, we may be able to meet halfway. The Ghost King asked, then, can I say a few words to Zaichi? Lin Bin sighed, maybe not for the time being, because they haven't replied to my message yet. It should be, because the distance is too far, and they haven't received it yet. In that case, let's hurry up, and get on the road. Yes, Master. Lin Bin frowned suddenly, after he finished speaking. Asked, Master, may I ask, is the area we are in now farther from Kingan Sect or Huki Mountain? Of course it is Kingan Sect. King Lang said, this place is 3,000 miles away from Kingan Sect, but to Huki Mountain, it is only more than 2,000 miles. Lin Bin. Chapter 319, Arid Continent Invades Zhu Zion. The Ghost King seemed to realize something. He asked in surprise, you mean, the person who just talked to you, she is in Kingan Mountain? Xiaodao might have had an accident. Lin Bin looked extremely solemn and said, Xiaodao is a girl who likes to show off the most. If she completes the task, she will definitely contact me as soon as possible to brag. Before, I thought that the distance between us was too far and we couldn't contact each other. But now it seems that something might have happened. Then Zaichi and the others. The Ghost King didn't care why his newly recruited deputy leader of the Ghost King sect had contact with people in Kingan Mountain. His flying speed suddenly increased a few points. If he had been a little concerned about Lin Bin and the cultivation of the people behind him before, at this moment, knowing that things were out of control, the Ghost King wanted to rush to Huki Mountain as quickly as possible. Lin Bin was also very worried. This girl was still shouting and yelling that she would complete the task. But the two of them had just been separated for a few days and something went wrong. But he was not too worried. The task did not indicate failure, which showed that Xiaoqi and her daughter were not dead. At this time, if something unexpected happened in Huki Mountain, it must be that the monks from Xian'an Temple were still in Huki Mountain, and then they had a conflict with Xiadao and the others who were trying to save people. The monks from Xian'an Temple were quite decisive in killing demons and monsters, but they were still very friendly to humans. Whether it was Xiadao or Alice, Xiadao was a serious human being, and Alice belonged to a completely different system after all. Even Puzhi hadn't noticed her difference before, so I don't think other monks would have noticed it either. In a sense, the monks from Xian'an Temple were quite honest. At least, there was no need to worry about safety. But even so, there were still concerns. Seeing the Ghost King suddenly speed up, Lin Bin followed closely behind. He used almost 70% of his true energy to fly. If it was a normal monk, this flying method would probably kill him in 2 or 3 hours. But Lin Bin had a super strong recovery ability. Even with this kind of consumption, he could recover quickly. King Lang's pupils flickered slightly, and he whispered to the elites of the Ghost King sect behind him, "We will go ahead, you will catch up later." Yes, Holy Envoy. The leader of these elites was named Qisham. He nodded in response. Obviously, he also understood that, if the sect master and the Holy Envoy rushed at full speed, they would not be able to catch up. King Lang followed closely behind, turned into a rainbow light, and caught up with the 3 people. Don't worry, the lives of the madam and the young lady should be fine. Lin Bin and the Ghost King were standing one step away from each other. Looking at his cold and iron-like expression, he took the initiative to comfort him. The Ghost King was not surprised at all that Lin Bin could keep up with his speed. He asked back, "How did you know?" Lin Bin would not say that there was a mission reminder. He said, "I have my own means, but it is inconvenient to tell others." The Ghost King said, "If you hadn't left yet, I might have suspected that you were secretly arranging all this. The sect master thinks too highly of me, and I just happened to be there. The sect master will know the specific details when the time comes." Even though he was extremely worried about the safety of his daughter and wife at this time, the Ghost King couldn't help but frown. "How persistent are you to this Ghost King sect's deputy sect master? Strictly speaking, it was a deal, but you actually meant it." But he was too lazy to care about him. Seeing that Lin Bin could keep up with his speed, he suddenly became a few points faster. Lin Bin's skill level increased to 80%. It didn't delay him to take out his mobile phone and contact Xiadao one after another, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and there was no news. "This scumbag, when I see her, I must beat her ass to pieces," Lin Bin muttered. "Yan Fei is so reliable. Her mission is the most difficult among the 3 people. She carefully hides herself among a group of old goblins, but even so, she still does it perfectly, and now she has obtained Taiji Zhu and King Dao. Xiadao." Under the Ghost King's eagerness to travel, the original 3-day journey was compressed into 1.5 days. Less than 2 days. In front of the 3 people, they saw Huki Mountain. As the residents of the 9-tailed Skyfox clan, Huki Mountain covers an extremely vast area. In addition, the mountain is dark and gloomy. Looking down from a high place, it is like a huge dark black swamp, which dyes the clear mountain scenery. Such a large area is Xiaoqi's mother's home. Lin Bin thought to himself that it was no wonder that the Ghost King only cared about his wife and daughter, but did not care about his mother-in-law at all. From this, the problem can be seen. Although the Ghost King sect is now big family, it is like a newly established company. If the Fox clan had not been destroyed, the Ghost King sect might not even have a base in the Middle Earth. In comparison, the Fox clan has been passed down for many years, and is full of years of precipitation. Sure enough, no matter where you are, the mother-in-law problem is a big problem. But when the 3 pressed the magic weapon's spiritual light and fell down, the Ghost King's breathing suddenly stagnated. Although there were not many pavilions and towers in the past Huki Mountain, After all, most of the fox demons have never transformed and prefer to live in the mountains and fields. There are also lush plants growing between the dark rocks, with gurgling water and quiet forests, which can be called beautiful. But that was once. The current Huki mountain has become a ruin. The mountain collapsed, and the rocks fell. There are ruins of fallen boulders everywhere, and the entire mountain range can hardly be seen in the past. The dark black rocks could not hide the blood, and because of the blackness, the blood looked even more dry and old, as if this scene had happened decades ago. Little Kai. Even though he had heard Lin Bin say repeatedly that his wife and daughter were fine, he saw the fox corpses that were smashed under the rocks, with only half of their bodies exposed. There were too many. With the ability of the Ghost King, he could easily find that there were probably no less than 1,000 fox corpses under Huki Mountain. This was almost all the new members of the entire fox clan. You know, since the eldest sister-in-law disappeared with the elite of the clan, these young foxes are the bloodline of the fox clan. But now, they didn't even have time to transform, and they had already died in this disaster. Even now, no one has helped them collect their bones. If little Kai was still safe, she would not have failed to collect the bodies of these fellows. Let's look for them separately. Lin Bin's purpose was very clear. Whether it is Xiaodao's technological guns or Alice's magic, they are all cultivation systems that do not belong to this world. It is not difficult to defeat them, but it is almost impossible to subdue them without any resistance. Even Deoxuan can't do it. After all, with a thought, she can directly communicate with the technological folding space and summon the bottom Abin. This is Xiaodao's final resort. If she really encounters a life crisis, she can drag any enemy to die with her. When he first knew about Xiaodao's method, even Lin Bin was shocked. He had a miniature nuclear bomb as a secret weapon for a long time. Who would have thought that this seemingly innocent little girl actually hid such a big nuclear bomb behind her back? It can only be said that after all, she came out of the wasteland world. How many simple people can survive there? Innocence is just a disguise, and being single is her nature. Whoever dares to take her life, she will dare to drag all the creatures within a radius of hundreds of miles to hell together. But now Huki Mountain is still there, which shows that the situation is not so serious. But as long as there are traces of fighting, no, with Xiaodao's shrewdness, there will definitely be traces left. Lin Bin knows it very well. Alice looks mature, but she is actually a simple and innocent person. Xiaodao seems to be noisy, but if it is a life and death crisis, her decision making may not even be as good as Lin Bin's. Fox Mountain is very big. Seeing such a huge ruin, the Ghost King and King Lang have begun to search everywhere like brainless flies. But they dare not use their great magical powers to forcibly move the rocks away, because they are not sure whether Xiaoqi and her daughter are suppressed inside. The efficiency is extremely low. But Lin Bin is different. He purposefully looks for signs of damage by modern technological weapons. Although Fox Mountain is indeed very large, the characteristic of technological weapons is that they cover a large area. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Lin Bin found a place with thick smoke and black smoke everywhere. The rocks and other places are still intact. It can be seen that it was caused by natural disasters. But this place is broken, and it was plowed by artillery fire. Lin Bin waved his hand, and a sword energy flew into the sky. In just a few breaths, Ghost King and King Lang appeared beside him. There are traces of fighting here, and it was a fight between my companions and the enemy. Lin Bin said, if I'm right, a fight broke out here for no reason. Either they were ambushed here, or they stayed here for a long time and then encountered a strong enemy. Judging from the scene, it should be the latter. Ghost King understood what Lin Bin meant. They came to rescue people. Unless they rescued people, they would not stay here for long. King Lang immediately looked around. The three of them searched nearby. Soon, they found a cave that had been blocked by rubble. The entrance of the cave was narrow, and the three of them had to enter in turn. Although the cave was not winding, it was also long and winding, but after all, there was only one exit. The three of them soon found some traces of life here. Well, fairies also need to relieve themselves. Lin Bin felt that the image of the fairy Bao in green clothes was a little broken. At the other end of the cave, you can see a tombstone. It says, Xiaoqai's mother. The Ghost King had a complicated look. staring at the tombstone bitterly, but he couldn't hide his joy. Although it was inappropriate to be happy about his mother-in-law's tombstone, who else would help her to erect the tombstone except Xiaokai? Lin Bin also found it. King Lang looked at the pile of braised beef noodles on the ground curiously, with other flavors such as spicy and pork bones in the middle. He asked, "What is this?" "Paper cup instant noodles, a kind of noodles that can be eaten as long as there is hot water. It seems that the lady and the young lady are starving." Lin Bin praised. "Ailey likes to eat this, usually 2 cups. Although Xiaodao likes it, her appetite is small, and she can't finish 1 cup. There are so many instant noodles. It seems that they have rested here for a while. Well, at least, there is no need to worry that the young lady and the lady will starve to death." After the Ghost King paid homage to his mother-in-law, he also walked over slowly, throwing something over. A mobile phone wreckage. Lin Bin finally understood why he couldn't contact Xiaodao. Alice was just a gift at first, so she didn't bring a cell phone with her, and she was even wearing pajamas. Therefore, the most direct way for Lin Bin to contact Xiaodao was this cell phone, but he didn't expect it to be smashed to pieces. Lin Bin asked, "Where did you find this thing?" "It was buried under my mother-in-law's tomb. The angle of hiding was very tricky. If I hadn't kowtowed 3 times for her just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found it." Lin Bin thought thoughtfully. In other words, it wasn't lost, but left behind intentionally. It seems that Xiaodao is telling me in this way that there is a reason why she didn't reply to my message. But they are all missing. It doesn't matter. I can find them. Lin Bin smiled and said, "In fact, I dared to let them out because I have a way to locate them." He took out the positioning camera and took out Xiaodao's photo. After taking the photo, he had another photo in his hand. He walked out of the cave, tried to walk a few steps left and right, forward and backward in the open space, and circled in the sky. Then he pointed in a direction and said, "Xiaodao and the others are in that direction now." The Ghost King was surprised and said, "This thing only needs someone's face to track someone's whereabouts." Lin Bin nodded and explained, holding the photo, "There will be signs of heat when approaching. Although the temperature hardly changes in a few steps, I can sense something strange. Then I have the Xiaoqi scroll in my hand. Can I?" The master is interested. "Of course I can give it a try, but I'm not sure if it will work." The Ghost King hurriedly unfolded a scroll. After a while, he held the photo handed to him by Lin Bin and flew in the sky. Sure enough, the closer he went to the direction Lin Bin pointed before, the warmer he felt. He was suspended in the air, feeling the warm touch, as if it was the body temperature of his wife. For a moment, he laughed in surprise. He was not surprised that he finally found the whereabouts of his wife and daughter, but that his wife and daughter were really alive. This direction. King Lang's face became solemn. Lin Bin asked, "What happened?" King Lang said in a deep voice, "This direction is the direction of Xiaonan Temple. I'm afraid that in all likelihood, the young lady and the lady have been abducted to Xiaonan Temple." Lin Bin nodded and said, "It's pretty much what I expected." The Ghost King snorted coldly and floated down. Obviously, he also knew what King Lang knew. Destroying Huki Mountain was fine, but they also abducted his wife and daughter. But knowing that it was a group of bold donkeys who abducted his wife and daughter, he was inexplicably relieved. After all, his wife was gentle and charming, and his daughter was cute and lovely. If they fell into the hands of a group of lawless people, he dared not even think about it. Thinking of this, he actually felt that Xiaonan Temple was really too good. And just before the Ghost King landed, suddenly, from another direction of Huki Mountain, a huge thunder shadow appeared beside the Ghost King. After roaring to the sky, it exploded with a bang. The roar was mixed with some blood and energy, and it hit the Ghost King. There was a loud bang. The Ghost King, who was in a state of excitement, had already fallen head first, and fell down fiercely. "Master!" King Lang's face changed greatly and he screamed. Lin Bin's face also changed slightly and he screamed, "Someone is ambushing here." King Lang was about to rescue the Ghost King, but suddenly, several black shadows attacked King Lang and Lin Bin. The leader had bloodshot eyes, fangs, and a ferocious look. In his hand was a ferocious giant sword filled with purple air, and on the sword was an ominous eyeball, which looked extremely ferocious. and a monster was holding a strange sword. It looked like a monster more than a human. Lin Bin was shocked at the first sight of him and said in shock, "Ghost swordsman." Others couldn't recognize him, but he couldn't recognize him? This unique outfit and the somewhat familiar attack method. What does it mean? The arid continent invaded the Zuxan world? Or? Lin Bin stared at the ghost swordsman and then saw the reincarnation watch on his wrist. Chapter 320, Intrusion. At the moment when the Ghost King was attacked, a blood shadow jumped out from behind a huge rock and attacked Lin Bin and King Lang. It was obvious that he had been lying in ambush here for a long time. On his wrist, he wore a reincarnation watch. What does it mean? In addition to us, are there other reincarnations who have broken in? How did they break in? Lin Bin's mind turned rapidly, and he shouted, "Saint Envoy King Lang, be careful, these people's methods are extraordinary." The person who just attacked the Ghost King was this reincarnation. He looked at Lin Bin and King Lang with a ferocious smile on his face, and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, you are finally here. It's worth it that we have waited for you here for 2 whole days. Hey." With a loud shout, the purple giant sword in his hand suddenly had endless scarlet blood surging. He rushed towards the 2 people in the air, but suddenly fell halfway and slashed the ground with the sword. King Lang exclaimed in surprise. The enemy's weapons were already extremely powerful, especially the eye in the center of the sword, which kept looking around, as if a monster from the abyss was selecting food. The whole thing was filled with an ominous aura. As a result, the way it attacked was far beyond his expectations. But the next moment, "The attack is at your feet. Get out of the way." As Lin Bin's voice fell, accompanied by the loud bang of the giant sword hitting the ground, King Lang's feet were already faintly shaking. The 2 of them hurriedly dodged, and in an instant, the place where they stood had turned red, and then countless hot magma gushed out like a volcanic eruption. If the 2 of them were a little slower, they would probably have been burned by these flames at this moment. Even if the 2 of them dodged, this raging flame did not burn out like in the game, but burned higher and higher, with the momentum of rushing into the sky. Lin Bin hummed, raised his hand, and the Nanming Lihuo sword appeared in front of him, and he slashed at the molten lava below with one sword. Instantly, the extreme cold descended. The sword energy was like a dragon running and shuttling back and forth, forming dense and cold ice nets, which pressed down the burning magma. In just a moment, the lava magma was only left with a few scattered sparks, and its scorching temperature had already been completely frozen to ice by the Nanming Lihuo sword. The ghost swordsman, who had just had a hideous smile on his face, suddenly stood there. He wanted to use this move of collapsing mountains and splitting the earth to accumulate enough blood and energy for himself, and then burst out a wave to take the enemy away. But he didn't expect that the enemy's strength was beyond their imagination. It's not that they haven't seen people who can defeat him, but they can directly suppress the moves he has released. This is really the first time. King Lang didn't seem to worry about the injured and fallen Ghost King at all. Seeing that the mysterious enemy's move was interrupted, the Kyankan King Guan ring in his hand glowed with a stern green light, turning into a long rainbow, and directly attacked the ghost swordsman. The cooperation with Lin Bin was quite tacit. Suddenly, several icy air currents came from a distance. Countless feather arrows were like thousands of arrows, attacking King Lang and Lin Bin above. Before the arrows arrived, the cold air had quietly spread to the sides of the 2 people, making their movements slow down a bit. This coldness was different from the extreme coldness of the Nanming Lihuo sword. It seemed to be specifically aimed at the human body. King Lang's movements had already slowed down a bit unconsciously, but he reacted very quickly, raised his hand, and the green light flashed, turning into a barrier, which had already protected the 2 people. The ice arrows shot on the barrier, and ripples appeared like ripples. The barrier arranged by his own Taoism was originally half real and half virtual, but under the erosion of the cold, it was frozen alive. Both of them had sharp eyes, and looked in the direction where the arrows came from. A few miles away, a hooded woman with an agile figure flashed by. The 2 men only saw her shooting arrows at them. When the arrow was shot, it actually absorbed the surrounding temperature in the air and increased its own strength. When it was shot in front of the 2 people, it was almost taller and bigger than an ordinary person. Especially its speed was extremely fast. Neither of them had any intention of dodging. or rather, in such an unobstructed place, once being targeted by a long-range attacker, dodging would only fall into the opponent's rhythm. Lin Bin was thinking. He raised his hand, and in the transformation capsule, the 9 swords of King Yu shuttled like 9 meteors, crossing and attacking the ice arrow. The 9 swords were sharp, but compared to the huge ice arrow, at this time, it can no longer be called an ice arrow, it should be an ice pillar. But the 9 swords continued, and the rhythm of continuous slashing on the ice arrow. By the time the ice arrows hit the 2 people, the angle had already deviated to a great distance, brushing past the edge of the 2 people, and hitting the broken mountain in the distance. There was a loud bang. There was no explosion, but the boundless coldness spread instantly with the ice arrow as the center, almost covering all the rocks within 100 meters with a thick layer of ice. What a strong arrow. King Lang's face changed slightly. There are too many strange magic weapons in the world of immortal cultivation, such as fans and dice. But the bows and arrows, that are only used by people in the mortal world, can actually exert such a powerful power. This is really shocking. Ha 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 ha, are you shocked? The bloody ghost swordsman showed a crazy smile on his face. Holding the purple ghost-like giant sword in his hand, he slashed at the 2 again. The weapon in his hand looked extremely heavy, but it was as light as nothing in his palm. He rushed forward, jumped, and slashed down again with great force. Lin Bin raised his hand, and the Nanming Lihuo sword spun in his palm. The brilliant sword energy condensed and entangled, like a sharp cone from bottom to top, directly deflected the ghost swordsman's slash. In the blink of an eye, his left hand had already grasped the Azuros. He raised his hand, while there was an opportunity. With a loud bang, a huge bloody hole was directly pierced through the ghost swordsman's chest. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Lin Bin with a look of realization and shock in his eyes. The next moment, he was kicked away by Lin Bin like a sandbag. Lin Bin was about to chase. Several more ice arrows came straight at him from a distance. Holy envoy, please go and capture that woman, dead or alive, but the watch on her hand must be taken off. Lin Bin undoubtedly had the upper hand over the ghost swordsman. It's not surprising. Acquiring the S-level weapon Nanming Lihuo sword greatly improved Lin Bin's output ability. If he still had to be restrained when dealing with a reincarnation who was not even at the national defense level, then his hard training during this period was really in vain. Ha 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 ha, so strong, come again. The ghost swordsman was defeated in 2 moves. It was obvious that the gap between the 2 was huge, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous. With a wild laugh, he chopped with the sword again. The giant sword slashed through the air, leaving ripples. It seemed that even the space was torn into cracks. Lin Bin and King Lang split into 2 groups. Lin Bin met the ghost swordsman, and King Lang ran towards the mysterious archer in the distance. But he had just run a few meters. Several cold arrows came straight at him, stopping King Lang's steps. But King Lang reacted very quickly before, and the Kyankan King Guan ring in his hand flashed with green light, easily blocking these arrows outside. After all, he is a world hero. With King Lang's ability, even if he faces the head of King Guan sect, the abbot of Shianine Temple and others, even if he is defeated, he is still qualified to fight with them, except for being caught off guard at the beginning. By the time he realized it, this so-called ice arrow, except for slightly slowing down his pace, almost no effect. Damn, the plan went wrong. How could the enemy be so strong? And they brought such powerful assistance. In the distance, the hooded woman's exposed chin had already been bitten tightly. She desperately urged the arrows to slow down the enemy's pace, but she could not cause any effect on the enemy. In the distance, the companions laughed wildly, and it seemed that they were indulging in the pleasure of fighting, but in fact, he was almost beaten the whole time, and the power he was proud of could not have the upper hand at all, especially when the opponent attacked. It was an absolutely irresistible fierce attack. If it weren't for the berserkers more courageous and more crazy with more injuries, there would be almost no weak period. I'm afraid he has already died of his injuries. The 2 of them worked together and defeated countless reincarnations. Unexpectedly, this time, they thought they were only dealing with one reincarnation. Who could have imagined that they had just arrived in this world for a few days, and the other party had already directly pulled in such a strong support? Sorry, I have to retreat. The hooded woman whispered. The plan went wrong. There is more than one enemy. If the two of them join forces, our plan to attack from far and near and wear them down will not succeed. Now we can only focus on another task. Obviously, she saw it. Her teammate had no chance of survival. It seemed that he was getting braver and braver, but in fact, the other party did not want to fight a stray dog, but planned to slowly wear away his strength and let him die of blood. If she stayed, she would be trapped. She drew her bow, intending to give the enemy a last distraction, and then leave. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang in her ears. "What mission did you just mention? Who?" The woman looked up in astonishment, only to find that the first powerful enemy they had killed by their sneak attack had appeared behind her. Her enhanced system was extremely sensitive to the slightest movement around her, and she didn't even know when the other party approached. "I ask you, what is the mission? Have you seen the mother and daughter who were here before?" The Ghost King approached slowly. "Don't come over." The woman's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she appeared again, she was already 100 meters away. She was able to be hit by the mad ghost with all her strength, but she was not even injured. The strength of this world is completely beyond imagination. I'm afraid only the captain can compete with such a person. She wanted to dodge away without hesitation, but as soon as she took a step, she felt a tingling sensation from her ankle to her limbs. Looking down, she saw a blood-colored spirit rope tightly wrapped around her foot. The other end was tied in the Ghost King's hand. "Don't want to talk? It doesn't matter. It seems that I can only use the soul-stealing spell on you." The Ghost King sneered and raised his hand. The dark true energy in his palm was surging, with the sound of endless ghost crying. He pressed it hard on the other person's head. The woman immediately let out a very shrill scream. But the next moment, a hint of dark blue suddenly appeared in the depths of her smart eyes. She grabbed the Ghost King with her backhand. The Ghost King's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that the other party still had the power to fight back while being soul-stealed. He didn't hold back anymore, and the black hair completely submerged the woman. After a moment, the woman's body was gone. Only a longbow flashing with blue light and a piece of bracelet-like thing that looked ordinary were left. But in the moment just now, although he had not read too much knowledge, the knowledge he knew also prevented him from being blinded like before. He put away the watch. He put his hands behind his back and watched the blue dragon rushing over. King Lan came over and saw that there were no enemy corpses around, only the Ghost King. He said respectfully, "Master, it seems that you have killed the enemy." "Well, not only that, but I also got some information." The Ghost King frowned and said, "It's a pity that this woman seems to have been restricted by someone. My soul-stealing spell just started, and she suddenly changed. If I hadn't acted quickly, she would have directly transformed into a monster that only knows how to kill. That's a pity. The attack method of these people is very unique. However, our deputy master seems to recognize them. Let's go. It's time for us to have a good talk with our deputy master." The Ghost King showed a strange look on his face. At this time, another battlefield has also ended. The opponent's strength is not weak, entering the peak of the saint level, and even after being severely injured by Linbin, his strength continues to rise, and he has faintly touched the edge of the national level. But now Linbin's strength is not weak, even if it is the national level, let alone this kind of fake. He was just trying to protect his reputation, so he delayed a little more time. His original intention was to seriously injure him and then torture him to get something out of him. But he didn't expect that the price of his increasing madness was that his sanity was constantly being eroded. In the end, he almost turned into a ferocious beast. Linbin had no choice but to behead him with one blow. Then, he accepted the spoils, the magic sword Apophis, and a reincarnation watch. It doesn't matter if he can't find any information. Anyway, the appearance of these two people has proved one thing to him. This time, the secret realm reincarnation is not just them, but also another team of reincarnationists. No one desired Dao and the others encountered an accident. In this case, Xiaodao's reaction was already very alert to be able to escape with two weak chickens. After dealing with the body of the reincarnationist, Linbin looked into the distance. There, the Ghost King and King Lang were coming together. "They are coming for you." The Ghost King said calmly. They have reliable intelligence and found out that your reincarnation team is divided into 3 groups, so they want to defeat them one by one. The Sash is good at long range attacks, and the reincarnation Barney Luther is good at close combat. The 2 of them working together should have a great chance of killing you, but they overlooked one thing, that is, there are not only you by your side, but also me and King Lang. The sect master has found out such detailed information? Lin Bin exclaimed. I delayed for so long just to keep him alive, but I didn't expect this guy to get crazier and crazier. I had no choice but to take his life directly. It's precisely because I know a lot of information, so your identity can't be hidden from me. The Ghost King glanced at Lin Bin and said, you are not from this world, but a reincarnation, right? Lin Bin nodded and said, that's right. King Lang was surprised and said, not from this world? What do you mean? Lin Bin was not panicked when his identity was revealed. Or maybe his main mission determined that he and the Ghost King sect were destined to be in the same camp. He said, so the Ghost King should not doubt me, because my mission is to save Xiaoqi and her daughter. Once they die, I will be severely punished. Although King Lang was puzzled, some information in the conversation between the 2 made him quite stunned. He asked, so when you trade with us, even if we disagree, you will rescue the lady and the young lady and send them to the Ghost King sect? That's why I said at the time that, even if you disagree with the transaction, you won't lose anything. Lin Bin sighed, but it seems that you misunderstood. King Lang asked, are you not in the same group with them? To be honest, their appearance was a bit unexpected to me. Everything in this world is under my control. This is why I let my companions come to rescue people, because I didn't expect any accidents to happen. Unexpectedly, the accident did not happen in this world, but outside the world. Lin Bin held the reincarnation watch. He stroked it for a moment and carefully put it away. It was because he didn't have the reincarnation table that Serena and Atai had to live in another world. The more of this thing, the better. He looked at the Ghost King and asked, Master, since you have interrogated so much information, do you know what their mission is? Now that he knew Lin Bin's origins, the Ghost King put down most of his guard. The unknown represents fear. When the unknown becomes known, the enemy is no longer uncontrollable. In particular, the many clues before and the information he had explored all proved that the person in front of him should not be his enemy. He shook his head and said, this reincarnationist seems to have been banned. As soon as I started to read her soul, she died suddenly, which prevented me from reading the key information. The lady and the young lady, it was indeed attacked by them. The Ghost King frowned and said, but this battle was interrupted by people from Cheyenne Temple. What? This time, Lin Bin was really stunned. The reincarnationists were fighting, and Cheyenne Temple intervened. Chapter 321, Success or Failure. The Ghost King's methods were strange and unpredictable, and some of them were mind-searching and brain-reading methods. Although the female shooter did not give him too much time, so he could not read thoroughly. But even so, he had already known some very basic information. Of course, this was not a bad thing for Lin Bin. After all, in this way, the Ghost King's last 3 points of suspicion about Lin Bin also completely disappeared. And he finally knew what happened in this area. The Ghost King said, these people secretly followed your 2 companions along the way to come here, especially this woman, who also has the skills of controlling eagles and reading lips. She read your companions' lips through the eyes of the falcon, and knew your intentions, so she decided to defeat them one by one. First, she took advantage of your companions to rescue people, and had 2 more burdens, and immediately launched a sneak attack. Then, after a period of fighting between the 2 sides, the monks who stayed here in Cheyenne Temple interrupted the war, forced these people back, and then rescued the people. They failed, and then they set their sights on you. Controlling eagles? Lin Bin was thoughtful, thinking that he had a strong sense of deja vu. He asked, then, Sect Master, do you know the origins of these people? Origins? Aren't they the same reincarnationists as you? I mean, they should have companions, right? Companions? Of course. They knew you were alone, so they left 2 reincarnationists who worked well together to deal with you, and the remaining 3 went to do their tasks. What tasks? I don't know. This woman has a restriction on her body. Before I could read it thoroughly, she had already mutated. If I was a little slower, I might have been injured by her. It seems that she is just a tool. The Ghost King's attitude was very cold. He said, besides, it doesn't matter what the mission is, as long as it's not from my Ghost King sect. Now they have been abducted by Cheyenne Temple. Your two companions are both human, and should be fine, but my wife is a fox demon, and my daughter is a half demon. They have fallen into this situation now, all because of Cheyenne Temple. I would rather they continue to be trapped here than fall into the hands of those hypocritical people in Cheyenne Temple. That's right, the primary goal for now is to complete the mission. Lin Bin thought to himself that, after completing the mission, I will have plenty of time to play with you later. Not to mention that he has killed 2 reincarnations of the other side. Even if he hasn't, they have plotted against him so secretly and also attacked Zardao and Ailey. This account must be settled anyway. After confirming the safety of our wife and young lady, you will see that I will play you to death. But for now. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yan Fei in a very grand manner. Now that the functions of this mobile phone have been known to the Ghost King, there is no need to hide it. Just be open and honest. The message was naturally sent to Yan Fei, reminding her that there is not only their team of reincarnations in this world, but also another team that has sneaked in by unknown means. Although it is not known what their mission is yet, from the fact that they first attacked Zardao and Ailey, and now they specially stayed here to guard him, it can be seen that these people have no good intentions towards them at all. It is necessary to remind Yan Fei to be careful. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in Kingan Gate, Yan Fei has just become familiar with the operating rules of Zaozu Peak, and began to take charge of everything as Shuayu. It feels very strange. Shuayu did not replace her identity and appear in the arranged residence. The identity of Dongjin Yan Fei seems to have disappeared. The general direction is unknown, but at least, no one in Zaozu Peak remembers that not long ago, there was a woman staying in their Zaozu Peak. This made her feel relieved. In this way, she didn't have to worry about Shuayu, and could do whatever she wanted in Zaozu Peak. In the process, she had also found the complete set of Teijizu and Kingdao. Shuayu's cultivation was now in the Shanking realm. Therefore, even though she had memorized the whole formula, she still kept a handwritten copy of Teijizu and Kingdao in her Makute mirror storage box, so that she could read and comprehend it from time to time. However, the formula of the Divine Sword and Thunder Control True Formula had already been mastered by her. Naturally, there would be no more writing. Yan Fei had carefully investigated and boldly verified during this period of time, and she had grasped several clues. She originally planned to continue investigating, and she must master this magical sword formula, and then she would definitely please Brother Bin. Then, an accident happened. A few dozen miles away from Kingan Mountain, there was a village called Daoxiang Village. The entire village had hundreds of people, all of whom died at the hands of the demons. Upon learning of this, Kingan sect was furious. You know, not long ago, there was a Kaomio village under the mountain gate that moved away because of concerns about attacks from the demons. Then they avoided a fatal attack, but the relatively far Daoxiang village suffered such a disaster. It is said that the disciples of the Kaomio village who had just been recommended to join Dazu Peak were so excited that they almost forgot everything when they heard the news. Obviously, if they hadn't run fast, it would probably be their Kaomio village that suffered this disaster. This is a great shame. When did the foot of Kinganman Mountain become a dangerous place? If this matter cannot be handled perfectly, I'm afraid that other villages will imitate Kaomio village and move away from here. At that time, Kinganman will not only be embarrassed, but also daily food problems will be extremely difficult to solve. They are people who cultivate immortals, but it does not mean that they don't need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Daoxin reacted very quickly. He immediately arranged more than 10 elite disciples to go to check the information and see if there are any survivors who can be treated. Then, the disciples were attacked. Although they finally beat back the powerful enemy, they also suffered heavy casualties. Of the 13 disciples who went, only 4 or 5 returned, and everyone was injured. When Yan Fei received Lin Bin's message, she had just been called to Tangshan Peak. To be honest, just a few days after obtaining the identity of Shuayu, she was directly called to Tangshan Peak, and she was somewhat worried. But when she found an excuse to avoid it for a while, she saw the message from her mobile phone. Obviously, the other party did not provide her with any guarantees, but just asked her to remember to be careful. She felt inexplicably at ease, as if those caring words gave her full strength. Yes, she did not use such a lowly method as disguise, but directly replaced Shuayu. As long as her actions were not too different from usual, no one would have thought that she, the master of Ziosu Peak, had actually changed. It seems that this attack is most likely the work of these reincarnations. Yan Fei gently stroked her wrist. The reincarnation table there is probably the only thing that does not belong to Shuayu. But Shuayu usually wears a moon-white Taoist robe with long sleeves like clouds. Even if she fights with others, no one can see this, as long as they pay a little attention. She returned to her seat calmly. At this time, in the hall, the injured disciples were still reporting the battle situation. Master. Among these disciples, the leader was Zhao, who was regarded as the next successor by Daoxun. Zhao at this time was a little more immature than more than 10 years later, but he was already able to stand on his own. Even so, his injuries were still very serious. One arm was still hanging on his neck, and the pure white gauze was stained with blood. He looked quite miserable. He reported to Daoxun, those demons seemed to be coming for our Kingan sect. Killing the people in the village was just a means to attract our attention. When we approached Daoxiang village, we were immediately attacked by the demons. Their methods were sinister and terrible. Many of our fellow disciples did not investigate and died in their hands. Later, we tried our best to repel them. Then we searched the whole village and found a survivor, but this survivor was crazy and seemed to be frightened too much. Only one survivor? And crazy? Daoxun's face was cold, and his eyes fell on the trembling villager in the distance. He sneered, "What a good method. This is completely disregarding my Kingan sect. In fact, I think this matter is quite strange." Yan Fei, who had decided not to speak easily to avoid making mistakes, suddenly spoke. Daoxun asked, "Oh, junior sister Shuayu, what's so strange?" Yan Fei already knew that it was the reincarnationists who did it, and the other party had already shown their hostility to them. Naturally, she would not be polite, especially since she was very smart. She had already understood something after Lin Bin's words. Of course, these words were not easy to say openly. She said, "The demons of the demon cult act recklessly, and it is not surprising to slaughter villages. But what is strange is that there are thousands of villages in the world. Why do they have to kill at the foot of the Kingan Gate? Don't they know that, if they are not careful, they will be discovered and killed by our Kingan Gate? Normally, they should choose a remote place where no one knows, so that they have more time to do evil." This. Daoxun frowned and pondered. Zhao said, "Disciples said before that they should take advantage of the destruction of this village to lure Kingan sect disciples to come forward. Their target is not the village, but our Kingan sect. This mute uncle is most likely implicated by our Kingan sect. But this way, the problem is even bigger." Yan Fei sighed. "If the target is Kingan sect disciples, we have a large number of Kingan sect disciples, and a large number of disciples go out for training every day. If they really want to target disciples, they can also take advantage of them being far away from the sect, and then make their move. Moreover, in this way, they can defeat them one by one, and avoid failure at the last minute. You must know that people in the righteous way like to slay demons and monsters the most. They only need to set a trap somewhere, and then spread rumors that demons have appeared, and the righteous disciples will naturally fall into the opponent's trap one after another." This. Zhao was speechless. Yan Fei analyzed in an orderly manner, "Unless they have big ambitions, and are coming for the chiefs of each branch of our Kingan sect. But if they are really coming for the chiefs of each branch of our Kingan sect, junior brother Zhao should have been wiped out this time. Only with this level of loss can our Kingan sect pay great attention and directly send out a chief level figure." Yan Fei sighed, but in fact, it was only junior brother Zhao and more than a dozen other disciples who joined forces to repel the enemy. It's not that I underestimate junior brother Zio, it's just that with junior brother Zio's strength, combined with a dozen ordinary disciples, I'm afraid they are still far from the strength of a chief. The enemy with such strength wants to target a chief of our Kingan sect. Either they are too arrogant and don't know their own strength, or they have other intentions, and we have never discovered their true purpose. So, the enemy is so strong, how come they still have a survivor? Just because he's crazy, they won't attack him. Xian Buai has a strong sense of competition with Shuaiyu. Now Yan Fei put on Shuaiyu's vest and analyzed things logically. Naturally, Xian Buai's almost rusty brain also started to work rapidly. He said, could it be that they want to use this madman to enter Arkangan Mountain? Now all the people in Daoxiang village are dead. Who can prove that this madman is a person from Daoxiang village and not a spy disguised by the enemy? Or, because they are worried that they can't pass the review of Arkangan sect, they simply disguise themselves as a madman to facilitate their actions. Brother Xian's brain is working particularly fast today. Yan Fei glanced at Xian Buai with contempt. Someone came out to bear the firepower for her, so she was naturally happy to hide, but she knew that Shuaiyu had always been dissatisfied with Xian Buai. She made a small sarcastic remark and then retreated behind the scenes. Her behavior, on the contrary, seemed to be robbed of her thoughts by Xian Buai, so she kept silent. There must be something wrong with this madman. Xian Buai stood up and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I get it. The whole village was destroyed because of my Kingan sect, and you are the only madman left. We naturally can't let you go down the mountain to fend for yourself. We have to keep you on the mountain, and you are a madman. You have no logic or common sense in your actions. You can go anywhere as you please. It will be easy to investigate anything at that time. What a good plan, what a good plan. He approached the madman with a grin. The madman was so scared that he screamed and retreated continuously. Xian Buai was stunned for a moment, feeling that the madman's reaction was not right. Wait a minute. Daoxin sighed deeply, stopped Xian Buai's violence, and said, Yike, do you still remember the 7 rules of Changman that your teacher taught you? They are all smart people. They had been suffering from insufficient intelligence before, but now Yan Fei just gave them a little hint, and they all noticed some of the weirdness. Especially Zhao Yike, although his performance was not obvious, his words and deeds did show signs of wanting to keep this lunatic in Changman. This disciple naturally remembers it, but what does it have to do with this matter? Yes, master. No, I doubt that you are not Yike. Daoxin sighed. Junior brother Xian and junior sister Shuaiyu are right. If the other party is really targeting us, the first seat, I really doubt how you escaped from their clutches. Or has Yike met with an accident? Master, you doubt me. Say it out, and I won't doubt you. Okay. I originally wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. I'm devoted to Kingan sect, but master, you actually doubt me so much. Well, I won't stay in such a Kingan mountain. Zhao Yike stood up angrily, and with his wounds all over his body, he looked a bit sad and misunderstood. He said angrily, I will leave the sect now. Are you satisfied, master? Daoxin closed his eyes and sighed. Kingan sect has 1 sect rule, and 7 peaks share it. How can there be 7 sect rules unique to Changman? You didn't explain this matter, but you were furious. It can be seen that you are not angry, but you don't know the test in my words. I just want to ask, is Yike still alive? Ha ha ha. Zhao Yike suddenly laughed grimly and sneered. Whether he lives or dies, it depends on whether you let me leave here. If I die here, you will lose an excellent successor. Sure enough, everyone was shocked. Especially Xian Buai. He was proud for once, but he didn't expect the enemy to think deeper than him. They didn't want to use the madman's footsteps to spy on Kingan sect, but to use the madman's footsteps so that Zhao Yike would have a reason to go anywhere. Daoxin asked, if I'll let you go, will you spare Yike's life? Of course not. In the near future, a woman should have entered your Kingan sect. I want you to hand her over to me. Seeing that Daoxin attached so much importance to his disciple's life, Zhao Yike felt that he had found something on him. He smiled and said, that woman has only been in your Kingan sect for a short 10 days. It's not worth abandoning your disciple's life for her, right? Master Daogson, I advise you to think it over carefully. So you have planned so much, and it was all for a woman. She. Daogson was stunned for a moment, but was shocked to find that the woman did not exist in his memory, but the Cheyenne sword. He sighed lightly. A few days ago, several strangers did come up the mountain, but they just wanted to return the Cheyenne sword, the treasure of King Gaian sect, to me. After returning the sword, they said goodbye and left the mountain. How could they stay on the mountain? That's impossible. The information I got on the mountain. Well, since you don't want to, let me go to your King Gaian forbidden area, Huanayu Cave. The fake Zhaoyake sneered. Master, you don't want your disciples to get into trouble, do you? Yake should be dead now. You can disguise yourself, but you even disguised the mole on his neck so vividly. I'm afraid it's not a disguise, but you just peeled off his skin and stuck it on your own face. Daog said inside, Yake is in danger. I have known about this for a long time, but I don't understand what your purpose is. Asshole, you lied to me. The fake Zhaoyake finally reacted and was immediately furious. Chapter 322, a good assist. Although he was furious, the fake Zhaoyake knew that he was in the base camp of a powerful enemy. If he was not exposed, he could do anything easily with Zhaoyake's vest. But once he was discovered, it would be a life and death crisis. There was no chance of fighting. The fake Zhaoyake jumped out of the hall. Before he came out, he suddenly transformed into a hawk in front of everyone, flapping his wings and flying towards the sky. Even though King Gaian sect was the leader of the righteous path, the sky was his home court. And during his transformation, as expected by Daogson, a light human skin mask slowly fell down. It was self-evident where it was peeled from. Daogson was even more furious and shouted, Yake died for killing demons and eliminating evil, but the evil body actually tried to tarnish Yake's reputation after his death. You deserve to die. Stay. Teiji Zuan King Dao moved accordingly. Gathering in the sky, it turned into a slowly rotating Teikai pattern, emitting a dignified green light, warm and freehand, covering the entire sky. The giant eagle flapped its wings in the sky, but ended up crashing into the huge Teikai diagram. The Teikai diagram seemed illusory, but its light curtain was condensed and did not disperse. The giant eagle seemed to have thrown itself into a trap, entering a large net, and Teikai diagrams followed and circled, completely blocking the space available for it to fly. Damn it. If you have the guts, put me down and fight me for 300 rounds. The giant eagle had no choice but to be forcibly transformed into a human form. It turned out to be a completely unfamiliar face, with blonde hair and white skin, and it was obvious that he was a foreigner. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, he was actually aroused by the ferocity in his heart. His feet were rooted firmly in the ground, and with a roar, his body swelled and grew huge sideburns like steel needles. He had transformed into a giant bear with a body of more than 10 feet. The earth bear, as long as his feet stand on the ground, his power is endless. Roar. With a roar, he stood up and strode towards Daogson. Catch the leader first. Daogson shouted in a low voice. He raised his hand and his finger gestures changed in all directions. The green sword energy showed the power of Teikai and yin and yang, and surrounded the opponent with his own strength. The earth bear was invulnerable to swords and guns, but facing Daogson's sword energy, it was as fragile as paper, and several hideous wounds were torn on its body. Blood sprayed, dyeing the originally dark grey bear hair blood red. If you don't reveal all the information you know to me today, you can't expect to die peacefully. Daogson was furious at the time when his most beloved disciple was killed. He attacked without mercy, almost crushing him. One after another, the sword key turned into substance and fell fiercely, forming an indestructible cage. Especially the last two sword key were in a cross-like trend, directly pressing his neck to the ground. If he dared to raise his head, he would have to endure the pain of beheading. Several leaders were all shocked. Not only shocked by the enemy's strange ability, but also shocked by Daogson's high cultivation, which had reached such an astonishing level. Especially Yan Fei. She was almost certain that the other party was 100% reincarnation. And the enhanced ability, turning into an eagle and a bear, seemed to be a druid series ability. Is it a reincarnation from the Free Federation? But how did they enter this secret place? Just thinking about it, her pupils suddenly shrank and she shouted, "Brother, be careful, the enemy has changed." Deoxen also exclaimed in surprise, seeing that the giant bear, which had been completely suppressed in the sword prison, suddenly had a blue light in its eyes. If the giant bear just now was ferocious and cruel, then at this moment, this giant bear was like a zombie demon that had crawled out of hell, and it had no human rationality at all. He let the real sword energy cut his thick fur apart, but he completely ignored it, let his flesh and blood turn over, and rushed towards Deoxen again. "Huh." Deoxen exclaimed in surprise. Obviously he had not expected such a change. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, a mighty Buddhist sound came from a distance. Amitabha. The huge swastika Buddhist seal fell down and hit the giant bear hard. The giant bear let out a shrill scream and struggled even more fiercely. But the swastika Buddhist seal pressed harder and harder, and finally, accompanied by a loud bang, the giant bear screamed and was pressed to the ground without any sound. Poo Zhi walked over slowly with his still somewhat staggering steps and sighed. "Brother Deoxen, I hope you can forgive me for stepping in to help you. But this beast is full of corpse aura and is definitely not a living creature. If you want to get any information from him, it will probably be in vain." Corpse aura. Deoxen and the others were stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on their faces. Cheyenne Buai was surprised and said, "But just now, this man pretended to be Zio's nephew, and his words and deeds were so lifelike, which shows that he is very thoughtful. How could he be a dead thing? He was alive just now, but now he is dead." Deoxen said with a heavy face, "This beast dared to attack my Kingan sect. I thought he was the leader, but now it seems that he is just a puppet tool, and behind him, there is another real mastermind. He came for the Zeuxan sword of Kingan sect." Yan Fei thought that their mission should be related to the Zeuxan sword of Kingan sect, and they also wanted to get rid of me by the way. It can be seen that they must have learned through some channel that I had infiltrated Kingan sect, so they wanted to kill me by the way. From this point of view, they are undoubtedly enemies. And thinking about it, they actually provoked the Ghost King sect at the same time. Although this information cannot be explained to everyone, but Yan Fei still said, and it seems that, while their goal is the Zeuxan sword, it is definitely not limited to the Zeuxan sword. Otherwise, if the puppet minions are already so capable, it is another matter if the mastermind behind the scenes takes action personally. In any case, it is an indisputable fact that my Kingan sect has been targeted by the enemy. We must be on guard. Later, I will send disciples to patrol from all over the mountain. We must not let the incident in Deoxiang village happen again. Amitabha. Poo Zhi said, "I can seek support from Cheyenne Temple. It seems that the great Brahma Prajna of my Cheyenne Temple is the nemesis of this beast. I can make the decision and let the disciples of Cheyenne Temple come to Kingan sect to take charge and do their best." Deoxen said, "Thank you so much, junior brother." He was not polite. The enemy's strength this time was really too weird. The reason why he was able to downplay it just now was entirely because he relied on his absolute strength to crush it. But if the two sides are similar in strength, Zio Yuke is one of the best young people in the sect, but he was defeated by the other party, and there are still many people of this level. Maybe this time, we really need to rely on the power of Cheyenne Temple. You are too polite, senior brother. Pussy said politely, and then wrote a letter in his own hand, and handed it to Deoxen. The words were quite polite. He did not say that Kingan sect was facing a strong enemy and needed support, but said that the evil cult thieves had treacherous means again. Because the great Brahma Prajna of Cheyenne Temple had a lot of restraint on them, he asked senior brother to send some elite disciples to help. Deoxen's impression of Pussy was even better. It was fine that he did not take advantage of the Kangsang incident to blackmail him, but he was very careful to help the other party's self-esteem. Master Pussy is a great monk. Deoxen took the letter and said, "I will send my disciples to Cheyenne Temple to seek support." Pussy nodded and was about to volunteer to guard Kingan Gate, while Cheyenne Temple was away for the next few days. But suddenly, a disciple came to report. "Master, there is a disciple from Cheyenne Temple outside who wants to see you." "What?" This time, Puzzy and Deoxeon were both stunned. Deoxeon looked at Puzzy and said, "Please ask him to come in." Yes. After a moment, a bloodstained Cheyenne temple disciple staggered into Kingayan Gate. He saw Puzzy before he saw Deoxeon. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he cried sadly, "Uncle Puzzy, why are you here?" Puzzy was also shocked and said, "Phazon, what's wrong with you?" "Uncle Puzzy, there are evil demons besieging our Cheyenne temple, and Cheyenne temple is in danger." Phazon choked and said, "It is not a pity for Cheyenne temple to die, but these evil ways are too terrible, and we must not let them spread. That's why the abbot asked us to come to Kingayanman for help. Cheyenne temple is probably in danger of being destroyed, but I hope that Master Deoxeon will take out the Zeuxan sword for the sake of the people of the world, and completely cleanse these evil demons, and return the world to a clear sky." What? Deoxeon and Puzzy were both shocked. Especially Deoxeon, who clenched the letter for help in his hand. From Phazon's tone, it seemed that the situation of Cheyenne temple was much more serious than that of Kingayanman. Phazon even said that Cheyenne temple was in danger of being destroyed. Puzzy said anxiously, "Phazon, stop hesitating. What happened?" Phazon cried, "Cheyenne temple was surrounded by monsters. Although we tried our best to stop them, we couldn't resist the increasing number of monsters. When I escaped, Cheyenne temple was already in danger. Now 2 or 3 days have passed. It will take at least 3 days to rush back from Kingayan sect. I'm afraid that Cheyenne temple will not be able to hold out until the reinforcement arrive, but those monsters must not be allowed to spread. That's why the abbot asked us to come for help. In this situation, only the Zeuxan sword of Kingayan sect can cleanse these evil ways and bring peace to the world." Deoxeon was shocked and said, "Could it be that they sought the Zeuxan sword for this purpose? To stop us from rescuing Cheyenne temple?" What shocked him even more was that it took only 5 or 6 days to go back and forth. And from Phazon's tone, Cheyenne temple could hardly hold out even for those 5 or 6 days. How strong was the enemy? Pu Zhi looked at Deoxeon expectantly. Deoxeon was immediately embarrassed. Just now, the other party had said selflessly that Cheyenne temple could send people to guard Kingayan sect, but in the blink of an eye, Cheyenne temple suffered a heavy blow. If he did not help, it would be unreasonable. But if he did, the enemy was not only targeting Cheyenne temple, but also Kingayan sect. He suddenly realized that this was clearly the enemy's conspiracy. If the Kingayan sect sends too few reinforcement, it won't be of much use. If it sends too many, it will have to consider the safety of its own sect. Deoxeon smiled bitterly and said, "Cheyenne temple and Kingayan sect are of the same blood. If Cheyenne temple really encounters a disaster, Kingayan sect will naturally not sit idly by. It's just that the Zeuxan sword can't really leave Kingayan sect, but I can do it on their behalf." Deoxeon quickly made up his mind and said, "I will lead the elite disciples of Kingayan sect to Cheyenne temple for assistance. As junior brother Puzzy just said, the great Brahma Prajna has the power to suppress these evildoers, so please ask junior brother Puzzy to guard Kingayan sect on your behalf. In this way, I can leave with peace of mind." His meaning was very clear. The monks of Cheyenne temple all practiced the great Brahma Prajna. If even they couldn't resist the invasion of the thieves, then even if Puzzy went back, it would be useless. On the contrary, Deoxeon's cultivation was profound, and maybe he could come up with some other methods. Everyone quickly decided. Deoxeon and Zheng Shucheng led the elite disciples of Tangshan Peak and Fenghu Peak of Kingayan sect to Cheyenne temple for assistance. The affairs of Kingayan sect were managed by Shan Buai of Dazu Peak and Shuai of Ziosu Peak, who is now Yan Fei. Deoxeon really regretted Kang Sang's death at this moment. He could vaguely guess why Kang Sang betrayed him. Since he decided to use him, he shouldn't let him have any resentment in his heart. After all, he handled this matter improperly. Fortunately, junior sister Shuai was smart, and with the help of Shian Buai, she should be able to ensure that Kingayan sect would not be ambushed by the enemy. When this news came out, Yan Fei was stunned. She was worried that she couldn't get the supreme sword out of Kingayan sect, but now she has the qualifications to manage Kingayan sect. From this point of view, these people seem to have given her an excellent assist. As for the indignant Cheyenne Buai next to her, she didn't take him seriously at all. She understood Deoksun's meaning very well. He let her take charge temporarily because he believed in her wisdom, but he was not sure about her strength, so he arranged another Cheyenne Buai. It can be seen that this fat man is a warrior. But thinking of Lin Bin's previous instructions to her, Yan Fei knew that there was a master hidden in the back mountain of King Gaian sect who was said to be as powerful as Deoksun. If King Gaian sect really suffered a disaster, he would definitely take action. It seems that it can't be too blatant. Yan Fei secretly made up her mind. Deoksun arranged it very quickly. In just less than 2 hours, he had gathered the elite troops of the two peaks, drove the magic weapons, turned into a long rainbow, and flew towards the direction of Cheyenne Temple. At the same time, Lin Bin, Ghost King and King Lang had also flown towards the direction of Cheyenne Temple. The distance between Huki Mountain and Cheyenne Temple is not too far, just more than a day's journey. During this process, the Ghost King did not forget to send a message to Kushan and others who were still on the road, asking them to change their route to Cheyenne Temple. Cheyenne Temple has been famous for many years, and in terms of reputation, it is much better than the Ghost King's Anglian at this time. If his wife and daughter were really imprisoned in Cheyenne Temple, it would be very difficult for him to save them alone. At that time, the assistance of Kushan and others would be very important. However, even though the Ghost King and others had made up their minds to fight Cheyenne Temple head-on, when they arrived at Cheyenne Temple, they were shocked to find that it seemed that it was not their turn to take action. Outside Cheyenne Temple, those people who lived and worked in peace and contentment had already disappeared. Instead, there were countless people rushing around. Countless monsters with blue eyes, like corpses, rushed to Cheyenne Temple, the holy place of Buddhism, fearlessly. Then, halfway through, they were blasted to pieces by the many monks of Cheyenne Temple with the great Brahma Prajna Dharma. But the number of monsters was too large. Even if the monks of Cheyenne Temple tried their best to stop them, they still couldn't resist the invasion of these monsters. Cheyenne Temple could hold on until now, of course, not just relying on the Dharma. On the outermost high wall of Cheyenne Temple, dozens of Gatling machine guns were mounted on the wall. Dozens of bold monks were half exposed, with fierce eyes, holding Gatling guns, but not firing. Only when these corpse ghosts approached, they would pull the trigger brazenly. The fierce gunshots were like firecrackers, and the corpse ghosts in front would be knocked down like a rice field. But they seemed to have some concerns, probably because they were worried about the lack of ammunition. Therefore, they would only shoot at critical moments. Inside the Cheyenne Temple, huge roars could be heard from time to time. Missiles with blazing tail flames landed in the zombies, creating dark holes more than 10 meters wide, filled with rotten flesh, and burying countless zombies. The weapons played an important role in the support of the Cheyenne Temple until now. However, even such terrible weapons could not stop the zombies, and could only temporarily slow down their offensive. What on earth is going on? The Ghost King was stunned. He had an impression of the weapons, and had seen them roughly in the memory of the female reincarnationist. They seemed to be guns and cannons. But the Cheyenne Temple was in such a crisis, and he turned to look at Lin Bin and asked, "Did your people give these weapons to the Cheyenne Temple? If these people use these weapons to deal with his Ghost King sect, then his chances of saving people would be very low." But now it seems that the Cheyenne Temple is already in danger, and Lin Bin was even more shocked. Looking at the fearless monsters below, a serious look appeared on his face, and he asked in surprise, "White Walker?" Chapter 323, Strike First. Cheyenne Temple is usually like spring all year round. However, at this time, because of the arrival of these aliens, the surrounding air has become extremely cold, and the originally green branches are covered with a thick layer of ice. Just breathing, I feel a sharp pain in my respiratory tract. It seems that with their appearance, winter has come. Do you know these monsters? The Ghost King has extremely subtle observation ability. He can clearly see that in the huge and bloated team of aliens, there are many abominable aliens wearing monk robes, but their original appearance can no longer be seen. But what their original identity is, there is no need to doubt too much. In this short moment, the Ghost King even understood the true origin of this army. The aliens, a species that does not belong to this world, can transform corpses into their companions, so in a sense, their warriors are killing more and more. Lin Bin also stood in the distance, looking at the monks holding Gatling guns. The black muzzles kept spewing out flames. The White Walkers were fearless and strong, but perhaps because they were in an environment of ice and snow all year round, their bones were much more brittle than ordinary people. They were directly shot into by the rough ammunition. But even so, they still did not die. They used their broken claws to climb forward and crawl, as if they would bite their death. The Azure Dragon Saint frowned and said, if so, wouldn't they be invincible? They must have weaknesses, right? Of course there are weaknesses. The White Walkers should be afraid of fire and a substance called Valyrian steel. Oh, and dragon crystal is enough to scare them, but in our world, except for fire, it seems that Valyrian steel and dragon crystal cannot be found. Their leader is called the Night King. As long as you find a way to kill the Night King, all the White Walkers transformed by him will die. But, Lin Bin paused. Some people are not sure whether the Night King is the one commanding these armies. Or is it that a reincarnation has strengthened the Night King's system? But can the Night King's system as a White Walker really be copied? How can it be strengthened? But the situation at this time is obviously very clear. These weapons should be provided by Xiao, and they should be on the side of Cheyenne Temple. In short, it is better to find the person we are looking for first. The photo in Lin Bin's hand was already burning hot at this time. If it were not for his cultivation, he would not be able to hold this thin plastic sealing paper at all. Now that we have found this place, we are naturally no longer in a hurry. King Long, you support outside, and meet up with Kushan and others later. As for me, I will go into Cheyenne Temple with the Deputy Master to take a look. The Ghost King asked Lin Bin. Deputy Master, do you have any hidden means? Yes. Lin Bin raised his hand and pressed lightly on his chest, and his figure suddenly became illusory. Optical camouflage cloak. In a sense, even if it is only B-level, the role it can play is not inferior to any A-level props. The Ghost King nodded and slowly floated towards the Cheyenne Temple in front of him. Along the way, a foreigner seemed to be aware of the movement above his head and looked up, but at this time, the Ghost King's figure had almost disappeared. Even Lin Bin, who was very close to him, could hardly detect the trace of the Ghost King. The Ghost King's sex skills were so magical. Lin Bin secretly admired in his heart, and the two floated towards the Cheyenne Temple at the same time. Cheyenne Temple was usually well defended. Even a strong Ghost King would find it difficult to sneak in so easily. But now, almost all of Cheyenne Temple's defenses were used to deal with these foreigners. Even if it weren't for the assistance of those powerful thermal weapons, I'm afraid that Cheyenne Temple would have completely fallen at this moment. How could they have the leisure to defend the interior of Cheyenne Temple? It was right to guard against those living dead, which also allowed the two to easily enter Cheyenne Temple. After entering the temple, the two of them realized that the once vast Cheyenne Temple was already overcrowded, and countless people were protected in the hall. The faces of these people were full of fear and terror. Many people were kneeling on the ground and reciting Buddhist scriptures devoutly, hoping that their Buddha could protect them. It can be seen that when the White Walkers broke out, the monks of Cheyenne Temple quickly went down the mountain to rescue the people. Unfortunately, destruction is always easier than construction. They tried their best and only rescued thousands of people up the mountain, and the White Walkers who were desperately attacking the mountain at the foot of the mountain should be the families and relatives of these people. The Ghost King and Lin Bin soon found Biao and Xiao, mother and daughter. They were not locked up, but were casually placed in a corner of the hall like ordinary people. The delicate little girl in green clothes was curled up in her mother's arms and shivering. Her big eyes were full of tears of grievance and anxiety. Although she tried hard to control them from flowing, it was a pity that there were few results. There were already 2 dry tear marks on her grey cheeks. Xiao was also full of anxiety. For the sake of his daughter, he could only pretend to be strong. He just kept looking outside, watching the monks of Cheyenne Temple running back and forth, carrying ammunition and wounded. He seemed to be expecting something. Until Xiao, the Ghost King, cried out in pain and showed up without hesitation, appearing in the sight of the mother and daughter. "Daddy!" Biao shouted in surprise and flew into the Ghost King's arms. Xiaokai was also surprised. Then she became worried. She seemed to be worried that her husband, as a demon, would be strangled by the righteous when he suddenly appeared in this place. But when she thought about the situation, that Cheyenne Temple was almost unable to protect itself, she felt relieved. Xiaokai, I'm sorry, I'm late. The Ghost King hugged his daughter who started crying in his arms, and looked at his wife distressed. It's good to be here. It's good to see you again. Xiaokai slowly stood up and wanted to say something excitedly, but she was nervous for a long time. Now she suddenly saw someone to rely on. When she relaxed her mind, she finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground powerlessly. Xiaokai! The Ghost King screamed and hurriedly threw Bao to Linbin and went forward to hug Xiaokai. Linbin was so flustered that he almost couldn't hold Bao. The little girl was also a little confused at this moment. Blinking her eyes, she seemed to have the urge to cry out of grievance. Forget it, let's not disturb your parents' reunion. Miss Bao, I'm the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect, so although this is our first meeting, you don't have to worry that I'm a bad person. By the way, do you know where the sister who saved you is? Bao wiped her eyes and asked, Sister Xiaodao and Sister Ai Li. Linbin nodded. They are in the front hall helping to deal with those aliens. Then can you take me to find them? Sure, let's go this way. Bao turned her head away from the Ghost King angrily, motioning Linbin to take her away quickly. And along the way, Linbin also learned the details of their coming here through Bao. Just as he had speculated before, Xiaodao and Ai Li did not spend much effort, or the thermal imaging device equipped by Xiaodao could easily find the two people trapped in the mountain. After a short rest, the four of them planned to go directly to the Ghost King sect, but who would have thought that they would be attacked by those reincarnations as soon as they came out. Xiaodao and Ai Li were caught off guard. If it weren't for Ai Li's magic that was so hard to defend against, giving Xiaodao time to set up positions, the two would have been wiped out in the first place. Even so, Sister Xiaodao and Sister Ai Li were no match for each other. Sister Xiaodao was so angry that she wanted to use that nuclear egg to scare the enemy, but she didn't expect the bald donkeys from Cheyenne Temple to suddenly intervene, disrupting the battle and forcing the two to retreat. Bao pursed her lips and said, Then, we came here and found that this place was about to be captured by the enemy. Sister Xiaodao made a deal with the other party. In exchange for keeping us safe, she was willing to do her best to help Cheyenne Temple resist the invasion of these monsters. And then, Bao said, pointing to a vacant land on the left side of the main hall. It had been arranged as a modern defense engineering base. Boxes of ammunition and laser gun energy modules were neatly placed. Missiles that were thicker than a person had been installed on the launcher. At this time, Xiaodao was wearing glasses, and her fingers were very deft in manipulating the virtual instrument panel in front of her that only she could see. She kept giving orders. Start, 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 and this. By the way, the ammunition for the number 3 Gatling gun is about to run out. Send a box of ammunition immediately. Also, the energy for the number 5 laser gun is about to run out. Bring him an energy module. I don't need to teach you how to install it, right? Missiles, launch. She was so busy by herself. Under her control, missiles flew straight into the sky, from top to bottom, bombarding the enemies outside the temple. There was a loud bang, mixed with endless airwaves, and even Xiaodao's position could not withstand the invasion of the strong wind. Her small body was almost blown off the ground, but she climbed onto one of the missile launchers very skillfully, like an octopus, and was as stable as a mountain. It can be said that half of the reason why Cheyenne Temple can hold on to this moment is her personal credit. She single-handedly resisted the army of aliens. And beside her, Ai Li was fully alert. Until she saw the familiar figure, she shouted in surprise. Master! Master! Master? Xiaodao repeated in surprise, and hurriedly took off her glasses at the first time, seeing the figure of Linbin holding Bao. The attitude that was completely capable of standing on its own just now collapsed in an instant, and her eyes were wet all of a sudden. She said aggrievedly, Boss. I'm so miserable. Don't worry, the 2 reincarnations who bullied you have been killed by me. My inventory is all used up. Xiaodao said aggrievedly, so much money. How much money do I have to save to recreate so many equipment? Linbin. So it was this grievance. There is really no way. It's okay. Go back to your boss and act like a spoiled child. Don't you have everything? Linbin replied casually. He threw the broken phone to Xiaodao and said, well done. This phone gives us a lot of information. You should be able to fix it, right? Without parts, a good cook can't cook without rice. Let's fix it when we get back. Xiaodao took the phone. He laughed, seeming to be very proud of his wise decision at that time. Then there is no need to repair it. I will directly replace it with a new one for you. I have a friend who has a lot of new phones, and he took them for free. Linbin said. At the same time, far away in another world, Hu Cannon, who was choosing a mobile phone in the mobile phone store with the licking dog, couldn't help but sneeze very cutely. You, Miss Cannon, what's wrong with you? A spare tire licking dog looked worried and concerned, trying to show his demeanor. He finally promised to buy a mobile phone for the other party, and then he successfully made an appointment with this charming lady. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to show off so soon. If she is not feeling well, should I ask her to drink more hot water or rest more? But if she rests more, won't she have to go home? Well, I asked her out on a rare date. Wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? He was obviously a playboy who had indulged himself in women for many years, but facing Kankan at this moment, he didn't dare to blaspheme in the slightest. She was too beautiful, and just thinking about that kind of thing would be a stain on her purity. He wanted to experience more of the youthfulness and beauty of first love in her. Kankan said softly, it's nothing. Maybe my creditor is talking about me. Creditor? Miss Can, do you still owe others money? Well, but I'm already working very hard to pay off my debts. No matter how much you owe, I'll help you pay it back. The bootliker suddenly became excited. Isn't this his chance to show off? That's not good. I'm already very embarrassed to accept your phone. How can I let you spend more money? And 200,000 is really a lot of money. I will work hard to pay it back and try to pay it back before the bad guy runs out of patience and bullies me. Still want to bully Miss Zion? Bastard. I'll pay it back for you. It's just 200,000. I can't just take it out with my wealth. I'll pay it back for you. It's a must, Miss Zion. I have no other intentions. I'm just simply indignant. Then, thank you very much. You are a very nice person. Then, do you still want to buy the phone? I want this black one. Black. Girls use black. It's so different. Well, Xiangxin pouted, thinking that it was because some bad guy treated me as a mobile phone library. If I don't choose the color he likes, he will make trouble for me. Successfully reunited. Xiaodao also analyzed some of her thoughts during this period with Linbin. Boss, although the mother and daughter have been successfully rescued by us. Linbin, mother and daughter? Xiaodao asked in surprise, isn't it? Well, you can't say it's not, but you should be more careful. You know, their husband is here too. It's not good to hear this word. Well, we have obviously rescued the mother and daughter successfully. From the mission point of view, even if they are not sent to the Ghost King sect, they are safe. But the mission is not completed at all, which shows that the crisis is not over yet. Xiaodao puffed out his chest seriously and said, so I suspect that our mission is not to rescue them from Fox Mountain, but to ensure their safety for a full 3 months. During these 3 months, there will definitely be other crises befalling the mother and daughter, such as for example, the White Walkers. The White Walkers dealt with the Xian'an Temple today. Who can be sure that, after destroying the Xian'an Temple, they will attack the Ghost King sect again? And if they want to attack the Ghost King sect, there is no doubt that Biao and Ziokai are the best breakthrough points. Do you think the White Walkers' goals are actually in conflict with our mission? Absolutely conflicting. Xiaodao said proudly. Why do you think I have to hand over all the ammunition for the Xian'an Temple here? Am I really doing it for the Xian'an Temple? I want to use the Xian'an Temple as a springboard to consume the power of the White Walkers, so that they don't have enough strength to attack the Ghost King sect again. After 3 months, our mission will be completed, and the rest will have nothing to do with us. After that, she looked at Linbin expectantly. Well done. Linbin naturally wouldn't say that the more White Walkers are killed, the more you kill. Even if you use up your ammunition here, you can't last for more than 3 months, and it won't give them any bonus to their overall strength. Xiaodao's decision, based on the information she knew, was the best solution that could be made. But this decision is also good. You know, Xiaodao wasted ammunition and artillery fire like this, fighting against the White Walkers. In a sense, it can be regarded as calming the enemy's mind. The Night King must be very sure that his existence has not been exposed. Unless they don't know the real weakness of the White Walkers, even if they are the silly daughters of the landlords, they won't waste space like this. The extraordinary people on the technology side have folding space, which is much larger than the storage space, but it is not endless. From this point of view, Xiaodao can be regarded as helping him to cover. Thinking of this, Lin Bin sincerely praised, "You did a really good job. Because of you, what I have to do next is much simpler. Do you want to attack that Night King?" The voice of the Ghost King sounded behind him. He supported the still weak Xiaoqi and walked over slowly. He asked seriously. Lin Bin nodded. They all took the initiative to attack him. The two sides have become enemies, and Xiaodao's speculation makes sense. If left alone, the mission of these reincarnationists will definitely fall on Xiaoqi and her daughter, and then the conflict between the two sides will be irreversible. In this case, we might as well strike first. Chapter 324. Someone is cheating. The monks of Xian'an Temple are all masters of Buddhism. Facing these evil demons, Dafen Prajna can also have absolute restraint. But the so-called restraint has its limits after all. In particular, although Dafen Prajna practiced by the monks of Xian'an Temple is not a simple body training method, it is undoubtedly less mysterious and varied than Taijizu and King Dao, and the disciples are better at close-range combat. The strength of the aliens may not be too strong, but there are too many of them, plus their unique characteristics. Once they are injured by the aliens, they will be infected by their corpses. In fact, Xian'an Temple has long been unable to resist the endless attacks of these aliens like waves. If Xiaodao had not taken action at the critical moment, and armed some of the monks to the extreme with his own weapons, relying on the powerful firepower suppression and coverage, this would have been regarded as suppressing the aliens outside Xian'an Temple, so that they could not advance an inch. But unfortunately, the number of White Walkers is endless. While attacking Xian'an Temple, they are also attacking other places. This also means that no matter how much Xian'an Temple kills, their number is increasing. But Xiaodao's ammunition will eventually run out. This point, Xiaodao is very clear. The enemy is also very clear. Just like Lin Bin said. During this period of time, Xiaodao fought desperately and single-handedly became the MVP of the bloody battle with the White Walkers. The enemy was waiting for the moment when her ammunition ran out, and soon, they waited for the opportunity they wanted to wait for. It can be seen with the naked eye. The pouring of ammunition is much slower than before. The frequency of firing has also decreased a lot. Before, as long as the White Walkers approached the gate of Xian'an Temple, there would be fierce artillery fire immediately, which would blast these approaching White Walkers into slag. Even though the White Walkers are powerful, they are just ordinary people's bodies, and guns are their nemesis. One shot, the body is separated. In addition, the corpses were piled up layer by layer, so even if the attack was not on the vital parts, it would not cause any more damage. But now, it's just a last-ditch resistance. An old man with a white beard and a hawk nose leaned on a cane inside. The enemy's weapons reserves have exceeded our imagination, but even so, it only delayed for 3 more days. Their ammunition is running out. Beside the old man with a white beard, a man wearing black armor and covered with dark blue eyes stared at the direction of Xian'an Temple. There was an unspeakable weirdness in his dark blue eyes. He said lightly, "We can launch a general attack." After saying that, the dark blue light in his eyes suddenly became stronger. The actions of the White Walkers, who had been surging before, suddenly became more fearless and fearless. Like berserkers who had lost their minds, they rushed towards Xian'an Temple in front of them frantically. Especially the dozen or so White Walker generals holding ice swords. These generals are stronger and faster than ordinary White Walkers. They are mixed in with the White Walkers, and once they make a move, there will definitely be a monk from Xian'an Temple who will fall and be transformed into a White Walker. But as the White Walker generals made their move, the deafening gunshots did not sound again. These monks just got these weapons for the first time, and they had no idea of saving ammunition. The firing was so sparse, obviously the ammunition was really running out. The White Walkers had no slogans, and no morale. But without the obstruction of those bullets, the White Walkers had no more obstacles. As the first White Walker climbed up the wall, the second, the third, the dense White Walkers were like ants, and soon covered the thick outer wall of Reincarnated Temple, which was about 10 feet high. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, the outer wall of Reincarnated Temple, which has been passed down for thousands of years, and is covered with traces of years and frost, collapsed completely. Countless White Walkers swarmed in. Pu Hong stood at the front, with his palms together. As they slowly opened, a layer of golden barrier spread out in all directions with him as the center. The aliens were burned to ashes when they touched the golden light curtain. Suddenly, a sharp ice spear was thrown out from the alien group, and it was extremely fast and shot directly at Pu Hong, who was blocking the aliens. Pu Hong's expression did not change. The golden light curtain turned from a surface to a point, and it was right on the ice spear. The golden Buddha light and the icy cold air were in a stalemate. In just a moment, the cold light was completely dissipated into the invisible. Pu Hong spread the Buddha light again. But in the end, some aliens took this opportunity to invade the scope of Reincarnated Temple. He could only sigh helplessly. Even if he had 1,000 pounds of strength, he would have no place to use it when facing monsters like aliens. He also sighed, retreat. The monks of Reincarnated Temple began to shrink. Without obstacles, the aliens rushed harder and faster, flooding into Reincarnated Temple like a black ocean. Let's go into. This time, the mission goal is quite smooth. The Night King turned around and ordered. The two followed the path left by the White Walkers and walked towards Reincarnated Temple. But just after stepping into the gate of Reincarnated Temple, the eagle-nosed man's face suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, "This smell is wrong." The Night King looked at him in surprise. He had lost his sense of smell and naturally could not smell anything wrong. But the eagle-nosed man was surprised. Such a strong smell of gunpowder. They still have ammunition. Ha 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 ha. Of course I still have ammunition, but I just dismantled it. In the distance, on the highest point of the main hall of Reincarnated Temple, a shoulder-length short-haired girl stood there proudly with her hands on her hips, a smug look on her face, and laughed. "I have saved all the gunpowder in the weapons, just waiting for you to come and stew them in a pot. Don't leave today, I will treat you to braised White Walkers." The Night King's face suddenly changed. It was obvious that he did not expect that the other party's stubborn resistance in the past few days was actually luring the enemy to go deep. He shouted, "Retreat." But Xia Dao had already shown up because the enemy had already stepped into the hub. At this time, almost all the wooden Buddhist temples in the Reincarnated Temple had been demolished completely, especially with the help of gunpowder. In just a moment, the blazing flames quickly ignited. The aliens who rushed into the main hall of Reincarnated Temple were directly surrounded by the sea of fire. The cold breath was immediately driven away by the scorching flames. The aliens finally began to scream and wail in pain. One after another, the aliens covered in fire rushed out of the sea of fire, but they no longer cared about attacking others, but rolled in pain like normal people until they fell to the ground without any sound. Quickly retreat, evacuate the people down the mountain. The people were evacuated to the back mountain. Now seeing that most of the aliens were surrounded by the sea of fire, especially with the help of gunpowder, they could control the burning position more freely, separating the aliens from humans by a wall of fire. The aliens were afraid of fire, which helped the people gain a buffer opportunity. Burning the entire Reincarnated Temple to the ground was the only way to gain this opportunity. The monks dragged their exhausted bodies to escort the people down the mountain. Although there were still Lynxing's aliens wandering around at the foot of the mountain, it was undoubtedly much safer than the Reincarnated Temple, which had been completely lost. As for where to go, we could only take it one step at a time. At this time, Pu Hong, who had been fighting on the front line, came to the side of Xiaoqi and Biao. He put his palms together, bowed to the Ghost King, and Lin Bin beside them to express his gratitude, and said, "Amitabha, Thank you Ghost King for putting aside the past grudges and saving the people of this temple from the water and fire. If it weren't for Linbin providing the alien's weakness, he would not have thought that this monster, which was so terrible that even they, the immortal cultivators, would be terrified, would actually be afraid of mortal fire. The Ghost King snorted coldly and said, "This disaster is a catastrophe for the whole world, so I will help you with all my strength. But if you think that the matter of Fox Mountain can be easily forgotten, then you are too naive. If you did not hurt my wife and daughter, I would not be satisfied, even if I watched your Cheyenne temple destroyed today." Alas, junior brother Pu Fang has already died in their hands while trying to resist these strange ghosts. Now he can rest in the Buddhist fire of Cheyenne temple. It can be said that his life is not in vain. Pu Hang took a deep look at Biao who was hiding in Xiaochi's arms and sighed. "Amitabha, my Cheyenne temple has always taken it as its mission to subdue demons, but we didn't expect that those little demons who have just gained intelligence are no different from human babies. We have killed these innocent creatures, which can be said to have created endless killing karma. Now that Cheyenne temple is in such a disaster, it is our own fault." He said this sincerely. "Don't think it's over. We just killed this batch of alien army. As long as there is one alien alive, they can form a larger team again soon." Linbin said seriously, "Xiaodao's weapons have been used up. Next time we face the alien army, without those guns, we have no advantage at all. Moreover, fire can only kill the lowest level aliens. Ordinary fire is not enough for those powerful alien generals and the Night King. Alas, I have asked for help from King Gayan sect. It's almost time. I hope Brother Daogsun can bring King Gayan's treasure, the immortal execution sword. I don't know if he will come, but the enemy has come out." Linbin's voice suddenly became solemn. He immediately protected the women behind him and drew out the Zuanian sword. A solemn look appeared on his face. In the distance, in the burning Cheyenne temple, countless ghosts were wailing and screaming in pain. This once quiet place of Buddhism now looks like an endless hell. But even if the Buddhist temple turns into hell quietly, there will be demons that cannot be trapped and will eventually escape from it. Everyone saw it clearly. Several figures walked out of the flames slowly, as if nothing was there. The leader was wearing black armor. The familiar face made Linbin couldn't help but whisper, "Night King? Is he the king of the White Walkers?" The Ghost King's expression also became solemn, and he whispered, "It seems that there is nothing too special about him. Normally, the things that can kill White Walkers are Valyrian steel, dragon crystal and fire, and the White Walker generals with higher strength are no longer afraid of fire, and are still subject to dragon crystal. But if it is a higher level Night King, even dragon crystal may find it difficult to cause damage to him." Linbin said, "I'm not sure how much damage our magic weapon can cause to him." Before, Linbin was actually a little unsure whether this Night King strengthened the blood of the White Walkers, or was the White Walker himself. But when he saw those cold eyes, he was sure. This could never be a human. The Night King was a stranger who had obtained the identity of a reincarnator. The Night King looked at Linbin deeply, as if he was surprised that he actually recognized his background. He clenched the ice sword in his hand and slowly walked towards the few people behind him. The stranger generals were also silent, as if they didn't care about the destruction of their army. "No matter what, we should kill the chief culprit first. As long as we kill him, this disaster that has brought disaster to the world can be eliminated first." Pu Hong took the lead. The golden Buddha light shone in his palm and gradually gathered on a golden wheel. The Buddha light of the golden wheel gradually became stronger and gradually condensed into the shape of a Buddha. The golden light was dazzling, and his expression was peaceful. The huge shadow of the Buddha was extremely clear, as if the real Buddha had come to the world. His body was even more majestic than the main hall of Cheyenne temple. The Ghost King couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly, and was secretly shocked by the strength of one of the three leaders of the righteous path. It was really amazing. At this time, many people who had already fled down the mountain saw the Buddha's light shining on the mountain, and they were so excited that they all knelt down to worship, excited about the Buddha's appearance. "Amitabha." Pu Hong raised his palm and waved it towards the Night King in front of him. In front of him, the Buddha's shadow was completely synchronized with his movements, and also slapped it. There was a loud bang. The ground sank 3 feet, and the sky and the earth shook. The place where the Night King and others were standing had been slapped into a huge deep pit by the giant Buddha's palm. When the Buddha's shadow disappeared, the Night King and others had already been blasted into pieces by this palm, with their limbs broken. Obviously, Pu Hong's palm was full of strength. Even the Night King could not bear it. Pu Hong also panted violently. This attack was too much for Pu Hong to perform with his strength, but seeing that the enemy had been defeated, he just breathed a sigh of relief, but his pupils suddenly shrank sharply, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He said in surprise, "How is it possible?" The Night King, who had just been smashed to pieces by him, slowly stood up, and the broken right leg just jumped forward a few times, and then slowly extended another brand new right leg, and the flattened left hand was torn apart by him, and a new left hand was born again. Obviously, he was seriously injured and dying before. But a moment later, he recovered to the point of being unscathed again. What kind of monster is this? Pu Hong took a step back in shock, with an extremely horrified look on his face. This is cheating. Lin Bin couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The state of the Night King was just like Superman traveling to another dimension. Without the restraint of kryptonite, he could kill people at will. Similarly, without Valyrian steel and dragon crystal, it is no longer a question of whether or not it is difficult to kill the Night King. It is simply impossible. This guy is cheating by becoming a reincarnator. The Ghost King shouted. Just as the Night King recovered, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a ghost claw stretched out from the ground and grabbed him. The Night King dodged and rushed towards the Ghost King. But halfway through, he was directly grabbed by a pair of giant claws from both sides. The Ghost King exerted force with both palms, as if the ghost hands were remotely controlled by him. Under the force, the Night King was directly crushed into debris. The Ghost King took 2 steps back, with a solemn look on his face. He said solemnly, "He is not dead yet. Does it have to be that steel? Do you have it? I really don't have it." Looking at the Night King, who was squeezed into a ball of black water, he slowly recovered again. The pair of dark blue eyes looked at Lin Bin, and a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Bin understood his meaning strangely. "Even if you know my origin, what can you do? Can you kill me?" He replaced the Nanming Lihua sword in his hand with the Zuaniuan sword. Although it is only an A-level magic weapon, the Zuaniuan sword is extremely restrained against evil life. With the Heshibi, even if he can't kill him, it shouldn't be difficult to suppress him. Lin Bin was about to step forward. From the sky, suddenly, a series of brilliant sword energy fell from the sky, and the speed was so fast that even Pu Hong and others didn't react. The sword energy was already roaring and mad, and the Night King was directly chopped into pieces. Deoxin's figure fell quickly. His eyes swept over Lin Bin, and he was immediately stunned. However, looking at the Cheyenne Temple, which had become a sea of fire, and the Night King, which was slowly twisting and reuniting, he howled, "It is not suitable to stay here for long. Let's leave for now." The Ghost King protected his wife and daughter, while Lin Bin held Zaya and Alice in one hand. Without hesitation, they flew away on their swords. Not long after they flew up. Behind them, several cold spears were mixed with the sound of breaking through the air, attacking them. However, as soon as the spears reached the mid-air, Deoxin raised his finger and shot out several sword energies, smashing them to pieces. In the end, what everyone saw was that the Night King did not follow their trail, but walked towards the back mountain. Amitabha, the destruction of Cheyenne Temple is not worth sighing, but we can't bury this demon in it. It's really a pity. Pu Hong could only sigh bitterly. Chapter 325, 8 Evil Mysterious Fire Array. In a fire, Cheyenne Temple was burned down, and more than 90% of the White Walkers were buried. But this did not help the overall situation. If the Night King could not be killed, he would be like a zombie, and could infect a large number of powerful White Walkers at any time. In other words, the Night King is much more terrifying than zombies. Because of the infection of zombies, the enemy will lose all their strength and become a monster that only knows how to eat. But the Night King is obviously different. He can not only transform the enemy into a White Walker, but if the material is different, he can transform it into a White Walker general, or even a stronger existence. Like the many monks in Cheyenne Temple who have practiced the great Brahma Prajna for many years, their bodies may be more useful than those pure children. After he transforms these Buddhist practitioners into White Walkers, his power may not decrease but increase. But even so, Lin Bin and others can only stare blankly for the time being. Who would have thought that the restraint attribute is so important? Especially in the Zeuxan and secret realm. Although there are many immortal methods, the sealing method is extremely rare, and it is almost impossible to seal the Night King. If you want to deal with him, you can only kill him. In the real world, although Valyrian steel is very rare, it is not precious strictly speaking. At least, the materials of all kinds of weapons in Lin Bin's hands are not much worse than Valyrian steel. But without Valyrian steel, you can't kill the Night King. Pu Hong's Brahma Prajna is upright and majestic, and Daogsoan's sword energy is sharp and fierce. They can have a great advantage in the face of the Night King. But even if the Night King is severely injured, he still cannot be completely eliminated. Lin Bin has many means. The Heshibi has a strong restraining effect on evil things, and the Zuaniuan sword kills demons and eliminates monsters. However, facing a strange product like the Night King, Lin Bin has an instinct that is almost intuitive. Although he has many means, I'm afraid that he will not be able to play a big role at that time. Amitabha. Lin Bin and others landed on a high mountain not far from Cheyenne Temple, away from the people. With the ability to fly with swords, they can attack or defend. Therefore, they are not in a hurry to retreat. Seeing Yu Wang and others completely occupying Cheyenne Temple, Pu Hong's face suddenly turned pale, and he said in surprise, "Oh no. No, they actually went to the back mountain." Daogsoan asked curiously, "Back mountain, is there any treasure?" Pu Hong sighed, "Just like the Kingan sect Changman has the world's #1 magic sword Zeuxan sword, there is also a piece of jade wall without words in the back mountain of my Cheyenne Temple. This wall is extremely magical. The founder of my Cheyenne Temple comprehended the secret of the Mahavakana Dharma under this wall." Jade wall without words? Lin Bin suddenly had an idea in his mind. He looked at Daogsoan and asked a question he already knew. "Master Daogsoan, have enemies like the Night King attacked Kingan sect before?" Daogsoan nodded and said, "Yes, before I came, Kingan sect was also attacked by thieves. The enemy's target should be the Zeuxan ancient sword in my Huano cave. That's why, even though I knew that Cheyenne Temple was in trouble, I didn't dare to let all the disciples of Kingan sect go out. I had to travel light and go ahead. Junior brother Zeng and the disciples were all behind." He was well versed in the art of speaking. Sure enough, after the words fell, Pu Hong looked at him with a little more gratitude in his eyes. He himself suffered a great disaster and came forward to save Cheyenne Temple. This is a great favor. I know what the enemy's purpose is. Lin Bin said firmly, "They want to collect the Heavenly Book." "What? Heavenly Book? How can Kingan sect and Cheyenne Temple have the Heavenly Book?" Before Daogsoan and Pu Hong spoke, the Ghost King beside them couldn't help asking, with a bit of absurdity on his face. "The Heavenly Book, that is clearly the treasure of their holy religion." But from Lin Bin's tone, it seems that Kingan sect and Cheyenne Temple also hide their holy religion's treasures. Who is this gentleman? Lin Bin once went to Kingan sect to return the Cheyenne sword, so Daogsoan recognized him. But the Ghost King is handsome and elegant, and his demeanor is not ordinary. Daogsoan thinks he is knowledgeable, but he didn't know that there is such a person in the world who can compare with him. Pu Hong introduced Amitabha. This is a leader of the Ghost King sect. He can destroy many strange ghosts. The leader and deputy leader of the Ghost King sect have helped a lot. Daogsoan looked at Lin Bin and was immediately horrified. He said in surprise, "Are you from the demon religion?" Lin Bin nodded implicitly. Daogsoan was puzzled and asked, "But if you are from the demon sect, why did you travel thousands of miles to return the Cheyenne sword to my Kingan sect?" Lin Bin said confidently, "What's wrong with being from the demon sect? I must keep my promise. Since I have agreed to help return the Cheyenne sword, even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers and powerful enemies around me, I will definitely return the sword to your hands. This is the most basic character and integrity of a human being. Just as you, the righteous path, have despicable people like Kang Song, we in the demon sect also have passionate and good men. The Ghost King coughed softly with a bit of embarrassment. Daoxin even sighed. Fellow Daoist Abin should have just joined the demon cult not long ago, right? Lin Binky asked. Why do you ask that? Daoxin said, because the people in the demon cult all call themselves the holy cult. Amitabha, this alien ghost is a catastrophe that can destroy the world. Before such a catastrophe, the distinction between good and evil is no longer important. Pu Hong said, if it weren't for the help of the Ghost King, Cheyenne Temple would have been destroyed in vain, instead of being able to exert extra heat like it is now, sending the last batch of alien ghosts away. The Ghost King asked, we've gone too far, Deputy Sect Leader. From what you said, the target of this alien ghost is the Heavenly Book. And Kingan Sect and Cheyenne Temple both have the Heavenly Book hidden? Yes, it's actually very simple. Our demon cult. No, the Holy Cult was the first to obtain the Heavenly Book, and then developed according to the content of the Heavenly Book. There are many sects, so they think that the Heavenly Book is the inheritance of the Holy Church. In fact, the Heavenly Book is divided into 5 volumes, and the Holy Church only got one of them. Lin Bin explained, the 5 volumes of the real Heavenly Book are combined together, which is all-encompassing, integrating Buddhism, Taoism, and Emanism, and can bring forth new ideas. The Heavenly Book of our Ghost King sect is the 2nd volume, and the Wulian Jade Wall of Cheyenne Temple is the 4th volume, and the Heavenly Book of Kingan sect is hidden in the Ancient Sword of Zuxan, which is the 5th volume. Now the enemy first attacked Kingan sect, and then attacked Cheyenne Temple. If nothing unexpected happens, their task should be to collect the Heavenly Book. There is such a secret? Daoxin's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to refute him, that the Taijizu and King Dao of Kingan sect is very mysterious. How can it be compared with the Heavenly Book? But the other party even summarized the skills of the Demon Church into 1 volume. Especially if others don't know, how can he not know that the evil spirit in the Ancient Sword of Zuxan is pervasive, and it doesn't look like a righteous thing at all? He looked at Lin Bin deeply and asked, how do you know so clearly, Brother Abin? It's very simple, because I come from the Moe sect. Moe sect? Daoxin, Pu Hong and others wanted to say that they had heard of the name for a long time, but they really had never heard of this sect. It's normal that you don't know about the Moe sect, because the Moe sect has been destroyed. Lin Bin said with a serious face, but in my Moe sect, there was a volume of Wan Bao Fa, which recorded in detail many magical treasures in the world, and they must be the most precious and valuable treasures, such as the wordless Jade Wall of Cheyenne Temple and the Zuxan Sword of Kingan sect, all of which are recorded in it, including their foundations. The Ghost King looked at Lin Bin thoughtfully. Lin Bin returned his eyes. The Ghost King immediately felt at ease. He thought that the Heavenly Book was divided into 5 volumes, and now he only mentioned 3 volumes. It seems that he also knows the whereabouts of the other 2 volumes. This deputy sect leader is really worth it. Not only did he successfully rescue his wife and children, but he also gave him clues to the other 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book. As for the Moe sect, he didn't believe it at all. He was just reincarnation. How could he be related to the sect? Seeing that the 2 masters had no doubts, the Ghost King instantly felt a huge sense of superiority. While speaking, several magical lights flashed in the sky, and they quickly pressed the magic weapons in front of Lin Bin and others, revealing their figures. It was Fashion and others. Master, disciples and others have evacuated those people, and sent some disciples to accompany them to take care of them, and flee to as far away as possible. Fashion was confused, and obviously didn't know where to transfer the people in this situation. He said respectfully, but I have watched from afar, and found that these aliens did not stay in our Cheyenne Temple, but left Cheyenne Temple, and went to other places. Daoxin's face changed, and he asked hurriedly, did he go to the east? Faxiang said, Master Daoxin is right. Daoxin glanced at Lin Bin, and his face suddenly became very ugly. As he expected, to the east, thousands of miles away, is the location of Kingan Mountain. It seems that destroying Cheyenne Temple is not enough. Now, they are heading towards Kingan Gate. And the Zuxan sword, can it really stop the aliens and kill the Night King? No, it is not difficult for them to kill the Night King. Although the Night King did not use any means, Daoxin had actually killed him before. but he revived safely and seemed to be completely unharmed. There is no doubt that the Zeuxan sword can kill him, but whether it can prevent him from resurrecting, he is really not sure about this. The Ghost King's face is not very good. He didn't care about gloating, because if what Lin Bin said was true, then there was no doubt that after King Gaian sect, it would be his turn to take over the Ghost King sect. Let's not talk about how he knew the exact location of the Heavenly Book, but even King Gaian sect and Cheyenne Temple were so hidden that he could detect it. The fact that the Ghost King sect held the Heavenly Book was not a secret at all in this world, let alone the Night King. He frowned and asked, could it be that only that Valyrian steel can take the life of this Night King? That's what the setting says. If the rules of the Night King are also applicable in another world, then there is no doubt that it is true. Lin Bin also had a headache at this moment. At this moment, he, who has always been a cheater, felt like he had met a cheater. Then what should we do next? Deoxean also looked at Lin Bin. There was no doubt that Lin Bin knew the Night King best. Because of this, while they were at a loss, they unconsciously placed all their hopes on Lin Bin. After all, he was able to selflessly return the Cheyenne sword to King Gaian sect. This alone proved that, even if he was a member of the demon sect, he had a noble character. Send disciples to build fortifications and clear the fields along the way, and evacuate all the people. Lin Bin said seriously, the Night King is best at picking up corpses. If we really let him pick up corpses all the way, by the time we reach King Gaian Mountain, King Gaian sect will be facing not just one Night King, but probably millions of White Walkers. And this number can continue to increase. By that time, he will be fully grown. Even if you, the master, hold up the Zeuxan sword, how many White Walkers can you kill? That makes sense. Deoxean said, the disciples of King Gaian sects Tangshan Peak and Fenghu Peak are on their way. I can send a message to them and ask them to start evacuating immediately. The Ghost King looked at the holy envoy King Long and said, King Long, please go back and meet up with Kushan and others to assist King Gaian sect in evacuating the people so as to prevent them from becoming puppets of the White Walkers. Amitabha, Dharmakaya. Yes, master, I understand. Dharmakaya also left in a hurry. The Ghost King said, but this is just passive defense. If we can't kill the Night King, either seal him or kill him. There is no third way. Lin Bin's mind was spinning rapidly. In fact, it was the first time he encountered such an unsolvable problem in the secret realm. His instinctive reaction was even faster than his brain. There was no strategy in his mind yet, but he was already saying slowly, the White Walkers have 3 weaknesses, Flame, Dragon Glass and Valyrian. As the level of the White Walkers increases, the Flame and Dragon Glass will gradually lose their effects. When the level reaches the Night King, he will be immune to the damage of Dragon Glass because of the Dragon Glass in his body. The only way to kill him is Valyrian Steel. But, what if we also upgrade the level of Dragon Glass and Flame? The Ghost King frowned and said, dragons only exist in legends. It's hard for us to even find a baby dragon, let alone upgrade the level of Dragon Glass. Instead of trying to get Dragon Glass, we might as well consider how to find Valyrian Steel. Lin Bin's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, then upgrade the level of the Flame. Normal level of Flame can kill ordinary White Walkers, but if it's an upgraded Flame, can it kill the Night King? Upgraded Flame? How to upgrade? Lin Bin said word by word, 8 evil mysterious fire array. Deoxean frowned and asked, Fengxiang Valley? Yes, among the 3 major orthodox sects, King Gaian sect was born out of the 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book, and Cheyenne Temple was born out of the 4 volumes of the Heavenly Book. Only the practice of Fengxiang Valley has nothing to do with the Heavenly Book, but is inherited from the southern Xinjiang Wu clan, and the Wu clan's strongest formation is the 8 evil mysterious fire array. Lin Bin said, it is said that the 8 evil mysterious fire array in its heyday could summon the 8 desolate fire dragon to burn all things in the world. It's both fire and dragon. If this can't burn to death, if it is the Night King's words, then it can be basically concluded that the Night King is invincible in this world. Pu Hong said solemnly, Amitabha, if so, I'm willing to rush to Fengxiang Valley immediately and explain the situation here to him. As the leader of the righteous way, I believe that Brother Yun will never stand idly by. It's useless to find him. Linbin said, the core of the 8 Evils mysterious fire formation, the mysterious fire mirror, was lost hundreds of years ago. What? As soon as these words came out, Pu Hong and Daoxuan's faces suddenly darkened. But I know where the mysterious fire mirror is. Pu Hong heard this, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Even with his self-restraint, he couldn't help feeling a little resentful when he saw Linbin gasping for breath. This matter may still depend on you, Sect Master. Linbin said seriously. Xiao Bei, the 9-tailed fox from Huqi Mountain, led the elite of the Fox clan to sneak into Fengxiang Valley 300 years ago. Although he successfully stole the Xuanhuojian, the Fox clan was also killed or injured. Only the 9-tailed fox was imprisoned under the Xuanhuo altar, suffering from the flames day and night. Xiaoqi, who had been hiding behind the Ghost King and dared not speak, couldn't help but cry out softly when he heard this. This matter is indeed the unkindness of the group of foxes in Huqi Mountain. Even as the deputy sect master of the Ghost King sect, I have to say this. Linbin unconsciously touched his transformation capsule. He said, but now the Xuanhuojian is indeed in the hands of the Fox clan. Although our clan leader is actually the son-in-law of the Fox clan, he is not very popular with them. But in the current situation, if our clan leader goes to ask for the Xuanhuojian, there is no doubt that the chance of success is greater. The Ghost King looked at Linbin deeply and said, this is related to the life and death of this world. I naturally have no choice but to do it. I'm just afraid that those famous and upright sects who are seeking fame and reputation are unwilling to contribute their sect's treasures. In fact, even if they contribute, it's not enough. Linbin said, because Fengxiang Valley has not yet mastered the 8 Evil Xuanhuo formation. The only person who truly masters this formation is called Linglong, who is the supreme person of the Wu clan. The forbidden Xuanhuo altar of Fengxiang Valley is actually just an altar where she arranged the formation. Fengxiang Valley comprehends this altar day and night, and integrates it with its own skills. This is why Fengxiang Valley has been passed down for thousands of years. But in fact, there is someone else who truly masters the 8 Evil Xuanhuo formation. Everyone listened to Linbin's popular science secrets. For a time, they were intoxicated. Daoxuan asked, who? The beast god, an immortal monster of the same nature and origin as the Xuanhuo sword. In a sense, he is more terrifying than the Night King, because I'm sure that the Night King does not have the power to compete with the Xuanhuo sword, but he can definitely defend the Xuanhuo sword without losing the upper hand. Linbin sighed, if you want to master the 8 Evil Mysterious Fire Array, you first need the Mysterious Fire Mirror, and secondly, you may need the Fire Basin and the real secret formula of the 8 Evil Mysterious Fire Array. He was speechless, thinking, what is this? In order to fight a boss, the final big boss was released. He sighed, it's just that the beast god is too powerful, so, if you want to go, you'd better be fully prepared. Daoxuan asked, what preparations? Linbin said, for example, let's team up and go together. If we can talk, we can talk. If we can't talk, we can only force it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.